ensuring we have quorum, please ensure your video is turned on. And if you can't do that, we'll be taking periodic roll call checks just to make sure we're abiding under all the rules under this quasi-judicial hearing. So this meeting is convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety number M192, and as such, we're all participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored, and if any council members lose connection, we'll recess the meeting until the connection is restored. And clerk is keeping track. This is a longish public hearing, so there may be some of you or some of us that would need to review portions of this, and so we'll keep track of that, and clerks will help us out before we do our debate and decision. If you lose your connection during the process, we have staff on hand to help get you back online. And please let the clerk know, though, if you're leaving the meeting so we can maintain quorum. It's important that you, again, if you're not present, to ensure that any information you have missed will be sent to you for review. This meeting will continue by audio only as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Members of the public can listen to the proceedings via live stream and YouTube link, which has been tweeted out by the clerk and city clerk. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Lastly, we have speakers who will be providing comments, and they'll be helped by the moderator. We have the roll call, please, clerk. I'll just ask councillors to make sure their phones are all muted, or ask everybody who's logged into WebEx if they can just mute their phones. Thanks. Go ahead, clerk.
Yes, Mayor Stewart in the chair, and you have leave of absence from 1 to 3 today. Councillor Carr?
Here.
Councillor DiGenova?
Present.
Councillor Fry?
Present.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Present.
Councillor Bly?
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Kirby-Young? The meeting has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. First, we acknowledge we're in the traditional unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and thank them for their generosity toward all who live on these lands. I also want to recognize the great job that staff do both in these meetings and every day in our city. Thanks very much. So some announcements. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. We did have a bit of straying yesterday, so I'll try to keep people on track just to talk about this particular application. You should also state whether you are in support or opposed to the recommendations and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver. And Council, I do prompt for that when people don't voluntarily say it.
Point of personal privilege. Swanson here.
Okay, sorry, I've got two people. I heard Councillor Hardwick first. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, as a point of personal privilege, I would just like to state for the record that I'm concerned about having a public hearing on a weekday during week hours or work hours.
It's not really unless it affects you personally.
Well, it is, because it is affecting me personally, and I wanted to state it for the record that I do not believe, and it certainly has not been the city's practice, to conduct public hearings during a weekday during week hours.
Do you need assistance or anything?
Unless there's another way to say what I've just said twice, I guess not.
Yeah, no, personal privilege is for if you have trouble seeing the screen or calling in. That's what personal privilege is as a point of order.
Then I apologize for using the wrong way of saying it. Then what is the proper way?
I guess you'll have to look it up in the procedure manual, but that is not my job. Okay, thanks. We'll move on now. Speakers may only speak once.
Point of privilege, Swanson.
Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
My voter panel isn't right. I can't.
Okay, we'll get the clerk. Thank you. That's a point of personal privilege, and we'll get the clerk to help you with IT. But there won't be any voting. But of course, if you need to get on the speakers list, you can always let me know verbally. Thanks. Speakers,
Mr. Mayor, this is Councillor Bly. I have a quick point of parliamentary procedure.
Okay.
I just noted the clerks announced a leave of absence of Councillor Kirby Young, and then during roll call called the councillor's name, of which there was no response, of course, because they're not here. And I just am mindful of the public perception of whether councillors are present or not, or have a council-approved LOA, that the name should not be called in roll call because it's A, confusing, and B, leaves an incorrect impression to the public.
Okay, thanks. Clerks, does Councillor Kirby Young have an approved leave of absence?
I'm sorry, Mayor Stewart. I was just checking on that point. Were you talking to me?
Oh, yes. Does Councillor Kirby Young have approved a leave of absence?
We do not have it recorded, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, can we just check into that and get back to it, and then I'll of course make special note in the minutes if indeed her name was called, if Councillor Kirby Young's name was called, if she does have an approved leave, and so we'll check into that, Councillor Lai. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks. So I'll continue. Speakers may only speak once and follow along. Oh, we have folks need a mute in the background there. Could you just check to make sure you're on mute? Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of a meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing to public hearing at vancouver.ca. Speakers with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight 20-second delay, and to navigate through your slides, if you are presenting, please say the word next and the clerks will move your slides forward. Finally, if council does not conclude hearing from all speakers today, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, July 14th at 1 p.m. by electronic means. A reminder that council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means that council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions for speakers, including the applicant or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of speakers. After hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve in principle the application, 2, refuse the application, or 3, defer the application for further consideration. And so we'll go back to the clerks who will read the summary of this hearing for the C1 amendment on 2538 Birch Street.
This is an application by IBI Group to amend CD 1708 Comprehensive Development District for 2538 Birch Street, formerly 1296 West Broadway, to permit a taller mixed-use building, 27 stories with a mezzanine, with approximately 258 secured rental housing units, of which 22% of the residential floor area will be reserved as moderate income units. An increase in the permitted floor space ratio from 7.07 to 10.55, and an increase to the maximum height from 52.14 meters to 86.16 meters are proposed. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 534 pieces of correspondence in support, 392 pieces of correspondence in opposition, including 1 petition with 685 signatures and 1 electronic petition, and 2 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 9:30 p.m. on July 9th, 2020.
Thanks so much. And sorry, let's return to my script here. Great. So we are going to continue now to hear from the public, and we have speakers on the line. If you and the number to call again is 1-855-353-9183. Participant code 92529 hashtag. And all that information is on our live stream screen and on Twitter as well. Clerks, I have on my list Ron Stern, speaker number 29. A moderator is Ron Stern there, please.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Stern.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
I can. Just wondering if you could let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then you have up to 5 minutes to speak to this application.
Right, great. It's a bit of a struggle, but here I am. Yes, I live in Fairview, and I am opposed to the application. I have serious concerns about it, not so much with the building in isolation, but with its location and hence its impact on its neighbors and through its effect on the Broadway plan on other neighborhoods along Broadway. This is a very tall, massive development proposed for the crest of a north-facing hillside. Shadowing would be very severe. The shadow studies show this, but even they underestimate it because they show only the 2 hours on either side of noon. Even at noon, when the sun is at its maximum height, the winter shadows would extend to the parking lot north of Lamey's Mill Road. At 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., much, much further. The staff report recognizes the severity of the problem and then attempts to minimize it by saying that winter is the darkest time of the year and to explain, at some length, how shadowing is less severe in other seasons. Yes, but it is precisely then, in winter, when daylight is at its most precious. Another major deficiency is the total lack of public green space. The report states that, quote, this project does not wholly address the need for more open green space in this park-deficient area. The phrase, not wholly, being a euphemism for completely fails to. The design completely ignores the greenest city policy. So the report is aware of the problem, but as with shadowing, dismisses it, stating, staff expect that the provision for more open green space in this local area will be addressed more holistically under the Broadway and Vancouver plan processes currently underway. Maybe no details are given, but I think that, soothing words notwithstanding, far from the lack of green space in this project being addressed in future developments, green space in future developments will follow the unfortunate precedent set by this project. The problem, like the extreme shadowing, is an inevitable consequence of locating such a building in such a place. Just as extreme shadowing follows inevitably from placing a structure of this height and mass on the crest of a north-facing slope, so the total lack of public green space is the unavoidable result of cramming it onto such a small lot. The only way to fix either problem is not to build it there. Which brings us to the Broadway plan. The staff report states, while the Broadway plan process is currently ongoing, staff are of the opinion that the proposal directly responds to many of the Broadway plan guiding the other way round. That if this development is approved prior to the completion of the Broadway plan, it consistently with the plan will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. That rather than it being consistent with a properly developed, uninfluenced Broadway plan, future development on Broadway will be consistent with it. So why does the staff report, in spite of so much good analysis, often read like a sales brochure, minimizing serious deficiencies while expressing a pious hope that shortcomings will be better dealt with by future developers? I think the answer is on page 13, where, in attempting to justify putting off the responsibility for green space onto future developers, it says, however, the priority with this application is to deliver below-market rental units. And that really is the crux of the matter, isn't it? What price affordable rentals? This development would have approximately 58 units out of 258 as secured rental units, with the remaining 78% at market rental rates. Vancouver certainly has a housing crisis. But even if one accepts that this type of developer incentive is essential, inflicting severe damage on the livability of the adjacent residential neighborhoods and even of Broadway itself is a very high price to pay. And indeed, no favor to the people who will come to live in the developments. The question that faces you is this: what damage will the development be allowed to inflict if it contains a small percentage of, quotes, affordable housing? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today, and I don't see any questions from councillors for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, and I just want to thank you very much for participating. The speaker number 30 is Cyrus Bowman. And if I could ask the moderator.
It's the clerk here, Mayor Stewart. Pardon the interruption.
Yes. No problem.
We did hear from Mr. Bowman. He was the individual who was not able to call in this morning, so he spoke last yesterday.
Okay. Oh, he did. Okay, thank you very much. So we're on to Donald Gardiner.
Okay, I would like to ask the room if Donald Gardner has joined to please press 01 to queue up. No one is queuing up.
So moderator, we don't have Mr. Gardner?
We don't.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on to Mr. Mark McCall.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mark. Your line is open.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me, Mayor?
I can hear you. Thanks very much for calling in today. And can you let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live at 1445 Marpole Avenue. That's Granville and 16th, basically, very close to the proposed development. I'd like to speak in support of this project. It's great that it's bringing market and moderate income housing to this part of Broadway. I think it's a fantastic project for Broadway and for Vancouver in particular. You know, I'm an architect, and I've worked on projects like this before, much bigger, some smaller, internationally in different cities, but also here in Vancouver. I think as a city that I've chosen to live in and work in and love, like the rest of us do, this is what we need much more of. In my professional opinion, it is a good project. The form, character, massing, and density are going to be good for this part of Broadway and good for Vancouver. That's really all I have to say. I think we should do more projects like this in Vancouver. Council and staff should continue to support them, and the developers who risk everything to bring those communities to Vancouver.
Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Bly has a question for you, though. Councillor Bly, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thanks for being here to speak this morning. I just have a quick question. You live at 16th and Marpole. Can you just share a little bit about your living situation? Do you rent or own? You don't have to answer any questions I ask, of course.
I own with my wife a two-bedroom condo, a small two-bedroom condo. It's just about under 800 square feet, so it's about 780 square feet.
Okay, and you
So
own...
it's about the same size as some of these units that Mr. Papajohn will be providing that are rented.
Yeah.
I can tell you that we live comfortably in here. When you live in the smaller condos in an area that has amenity, you don't need a formal dining room. You don't need these extra spaces. They are part of the community around you.
Okay. That's helpful for context. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and that's it for questions. Just want to thank you for calling in, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 34 is Marwan Bakri.
Hello, good morning. Voice check.
Oh, hi there, sir. We can hear you, and if you could just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and if so, you have you have up to 5 minutes to speak regardless. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Yes, I have called Vancouver home for the last 10 years. 5 years of it was a renter in the city, and I bring a personal story. Like many callers, I remember from yesterday, I lived in many cities around the world. I've been always an apartment dweller from my childhood to my adulthood. I've raised a family in an apartment about 1,000 square feet, rental in downtown Vancouver. 5 years ago, landlord moves in, and we had to look for a place to live. I didn't realize how hard to find an apartment for a young family, because we did establish a good community. We wanted to stay within the Vancouver core. My work was 5 minutes away. We couldn't. If we found something we couldn't afford it, or it was taken already. Last night I just checked how many 3-bedrooms in the city today. There are only 57 listings. So moving to this project specifically, I hear all the concerns about density being of its height, being 16 or 28. I think this city, especially Broadway, on its scale, can take more. Today, there's a lot of gaps on Broadway. And I think being a pilot program, 100% rental, regardless of its ratio to low-income housing. We know the crisis, we know the need, the growth of the city, the future of the city would require more affordable housing for everyone. So, as someone who had that personal experience, I'm in full support of what this developer is trying to do. And I really emphasize that hopefully more projects like this do show up along the corridor and elsewhere in the city for that need. I also want to bring something nobody talks about, is the public art that is weaved into the building skin. It comes from our First Nation heritage, which we celebrate. And I think I would ask the council to look at for more integration of public art into the building, being weaved in the building, not just a decal. And hearing the story of Miss Sparrow as a child going and looking for an icon, looking at the sign, which now we know it as Toys R Us, as an icon of Broadway, as a landmark. I see this project will create a welcoming landmark for many future residents in the city. Today, we do lack that landmark on Broadway. It's a pretty long stretch, and I think this project will definitely have an impact there. Shadow studies, I get it. I know it's a concern, but what I'm concerned is we're not having the moving shadows of people that will support the businesses around Broadway. So with that, I would leave it with you. I'm fully supported, and I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't see any questions from council for you, so just want to thank you for participating. And I'm going to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker we have listed is number 35, Elizabeth Payne.
You can go ahead, Elizabeth. Your line is open.
Thanks very much, and thanks for joining us today. If you could just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then proceed with the 5 minutes of speaking time. Ms. Payne?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Could you just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver?
I'm sorry.
And then you have up to 5
yes.
minutes. That's okay.
Okay, yes, hi, thanks. My name is Elizabeth Payne, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've lived in this neighborhood for about 25 years, and I've also worked on and off in this area, and my job is in education and health services. I'm very much against this building for a number of reasons, and first and foremost, it's far too tall. This building will cast a shadow over the neighborhood, figuratively and literally. A piece of the sky will be taken away from the people who live and work in this area. It will be a distraction and will look out of place to all of the people who walk, cycle, drive, or travel along Broadway, 10th Avenue, the bike route, Birch Street, and many of the other streets around, simply because it is 23 stories above most of the other buildings for blocks around. Also, I'm against this building because it doesn't provide good housing options for Vancouverites. Only a small portion of the rental units are earmarked as affordable. It should be the opposite, in my opinion, as in 80% are affordable rentals and 20% are market rentals. Furthermore, these suites are very small in comparison to the others in the area and also in relation to the type of home a Vancouverite needs. By comparison, I live in a 2-bedroom, 750 square foot apartment overlooking trees and with a grassy front lawn on a quiet street for $2,220 a month, which is about a block and a half from where this building would be built. Also, it is not healthy to live on a noisy, busy street such as Broadway. Even though the address is Birch Street, the building is actually on Broadway. This is bad for asthma, for cognitive development of children, and for mental health, most importantly for mental health. Speaking of children, with a building of 258 units, there could potentially be 258 children or more in this building. That would constitute a small school and 2 daycare facilities. Right now, all the schools within walking distance are full. For example, Falls Creek School, Tennyson, Cavell, Carr, and L'École Bilingue. These are all full. 2 of these schools are French immersion, which are not accessible to all students. The closest accessible schools would be Mount Pleasant, a 40-minute walk for adults, Brock, a 58-minute walk, or Wolf, a 50-minute walk. There may be some others, but I checked out these ones as what seems to be the closest. Families would be better off to live south of 25th Avenue, walk their children to school, and then take transit, cycle, or drive to their place of work. When the children are older, they could walk to school on their own. There is also the issue of parking. It sounds like there would be not a provision of parking spot for all the units. That would mean tenants would park on the streets where there's already not enough parking for the people who live in the area, let alone for shoppers and people using the businesses. In summary, this building would take away from the livability of this neighborhood, not add to it. This neighborhood needs low-rise, people-friendly buildings with gardens and green spaces, not a 28-story building that cut out the light and sky and decrease livability for all of Vancouverites who live and work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. I don't see any questions from councillors for you, so just want to thank you for participating today, and I am going to move on to the next speaker now. We have James Paminter.
James Paminter, if you've joined, please press 01 to queue up.
And just a reminder for those who are calling in and listening, we have under our procedural bylaws a requirement that you state whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak.
James Paminter has not queued up. I don't believe he's joined.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to move on to Kathleen Duffield.
She just joined. Okay. Your line is open, Kathleen. You can go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thanks for joining. And
Thank you.
Just please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Go
Mayor
ahead whenever
Kennedy.
you're ready.
Mayor Kennedy and members of City Council, my name is Kathleen Duffield. I am a longtime resident of Vancouver. Thank you for this opportunity to share my opposition to the proposed rezoning of 2538 Birch Street. I wish to make clear I do not oppose the already approved structure at 16 stories. I am not a developer or the tenant of the Papa John's with direct interest in supporting them, but I do have children who will one day need to find their own accommodation in the city. While now living in Kerrisdale, I used to live in the building at Birch and 10th Avenue next door to the applicant's development site. As a former resident, I know Fairview, South Granville to have a strong neighborhood feel and thoughtful, mixed density, a sense of openness and space, and a mix of buildings of varying architectural styles. One of the things that makes Vancouver interesting is that it does have distinctive neighborhoods with differing densities, amenities, and characters. City Council of many years past knew this and abided by a cohesive plan arrived at through consultation with stakeholders for neighborhood development and the evolution contextual to each area. I refer you to a July 6, 2020 blog by developer Michael Geller and his inclusion of comments of former city planners and the former director of planning, all of whom oppose this increased development. It is the wrong scale and the wrong place. In my written comments to Council, I provided a link to the blog and I ask that you review it if you've not done so already. At the approved 16 stories, this development would be as tall, if not taller, than many buildings around it. At 28 stories, it would be a behemoth and undermine the contextual aesthetic and character of this neighborhood. I implore you to revisit the slides submitted by last night's speaker, who prepared his own modeling of the development with proper perspectives. It was enlightening. While a variety of housing types may be necessary to maintain the diversity and vibrancy of the city, one queries why that must be achieved at the expense of contextual approach to this neighborhood. While this project is being pursued at the altar of a city policy, nothing in the policy requires the project to be built at this scale. This is not a case where those in the neighborhood opposing this development have said no to all of it. They are saying no to the increase over existing approvals at 16 stories. On the matter of integrity, I have come to have serious concerns over the interplay between city planning and budgetary processes. Where once the city did not rely on land lift and CACs as part of its budgetary planning, that is to say that funds derived from the lift on properties being developed was considered a bonus to city coffers, I'm told by developers who are close to these issues that this is no longer the case. Assumptions about the amount the city expects to receive in the lift on properties from rezoning and development is now built into the budget. Put another way, in the last 10 years or so, the city has allowed itself to become dependent on accelerated development to fund day-to-day expenditures. I can think of no greater conflict of interest than having developers applying for zoning concessions to the very body that stands to gain from and has rendered itself dependent upon financial benefit from that effort. This is all the more reason why council must be cautious and scrupulous to hear from residents of an affected neighbourhood. Be cautious of hearing from those who have any conflict of interest in regard to the outcome of a proposal or are entirely unaffected by the outcome. I do not seek to vilify the developers or detract from what they contribute to the city, but let us not be naive in thinking they don't know the drill or have the inside advantage. Many speaking in support of this project have obvious links and even dependent relationships with the Papa Johns. From the comments of others, one discerns a bias consistent with the speaker's involvement in and promotion of the development industry. Those are not objective voices. They have no interest in speaking to a neighbourhood plan arrived at through consultation with affected stakeholders. Procedural anomalies and the accuracy of reports relevant to this application are called into serious question by the Fairview South Granville Action Committee, with which I have no association. What they have uncovered disturbs me. I encourage the Mayor and Council to give careful consideration to the information found at the research tab of their website, 28floors.com. This city has a reasonably proud history and reputation of thoughtful planning, examples of which are not permitted by time constraints. I see that being eroded in recent years, and it deeply concerns me. One has to wonder why this is occurring, and one is inevitably led to question the integrity of the process and be concerned whether it's coming into a state of disrepute. Please do not be lulled into any false sense that this proposal will not be precedent-setting. Do not be persuaded that a development of this scale is necessary to assist with other housing priorities and objectives. Permitting this spot rezoning to allow development of a pig in space while an entire neighbourhood plan is underway does a disservice to all citizens, particularly those who call that neighbourhood home. Lastly, if none on council take a second look at and give serious consideration to the conflict of interest issues existing in the interplay between planning approvals and the city's budgetary processes, you do a disservice to the citizens of and the reputation of the city. I ask that you reject this application to permit a development of any greater height than has already been approved for this site. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for calling in. You do have a question from Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Hi there. Thanks for making the time to speak with us today, considering the hearing started. At the beginning of your remarks, you had mentioned that you hoped that there were opportunities, I believe, and please let me know if I'm incorrect in stating this, for your children to be able to live in Vancouver one day. I'm not asking how old they are or anything like that, but just wondered, as we look at a housing affordability crisis, where do you imagine that extra housing or more affordable housing to come from? And you don't have to answer my questions, but I thought it was pertinent to this rezoning that we're considering right now, the rezoning application. So I was hoping you might be able to elaborate a little bit on what you see sort of for housing and affordable housing in our city. If not this, then what?
If not this, you mean if not this at 28 stories in this particular location? I think that
I have to have a very narrow focus on this development, so that's the reason I have to ask you the question that way. So if you want to answer.
Well, firstly, I will tell you that I have children who will be looking for housing opportunities in this city, I expect within the next 5 years, if not sooner. In response to your query about where I expect them to go, if not in this particular location, there is constantly applications for development occurring within the city. And I would imagine that a contextual approach to that housing can be introduced as a contextual approach to each neighborhood in turn. And whether one looks at this particular proposal and says, this needs to happen right here, right now, like this, without waiting for the community plan, which I understand is near to fruition, to be finalized, I think is short-sighted. The decision you make today will have an effect on this location for many, many years to come. The question is, do you want to make that decision based on a knee-jerk response to the need to add the few extra units you have now, or will you take a considered approach as a whole?
Okay. Thank you very much for answering that. One more question, if I might. Again, you don't have to answer that. Is in the context of if we move forward with a community plan and this were the project to come back, I know that's very hypothetical, and that being said, the community plan allowed for this, would this be something that you support?
Well, there was another caller earlier. I didn't catch his name, but his comment was that it concerns him that this goes ahead and it then purports to influence what is being developed as that plan. If there is a plan in place with the community stakeholders having been consulted, much as the way the community visions were prepared under previous council, and if this is part of a cohesive overall plan for the area, then I would say that it has been arrived at properly.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you. And Councillor Carr also has questions. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much, Mayfield, for coming in. I just have one question. I took all of your points down, but you did note that you did send in to council a letter on this subject and included a link to a blog written by Mr. Geller that talked about former planners in the city. I've just checked my emails, and I do not have that. I would appreciate you sending it to, you'd have to send it to every single councillor and the mayor individually in order to be, in order to allow us to read it. But I would appreciate you doing that if that's possible today.
Actually,
I am happy to do that. Actually,
probably the clerk is the best idea. And there is an email address, publichearing@vancouver.ca is where you should send it.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I misspoke. It was part of my submissions in the comments section on the website, so I submitted it through the comments in response to the application. That's where it was sent originally. I apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
I will do that. Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And that's it for question speaker. Thank you for phoning in. And I'm going to move to the next speaker now. We have Celine McRae-Handy. Moderator, do we have Celine McRae-Handy on the phone?
Celine, if you've joined, please press 01 to queue up to speak.
Clerks, while we're waiting, maybe we could explain to council how we are contacting people on the list. Is Ms. McRae-Handy there?
Yeah, someone just joined.
Moderator. Moderator.
Hello? Yes?
Yeah. Moderator.
Go ahead.
Speak at 36.
James.
Oh, you're James.
Who are you looking for?
We're looking. Moderator, perhaps you can sort this out first and then come back to us, put us on mute, and then we could start with Mr. Pameter if Ms. McRae-Handy is not available yet.
Okay, well, I just let him go, so should we ask him to queue up again?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Parmenter, please press 01 to queue up.
Just hearing some typing in the background, Council. If you could just make sure that you're on mute.
Mr. Parmenter, please press 01 to queue up. He's not queuing back up.
Okay, perhaps clerk, you could just when you go back on the off the public session, you could try to contact him again. Otherwise, we can move on to Ms. Celine McRae-Handy.
She hasn't queued up either.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on to Peter Waldkirch?
Peter, you can go ahead. Your line is open.
Hello, I'm on.
Yes, you are. Thanks very much. Can you let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then you have up to 5 minutes.
Well, I'll address that in my speech, but I want to remind the mayor that it's actually not a requirement. Council in the debates on that requirement were very clear that it was just a request and not a requirement. So I urge the mayor to.
Totally right.
Thank you. And I also have a presentation that. I just want to point that out. I want to point out that for a slide to be presented, and I was told it would be on display, just one slide, but I'm hoping it can be displayed properly while I'm speaking.
Yes, I will check with the clerk first, and I will wait for that to be queued up before I start your timer. So, clerks, do we have that available? There we go. It's coming up now.
Perfect. Just one slide, so it shouldn't be difficult to get timing or anything.
Get there.
All right, well, I'll begin. Thank you very much. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for having me to speak today. I'm speaking in support of these homes, but more importantly, I'm here to speak in favor and support of the people who I hope will one day be able to live in them. I'm a neighbor to these proposed homes. I live only about 4 blocks away. I'm frequently in that area, walking around, but I don't think that gives me any more say than anyone else. And that's because the whole city is connected. And that's why I sent in this slide that's just now getting on the stream, I see, for us all to enjoy. And now what you're looking at there is a map showing how many jobs are within 30 minutes by active transportation or transit from a given location. Now, the map is from Mountain Math, and it's based on StatsCan data. I sort of put it together, so sorry for the sloppiness, and that little red star in the bottom is about where these homes will go. And so what you can see is that these homes are right smack dab in the middle of an incredibly job and transit-rich area. Downtown is the largest job center in the province, and the Broadway corridor is number 2. So these homes are basically right in the center of the most job and transit-rich area in the entire province. And I think it's worth reflecting on what that means for someone who is lucky enough to live here. It means someone has access to opportunity. They have access to many, many jobs with a reasonable commute, which has a huge impact on quality of life. Broadway is the busiest bus corridor in Canada or the U.S. It's easy to get to UBC or downtown. It's easy to get anywhere in the city because what we're seeing here is that this is the very heart of an urban area of about 2.5 million people. Soon, it'll be right in between 2 SkyTrain stations. Now, this means that people who live in this area will have tremendous access to employment, educational opportunities without a car. Cars are expensive and a major contributor to climate change. Just earlier this week, this council heard a presentation about the climate emergency in Vancouver, and you heard that the second largest source of carbon is transportation at 37%. Now look at this jobs map again. I'm sorry, but the city simply cannot be serious about climate change unless you're willing to build more housing in job and transit-rich areas. A vote against a project like this is a vote for urban sprawl. Because for decades now, most of Vancouver's growth has not been in Vancouver itself at all, but in the suburbs. A 44-floor tower was just announced in Burnaby by the Patterson Station. Now this location, right close to the future Broadway and Granville Station, is as central as it gets. If we can't build a 28th-floor building here, then I ask you, where in the city could possibly be suitable for density if this location isn't? Building 40-plus floors in the suburbs, while the very core of the entire metro region debates over a sub-30-floor building, is what the hollowing out of Vancouver looks like. Now, I've mentioned jobs, but I think one type of employee deserves special mention: healthcare workers. In these unprecedented times, we've all heard about healthcare heroes. Well, these homes will be a short walk to VGH and the many, many medical jobs that are in that area. You've heard speakers who are doctors, and the correspondence, there is more, from doctors, including the director of BC Diabetes and other healthcare workers, describing how difficult it is to find housing, how tough the long commutes are. This building will provide many homes to healthcare workers, and they deserve your support. So on the one hand, we know that this location will unlock opportunities for people. We know it will support low carbon, car-free or car-light lifestyles. What can we weigh against that? Well, I've heard a lot about shadows. But look, here's the thing. I'm almost 40. I was born in Vancouver. I've never thought of the area around Broadway and Granville as anything other than the core of our urban area. Right by the bridge, it's an incredibly busy transit node for both cars and for transit. Anybody who moves there must expect change. Expecting the status quo to persist is not reasonable. The neighborhood changed when the current residents moved in, even if that was 30 years ago. The neighborhood changed when their homes were built. It's not fair or equitable for the people who happen to live here already to shut the door on newcomers. Now, the social benefits of housing here are just too strong. We shouldn't let it be hoarded by the lucky few who already live there. We should welcome allowing more people to enjoy the opportunities this area affords. But we should also recognize that new neighbors will revitalize the area. Like I said, I live nearby, and let's be frank, I love the neighborhood, but that stretch of Broadway is not great. It's a bit of a dead zone. There's not enough shops, there's not enough restaurants, there's not enough life. More neighbors will bring life to this area. Given the financial strains caused by COVID, we should be maximizing the people who could benefit from our transit investments. So I just want to add one more thing. Thank you for having this virtual public hearing. Being able to call in makes me think much more open and lowers a real barrier to participation. So thank you. I still think we spend far too much time on such an obvious, meritorious project like this. I just want to say in conclusion, please build these homes. It's a perfect location. We can't refuse to densify neighborhoods like Kerrisdale or Shaughnessy, and then also refuse to let density exist at central locations like this. We have to build homes somewhere, and if not here, where? So please support these homes.
Thanks very much. I don't see questions for you, but I appreciate you phoning in. Thank you. And thank you. We're going to go on to the next speaker. I think we have James Paminter, and I'm sorry we lost you earlier, Mr. Paminter. If you're available now, we can have you speak.
James, you'll need to press 01 if you're here to queue up.
Hello?
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk in the chamber. I was told that Mr. Paminter was on the line, but he doesn't seem to be connecting.
Okay, just please continue to monitor that situation and let us know if he does make it back on. We have John, speaker number 40 is John Hayluck.
Good morning.
Mr. Hayluck is there. Hi there. Could you let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Yes, I sent a document, a PDF file. I was wondering if you could bring it up.
Sure thing. We'll
shadow study summaries.
Okay, I will do that. And I'll just wait for the slide to come up before we start your timer. I think we have it coming on the screen.
You asked me a question.
Page
My name
3,
is John Haylock. Yeah. I am a Vancouver Broadway area resident.
Okay.
And I am in favor of density. Yay.
Okay.
But I am against the 28th floor building. I like to use the word thoughtful density rather than just density at any cost. And I think the cost of this building to the community is quite dramatic. And I want to talk about shading because a lot of people have raised the issue, and I've tried to quantify it. So I was concerned. Sorry, should I just wait? I should wait. There it is.
No.
That's great.
Yep.
Yeah, she's got it up now. So I was concerned about shadowing from tall buildings when I read the City of Vancouver C3A design guidelines that had warnings about building shadows along the Broadway Ridge. And they recommended that those buildings, the taller buildings, be kept away from the Broadway Ridge, south of the Broadway Ridge, around 14th. And I understand now why they did that after doing my kind of due diligence. And I find it interesting that 10 to 12 floors in the community has been through successive city councils, and they have not allowed taller buildings. And I guess I'm questioning what's changed that's going to drive a significant change in the community. So the topology of the slopes is very sensitive to shading, and I wanted to bring it to City Council's attention. So what did I do to quantify what shadows means for this community? I did 820 individual shadow studies, some of which you see on the slide, for 20, 30, and 40-story buildings at 5 locations along Broadway between Arbutus and Birch. And I looked at the months October to February. And while I think that everybody recognizes that shadows are longer from October to February everywhere, the shading here in this community is quite punitive. The shadow lengths are typically 1.25 to 1.7 times the length of other areas for exactly the same building. So to try and highlight that impact, I did some V-shaped shadow path maps, which you see on the screen, to highlight the impact. And the sense of it is the Broadway Ridge is about 13 to 16 stories above Falls Creek. So a 28-floor building on top of the ridge, which is the Birch location, throws a shadow that's roughly equivalent to a 44-story building. So the slopes topography is very sensitive to shading from buildings on the ridge. So while, increasing density, which I'm very much in favor of, you've got to deal with schools and parks and transit, all of those things can be solved. Shading cannot. It's permanent. It's a generational decision. The decision that City Council makes today will impact the shading of the community for generations. So what is the impact of the community? Even when the buildings are 2 city blocks apart, the shade path covers between 80 and 150% of the slopes area. There's a lot of areas in the neighborhood that are hit 2, 3, and 4 times a day. So parks, schools, residences, it's indiscreet. It just hits everything. So interestingly enough, the Parks Board came out with their future program, and they talked about the balancing the need of new buildings but maintaining solar access to parks. And this particular area is going to be very, very damaged by the shadows that come from these buildings. Every community in Vancouver deserves equitable, fair, and reasonable access to sunlight, and I think the topography of this particular neighborhood puts us at a distinct disadvantage. When I look at the station development that's been done in other areas, typically they transition down within 300 feet. Birch is 1,200 feet, and there's also a proposal for a building at Pine that's 1,400 feet away. So that's not typical transitioning down, and it certainly isn't integrating with the surrounding neighborhood. So my concern is that these developments have nothing to do with station development, and so we're going to see a lot more buildings along this stretch. So the 5 buildings that I put forward, which are those 5 black squares, 4 of those buildings are already in some level of proposal. So I talked about thoughtful density. In the final analysis, subsidizing low-cost rental with height in the slopes puts an undue, I'll call it a sunshine tax on the community. It's not fair to this community relative to what other communities would have to go through. And while I believe in density, I don't think tall is the answer in the slopes. 2 14-floor buildings that you can build with mass timber construction, with lower cost, lower environmental issues, and no community issues is, in my view, the way to go. Most of the people that I've heard that favor this building want the additional rental, and most of the people that are against it don't want the height. So if you build lower rental buildings, I think that it's a solution that everybody can live with. So utilize, I talked about thoughtful density. Utilize it thoughtfully. 16 floors makes sense. 28 floors is punitive.
You are past your time, but you do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead.
You bet.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that line of inquiry. So you're saying, again, we know that 16 stories, everybody was on board for that, and that the height is really the issue. So that you're saying if there were if there was able to accommodate two 16 or 14-story towers within the property, that would solve the problem through the lens of the shadow studies that you're doing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So along the Broadway Ridge, which is typically, again, 13 to 16 floors above Falls Creek, if you build 14 to 16-story buildings, the shadows don't throw down the slope far enough to really cause the problems that we're talking about here. And so it's the taller buildings and the multiplicity of tall buildings that causes the problem. So whether you build 14 floors, 2 14-story buildings on this lot, or 14-story buildings all across the Broadway slope, all across Broadway, the shadow impact will be quite modest relative to 28-story, 30-story buildings. So my reference to 14 is to say that height of building won't cause anywhere near the shadow issues that a 28-story building does. Does that answer the question?
So, yeah, I think so. So what you're saying is because of the topography, because we're looking at a ridge at the top of a hill, that there are unusually strong shadow implications from additional height, and that could be mitigated with, you still get the density, just keep it at 14 stories, as you suggest, 16 stories, which was in the original development. But that generally, and this is something I'm assuming that the Broadway plan would take into consideration, that given the topography and the ridge of the hill, that this would be limited. Am I getting it right?
You are absolutely getting it right. And if you look at the shadow maps, the Vs, there's 5 Vs there from 5 buildings, 2 blocks apart. You can see that in between the buildings, the little black squares from Arbutus to Granville, most of that area is yellow. So that means that it's not just the length of the shadows that's at issue here and the coverage. It's the fact that once you get that length, you start getting areas in the community, parks, whatever, shopping, residences, that are hit more than once a day with shadows. And when you only have 8 or 9 hours a day of light, 2 hours of shadow is a lot. And so, from my personal perspective, having height at Granville, because it's a transit station, and transitioning down like they've done at so many other stations, City Council, City of Vancouver, makes perfect sense to me. And Arbutus is far enough away, that those shadows won't interact, and you get a shadow once a day. And yes, it's longer, and yes, it reaches Falls Creek and across, in some instances, actually across Falls Creek into David Lamb. It's manageable, but when you start dropping more pickets in between, that's when it gets more challenging. And the issue for me is, of these 5 sites, 4 of them are in some stage of proposal. And I don't believe... I'm sorry?
Yeah, no, I'm just... what's your background that you should have the expertise to do these shadow studies?
I'm retired, so I have time. I have a degree in mathematics, an engineering degree, and an MBA, so I'm kind of a numbers geek. It's all about angles, the angle of the sun, geolocating the building in the proper location, setting up the proper times, and using a software application that's well recognized. Oddly enough, I had a discussion with one of the Broadway planners, and he asked me that. He asked me, what application did you use? And I said, SketchUp 2019, and he laughed. And I said, why are you laughing? He says, that's what we use. So and I did compare these shadows. I did develop shadows. One of the buildings I used was Broadway, was Birch, and they're identical to the developer studies. So I think the studies that I've done are pretty efficacious.
You do have a question from Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, mine's a follow-up to that because I'm interested on the solar access to parks. And I'm just wondering, for Charleston Park, which is a critical park for the neighborhood, did you determine at the 10-story height it was no shadow in Charleston? Do you kind of have a range of what that height would be to reduce the shadowing in Charleston Park? Like, do you know if it's 18, 20? Did the 20-story tower still provide sunlight and solar access to Charleston?
Yes. Yes, it did.
So a 20-story did. So okay.
Sorry. Let me rephrase. If you look at the 5 locations, the one that we're talking about today is Birch, which is the one furthest east. That does not at 30 floors does not reach Charleston. That said, you can see that its shadow is significantly beyond Charleston. So if you were to build a 28-story building or a 30-story building 2 blocks east of this location, Charleston would get hit. This building is east, so it hits Granville, or west, so it hits Granville.
But it does show that the shadow hits Charleston on the top picture of the map you have above.
Oh, you're right. That's in October.
So I'm just wondering,
right. My apologies.
And I've seen in December hit Charleston as well. And so for me, obviously that's critical at 2:00 in the staff report. So 2:00 in December, which is a critical time to get a little bit of light, it being shadowed. So I'm just wondering, when you did your 20-story diagrams, did Charleston Park get blockage for solar access?
At 20 floors, let me just pull that up. And you want 20 floors, right?
Yeah, I guess you can send it to me so we move forward. And then I guess the last one is, you think buildings like this should be paying their amenity access for green space. Is that correct as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
20 floors does hit Charleston.
It does. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the work in sending it to us.
And again, you'd have to send it to all of council if you're submitting any additional documents, just so you know.
I'm happy to share the shadow studies to everyone. That's no problem. I just had a smattering of 3 of them.
Mayor Stewart.
If you could, yes.
Mayor Stewart, sorry, just to pardon the interruption, as well as sending it to all of council. If they send it into the public hearing email, the clerk's office will ensure that it is sent to all of council and is made available to the public as well. And just one last piece on that, we also have to receive it before the speakers and comments close.
Yeah, thank you. And
that's public hearing?
Public hearing at vancouver.ca, and it shouldn't exceed 1,500 words.
These are PDF files, so they're just attachments. They're pictures. Similar to
public hearing at vancouver.ca. Okay, thank you very much for your time today. You do have Councillor Carr, though, who also has questions. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Aylock, for this presentation and for the work you've done in preparing for it. You said at the very beginning that there was I'm not quite sure if you said a policy or not, but it was the fact that taller buildings be kept away from the Broadway Ridge. Do you have any reference for that? Was there a policy, or was there something in planning documents that indicated that you can relay to us?
Yeah, so there's a City of Vancouver document called Central Broadway C-3A Urban Design Guidelines. That's the reference document.
Yes.
And basically, the quote from the document is, "Sunshine is precious in Vancouver, particularly during the winter months. Buildings on the north side slope of Broadway should be sized and shaped to minimize shadow effect. Higher buildings should be permitted immediately adjacent to the gateway, which is 14th and Granville."
Okay.
I.e., away from the ridge.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you so much. I appreciate the work you've done on this.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. And that's it for questions from council. Going to move on to, we're going to try Mr. Paminter again.
Have you got it, Diana? Just hold on.
Yes, James Paminter.
Yes. Hello.
Hi there. Could you just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then you have up to 5 minutes to make your comments. Thanks for
Okay. I have a slide, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I have a slide, so please don't start the clock until I have the slide.
I won't. Don't worry. I won't. Don't worry. And
okay.
We have your slide up there. We have your slide up there now.
Okay. I don't. All right.
It'll be on the live stream shortly.
Okay. Well, good morning. I'm James Paminter, and I live a block and a half away from Ground Zero. I've been a property owner in Turkey for over 30 years. I support the site's present zoning of 16 floors. I support the construction of rental units for people with moderate incomes, but in ways that respect the character of existing homes. Their residents have rights too. I oppose the proposed rezoning for 28 floors that is inappropriate for the location and inappropriate during the preparation of the Broadway plan. I'll talk briefly about the inconvenience of the location with respect to green space, schools, and grocery shopping. First of all, green space. Van Play, the Parks Board Master Plan, has identified the local area as park deficient, tree cover deficient, and with high priority for parks. So what can the development do to the greening of the area? The development provides no public green space at street level. The green space is private and located on a fourth floor terrace. Moreover, the children's play area has been shoehorned into a 737 square feet space on the 27th floor. That's less than twice the area of 2 studio units in the development for over 100 children. The development's 730 square foot area, 280 foot in the air, no substitute for playing on real grass. Surely this can't be socially and mentally healthy. Improvement doesn't seem to be on the horizon. Katerina Gomez, Senior Planner in Planning and Research at the Vancouver Park Board, says, I can confirm that we don't have a big acquisition plan for this area. In short, talking green, the development does very little for renters and absolutely nothing for the neighborhood. How bad is the lack of convenient access to green space? In its referral report, planning mentioned 3 local parks, implying that they satisfy the city green space targets. What are the targets? Row 1 on the screen shows the Greenest City 2020 Action Plan's target as not more than 400 meters to a park, greenway, or other green space. Row 2 shows the city's target in the high-density housing for families guidelines. Its target is also less than 400 meters playground. There's no specific mention of parks, but public playgrounds are found only in public parks. The 3 parks mentioned in the Planning Department's referral report are listed in rows 3 to 5. Granville Loop Park, row 3, is the best of all local parks. However, it's too far, 750 meters. It's also necessary to cross Broadway and Hemlock or Granville, both with high traffic counts. It would be unsafe for an unaccompanied child. Hello?
Hi, we're still here.
Hello?
Hi,
yeah,
we're still here. Yep.
In addition, the climb from 4th to Broadway presents a barrier to the elderly or infirm and a challenge to parents with strollers. Charlton Park, row 4, and Sutcliffe Park, row 5, are both too far at 1,300 meters and 1,000 meters. Access also includes the requirement of 6th Avenue, a busy street. Willow Park, row 6, 1,100 meters, is too far and has no playground. And Granville Park, row 7, 1,200 meters, is too far and requires crossing Granville. In other words, the development has no local park that meets the city's own guidelines. Is this convenient? What about schools? We heard a little bit about that yesterday. I won't spend long because I'm sure others will be talking about it in more detail.
And
row
just have
8
a minute
on the
left.
slide. Row 8 on the slide shows density guidelines recommended elementary school within 800 meters. Rows 9 and 10 show the actual distance to two possible elementary schools, 1,700 and 1,900 meters. 2538 Birch actually falls in Emily Carr's catchment area. Are these distances convenient? Both require a crossing of very busy streets. And what about grocery shopping? Very briefly, the high-density guides recommend a grocery within 400 meters. That's row 11. The two closest supermarkets, rows 12 and 13, are 2,000 and 1,800 meters distant. Are these distances convenient? To conclude, while 2538 Birch appears to be in a desirable location, the location is in fact inconvenient from many perspectives, and the greatest inconvenience will be experienced by Merck renters without a car. Mayor and Council, because of these and all the other deficiencies that you are hearing about, I ask you to reject this application for rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Fry.
Yeah,
Councillor
and thank you for the presentation. I think I'm interested to the one assumption about grocery stores.
Sorry?
Do you think that I'm sorry, I've got the dog barking in the background.
It's okay.
To the one assumption about grocery stores, do you think that a development of this scale might inspire the development of new retail to accommodate the new population growth?
Oh, it's certainly not a grocery store of the magnitude of the ones that I mentioned. You know, supermarkets, hypermarkets, there's no real space anywhere nearer. I think we're locked into the existing grocery stores where they are.
Okay, and then on the subject of green space, my understanding from looking at the presentation that there will be a considerable amount of, or not considerable amount, but there will be some private green space that will be developed as rooftop gardens and dog runs and that kind of thing. Do you think that's sufficient for this building, or is that is your concern that it's not an equitable distribution?
Sorry, you mean built
for the public?
Built for the public in the subject development or in other developments?
No, I don't understand. I don't believe that they'll be built for the public. I think these will be built for the residents. So I'm trying to determine, is your concern that this isn't delivering green space for the public?
Well, it does. Some developments deliver green space for the public, I believe. But what is happening is that a green space is not going to be substituted for the public being satisfied with putting up all the other problems with the site. I
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for the presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's it for questions, sir. So really appreciate you calling in today and being patient with us as we got you on the line. So thank you, and I'll be moving on to the next speaker now. We have Devin Hussek, speaker number 41. Devin Hussek.
Devin, your line is open. You can speak.
All right. Good morning, Mayor Stewart and members of City Council. I hope you'll allow me the leeway to say how disappointed I am that a council who claims to champion public engagement has chosen to alienate people by pressuring them to disclose whether they can afford to live in our city. After all, those who are forced to commute to work, volunteer, and patronize our local businesses deserve to have their voice respected as much as I do. Now, for the record, I live close enough to this property that I received an official notice about it in the mail. I suppose this means city policy views my opinion as extra important, though I'm not sure why, as I don't think I'm glowing, I haven't burped any rainbows, and my wife assures me I'm not that special. Like with many things, she's right. As my neighbors received notices too. However, based on the amount that were in the bin by our building's mailboxes, it seems they weren't as interested as I am in the project. Perhaps I'm a bit too committed, as I've attended all of its open house events for this version and the earlier one. Even back then, I felt a taller building was more appropriate for my neighborhood. It's clear that as our province's second largest economic center, it will only continue to add jobs, and it's important to remember the largest is just across Falls Creek, which is lined with many parks that I've used in my backyard. Nonetheless, despite my opinion, that version was cut back from 17 floors to 16. I don't know why that happened, but I can tell you that when I saw the notice for this concept, I let out a little cheer. Frankly, I feel this design is better in every possible way. Maybe it's because I feel self-conscious about my own height, but I think this increase has created the appearance of a slimmer building, which has greatly improved its aesthetic and interaction with its surroundings. More importantly, I value that half of the new homes proposed will be affordable with those with moderate incomes. Obviously, our current healthcare crisis shows the need to create housing near hospitals for doctors, nurses, custodial staff, and others who sacrifice their well-being every day for ours. It's been clear for a while the lack of housing in our city, as the CTV report from 2018 noted nurses were quitting Children's Hospital to avoid the long commute from the suburbs. Yet today, my motive is much more personal, even though I'm a homeowner. My dad was a military veteran who received a pension for the injuries he sustained during his service. Yet he was a renter, and that compensation didn't allow him the ability to find a home in Vancouver. And honestly, at the time, I was fine with that. He lived a couple hours away. It wasn't that bad. My dad died a few weeks ago, and now the idea that he would have been able to afford to rent a home in this building so near to me breaks my heart. Every day we chose to force our loved ones to spend their lives stuck in mind-numbing commutes. We steal from ourselves the precious hours, minutes, and seconds we could have shared with them. That brings real darkness to our lives, not a couple minutes of shadow in the dead of winter. And I know from personal experience that one day we will all live to regret that decision. My time with my parents in my life is over. I can't live in the past, and neither should my neighborhood. Nothing will last forever. The home I own is growing old too, as my strata fees will attest to. If we say it can only be replaced with something that fits into a 1970s context, then neither I nor my peers will have a future in our city. Of course, I would be ignorant to pretend that Fairview wasn't already gentrified. That happened over 40 years ago when the industry along Falls Creek literally burned out. If you look it up, the rents in many nearby buildings today, like those that are nearly 6 decades old in the 1200 block of West 10th Avenue, are several $100s higher than those of the moderate income rental housing program. I know some people are willing to pay for a bit more money to live in a building with a character look. But I doubt that's the case with these simple boxy buildings. I think it's a different thing that draws people to this neighborhood. These buildings certainly represent a period in our city's history, but the artwork on this building will represent a celebration of what our city should be and aspire to. While it may reveal Council's priorities, this application, like the taller Vancouver General Hospital, won't determine the fate of our city, or even the Broadway corridor, but it is one small step to a better future together. For these reasons, for our frontline workers and for our families, both living and gone, I ask you to support this project. Thank you for your time. I don't imagine I have any questions, but I wouldn't mind.
You do, actually. You do have questions. I just wanted to say before I move to Councillor Dominato that we're all very sorry to hear about the loss of your father.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And it's Councillor Dominato, and similarly, I'm very sorry for your loss. My mother had some chronic health disease issues and also struggled with rents in the city. And so I appreciate your reflections there. I was curious, just from your perspective, if you could speak to some of the considerations we've heard from around the size of the units in this proposal and what your thoughts are on that. And obviously you've spoken in support, but just your perspective on that, because we've had different perspectives reflected about, that they're aligned with what we're already seeing in some of the market, or in some cases maybe too small. But I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Of course, Councillor. It's actually rather fitting because I'm grateful that you guys are holding the meeting by and allowing me to phone in, because right now I'm in front of my dad's house in Chilliwack clearing out the estate. So I really appreciate that you've allowed me to call in today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to speak. If there's anything I've learned from this experience, is I think there's a generational difference when we think of what's required for the size of a home. My dad had some antiques and a bunch of stuff, really. In my opinion, obviously, way too much. And yet, for my generation, and I understand why, because I think our parents' generation, the baby boomers, they look at their possessions as their memories. They remind them of things. Whereas my generation, we go out and we have our experiences to remember, and we don't value possessions as much. So we can trade off, instead of a 2,000 square foot house in the suburbs, we're happier to live in a smaller home in downtown Vancouver. We can have the memories. I live in a 2-bedroom place that's just over 800 square feet, and I'm happy there. I'm thrilled to live with my partner because I get to go, instead of going, when I grew up in Chilliwack, I remember having to drive into the city, cross the old Port Mann Bridge, and, spend hours every day in traffic. And I would see the water park at Stanley Park, and, we didn't bring our swimsuits, so we can't go there. And yet my children will be able to grow up a few minutes away from Granville Island, where they can go to the children's market. They can interact with all sorts of kids from around the world, hopefully when times are better. They can go to water parks. They can go down to the beach. It's wonderful. The city is my backyard. It's part of my square footage. It's something we all own, and I take pride in that. So I don't mind having a bit smaller bedroom because I just sleep in there. It's fine with me.
Yeah, it is an interesting perspective in terms of sort of what we value in terms of is it material things or not, and we have such access to digital archiving now as well. But I do appreciate that perspective. I do want to again express my deepest condolences to you. I was in your shoes about 6 months ago, similarly, and very challenging. So thank you for calling in and making the time today.
I thank you for that greatly. And I will just add, I think this building really does a lot for its residents. There are strata buildings that offer far less amenities. That there's, on the very top levels, that there's an amenity accessible to the building's residents, I think just really shows a commitment from, I don't know if it's the applicants or the architects or who, but to really ensuring that, all the residents in the building will have an equal access to an abundance of green space. I really commend them on that.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And that's it for questions. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
I'm going to move to our next speaker. We have Carolyn Krause.
Hello.
Caroline, your line is open. You may speak.
Okay, thank you. My name is Caroline
Hi.
Krause. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak today. And I speak in opposition to the amendment at 2538 Birch Street. My husband and I have lived on the 1200 block of West 7th Avenue since 1985. Our cross streets are alder and birch. Over the years, we have unfortunately witnessed the desecration of Vancouver's beautiful downtown setting. It no longer exists because previous mayors and councils have allowed an excess of unattractive high-rise buildings to be built in the downtown core. The mountains, our most beautiful asset, have virtually disappeared behind a wall of vertical sprawl. The proposed 28-story building on that tiny site at traffic-ridden Broadway and Birch represents the same kind of vertical sprawl and a radical density increase. If approved, this will be the beginning of the end of our very livable Fairview neighborhood because it will open the floodgates to other huge buildings, whereas the average height of tall buildings in our area is 12 stories. I do support increased density, and I do support the 16-story proposal. It will still create affordable rental housing, and it complies with the, and I quote, gentle density increase that we were promised. Among the many negatives of this proposal, I will focus on three, with the first being the most important. First of all, there is no access to a neighborhood school. For 26 years, I was a proud member of the Vancouver School Board, and during the first part of my career, I was a French immersion teacher and consultant. Then I worked as an administrator in 3 inner-city schools in the second part of my career, at Hastings, Lord Selkirk, and Grandview Aquiniku in particular. And I worked with the very families that I am advocating for today. I feel very strongly that every child should have the right to go to his or her neighborhood school. The city's very own guidelines on high-density housing for families with children state that as the primary objective, and I quote, families with children should have reasonable and effective access to essential community services, education being among the most essential. The guidelines further state that the distance between the child's residence and the neighborhood school should be around 0.08 kilometers, or about a 10-minute walk. Among the closest schools are L'École Bilingue and Lord Tennyson, but these are district French immersion schools. Students are chosen by a draw or a lottery system. So the demand is so high that getting a spot in either of these schools is highly unlikely. Falls Creek is also a school that is close by, but it is certainly over capacity at the present time, according to a VSB report on district planning and facilities. And it would be a nightmare walk for parents to have to cross Broadway, go down the steep Birch or Alder streets, and then cross the West 6th Avenue, what I call the Speedway there. Too dangerous for children to do that. Emily Carr has been identified as a neighborhood school, but it is located at 2 kilometers away at Oak and King Edward, meaning a 30-minute walk. The children would have to cross busy Oak Street, and this is also a violation of the city's high-density guidelines. Further, Emily Carr is already over capacity by 9%, and this will rise to 26% over by 2027. I could mention other schools, but there is no point. Let us be clear. There is no neighborhood school for these children, and this will be a hardship for children and families. And my second point is that there is no reasonable access to parks or green spaces, as my colleague Jim Paminter has stated. Every child should have access to a place where they can engage in spontaneous, healthy play. The lack of physical activity can lead to obesity, antisocial behavior, and a host of other issues. I was quite frankly shocked to learn that the proposed playground for 2538 Birch is on the 27th, or I don't know if it's the 27th or the 28th floor. But of all places, would you want your children or grandchildren's play area to be on the 28th floor of a high-rise, especially in the midst of a pandemic or when it is windy and freezing cold outside? Ideally, children should be living no higher up than 6 stories. Otherwise, they lose the ability to develop a meaningful connection to their community and the natural environment, and they certainly should not be playing on the 28th floor of a high-rise. So let us be clear again. Yeah,
just down to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Just hit your,
and so I won't go on to the last point except to say that I'm really concerned about the whole process that's taking place during the COVID pandemic when we're still reeling from that, and we begged for an extension and did not receive it. Okay. But out of respect for children, families,
community, you very much.
Please do the right thing and reject this application.
Thank you very much for your time, and I don't see any questions on the queue, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have Kathleen Emerson. Speaker
Hello.
number 44.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh,
hi there. Yes, I can. Thanks very much.
Okay.
And you have up to
Thank
5
you.
minutes, and it'd be great if you could let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us all this chance to speak. I live a few blocks away from the proposed project. My fellow, opponents have done, I think, a thorough job of talking to the details of things like parks and schools and shadows. I think the thing I just want to, re-impress upon council members is that those who support this building seem to keep reiterating a misinformation that those of us who oppose this project are also against density and also against diversity in our neighborhood and against rental housing. This area is definitely a high rental housing area. I think it's well over the 50%, so we have a history of that and we are supportive of that. I think, and reinforcing that the concern is the height, that the concern is not about more people living in our neighborhood and encouraging people to be taking advantage of active transport and enjoying being able to live in the city. It really is, I think, the council needs to challenge these developers to be more creative in finding density. There are lots of cities around the world, there are lots of other communities around Canada that have been successful in doing that without just taking the easy out, which is let's just go higher. Yes, it's expensive to find the space to do that density, but that's the challenge. And if we really want to make and continue to have our city be this wonderful, livable place, then we need to live up to that challenge, and we need to take that challenge rather than just say, just add more height, just add more height. Yes, packing more people in means that more people have the opportunity to be in the city, but if you downgrade the quality of that living experience for virtually everybody, including the new people that come into the neighborhood, you haven't won. You haven't made it what it could be. And so I'll leave it at that. I just encourage you to encourage developers to do a better job, and don't accept that this is the only way we can have this improvement or increase in density across our city. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and I don't see any questions for you, so I'll be moving on to the next speaker, but thank you very much for calling in today. Let's see now. I've got next on my list speaker number 45, which is Francine Panette-Raymond.
Mayor Stewart, pardon the interruption. Yes. This is the clerk. Yes. Speaker number 45 was identified as an in-person speaker. I have been checking, but we have not seen the speaker yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to speaker number 46, Ian Robertson.
Speaker number 46, Ian Robertson, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Mayor and Council. I've got a presentation. Hello?
Okay. Hi there.
I have a presentation which hopefully should be loading up.
I'll just check and I'll start your timer when the clerks have the presentation up. And there is a slight delay in the public feed, so I'm just waiting for... There we go.
Sure.
Okay, thanks very much. I see it up there now, and I'm going to start your timer. Please go ahead.
Okay. Since I don't see it yet, I'll start talking over it. So yeah, the esteemed planners who are against this tower. Sorry, my name's Ian Robertson. I live a block and a half from the site, so yes, very much in Vancouver. Okay. The planners who are against the tower, who I know and generally respect, are all without exception of the generation for whom planning did serve well. They were able to break the rules when they wanted to, when they needed to, and some have written about this at length in the manner by which they did so. However, it seems that now, when nearly retired, or actually so, the rules suddenly work just fine. Whereas the planners I know who are for the tower are all from the younger generation, often of my generation. And that should tell you something about priorities. This tower might not be the priority of those who have lived comfortably and own in the city, but it and the affordable housing it represents certainly are the priority of those who will do so. Trying to parse context as being only of the street immediately nearby or of the shadowing of comfortably housed incumbent owners is kind of offensive when the true context is a city which is too expensive with too little housing and serves some well but many poorly. Some are comfortable with, please don't also be. Finally, as this was just spoken about at length, showing shadow diagrams without showing existing buildings is disingenuous. Staff have 3D models of all of the buildings in the area, and if shadow studies are to be used, use the ones with actual data, not artificially highlighting the effects of them.
I'm just going to pop in here and just say, if you could just stick to your comments on the merits of the building, not really the motives of others, that would be really helpful. And I have steered other speakers in this direction, so it's not singling you out, but just so, yeah, great. Thanks very much.
Okay. Well, a render showing a flagpole in a field is very different than one showing a flagpole in a forest. So yeah, please have staff do these things with full data, I guess, is my point with that. For the unit sizes, they're limited by MERP policy, and they're small, but hopefully they'll be designed well enough to mitigate their size. And if the city wanted to allow it to the tower to grow further to make the units bigger, please do. So yeah, I'm working in architecture. Full disclosure, I know how hard it is to make MERP math work. I was trying to do a different one, which is now stalled. And that tower required at least 12 stories and more like 14 in an area that was otherwise allowed 5. And it still didn't really work, and therefore it's not going forward. So, you know, these things are hard to make work, and Jameson's done a great job of doing so I give them kudos. The comments which say, oh, let's build two of them, where are they going to get the land from? I mean, if someone wants to give free land, great, but without doing so, the comment doesn't really work. You know, this is one site being done by one person in the way that they can. They can't do it any other way. They have to make the project work for them. So if you want to click through the slides, please. So because I work in architecture, I can use 3D stuff too. I wanted to look at what the effects would be. So I guess it's a delay going through the slide. So
it is.
And you
just
down
have a
8th
minute
Street.
left, just so you know.
Okay. So going down 8th Street. The slides can just click through quite quickly. They're not going yet. Okay. You can basically never see the tower. I looked at every single intersection from Willow over to Birch. Only at Birch can you actually see it at an intersection. Outside my front door, you can't see it at all. This view being shown right now is very similar to one which a speaker yesterday showed, and they show this big orange blob. It's not really all that correct. The slides can just keep going. They're not there. So instead of the big orange blob, that's actually a more representative view. So this is the view from Charleston Park. You can see how small, if you can actually tell which is the tower, you're doing well. These are the views going down 8th Street, and you'll notice that you never see the tower. If you never see the tower, its shadow never sees you. So this is at Laurel, I still don't see the tower. And so all these doom and gloom projections of having their views, you know, having their world in perpetual darkness.
And you are out of time now.
Sure. It can't happen if the tower can't see you, basically.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. And you don't have any questions, so I'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much for your time today.
Sure.
We have speaker number 47 is Ann Creaser.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ann Creaser, and I oppose the second rezoning of Birch. The word concern is misleading. And to be clear, I am not a friend, associate consultant, building manager, or agent connected with the applicant. I live in a multi-residential building in Fairview. This tight area has graciously shouldered most of the density burden in Vancouver together with downtown. There is a map showing this. And there are already 19 other buildings started or approved between Birch and Burrard, which include over 6,000 rental units. We are not NIMBY. 16 floors of rentals is plenty. Birch is seeking to ignore livability, reasonable scale, guiding themes of the Broadway Plan, good planning principles, the zoning freeze, and to avoid the real cost of absorbing density for a paltry 58 undersized units. Livability is access to sunlight, clear sky, open sky, quiet and decently sized units. This quality of life is lost gradually by each single cut, which causes all surrounding land values and rental prices to inflate. That is the price the community pays for spot zoning and speculation, focused on developer metrics instead of people. This is a typical Vision Vancouver bad deal for which they were shown the door. The theme of a recent council motion was recalibrating, and moderate forms of housing with connection to community are preferred, not a vast tower on a busy, smoggy, noisy street where you can't even open your windows nor sleep at night. A recent mayor's survey on housing showed broad rejection of towers. Vancouverites want decent rents and nice, safe communities, not excessive height. You were on the right track with modest 6-story buildings in RMRT zones. It's a deeply contentious project because the cost of community livability is steep and permanent. It defies good planning, which specifies lower height between stations and that a MERP building should fit neighborhood context. Instead, it is stuck on a rise with a shadow equivalent to a 42 building, which planners call a pig in space. Excessive height on Broadway is considered a problem, shadowing north slopes badly. This building shades out common amenity spaces like parks, the seawall, markets, and communities, and shade promotes mold and slippery hills in the winter. It defies a guiding theme of the Broadway plan. Fair access to sunlight was critical. Just 5 such projects would shade a broad area from Molson's to Charleston Park and even across beyond Sunset Beach and Pacific. And 2 of these giants are already in works, with a third vying for attention. Building impact can't be viewed in isolation. The collective result is unacceptable, which is why Broadway planning matters. Ultimately, towers are not sustainable longer term. They cost a fortune to maintain beyond what reasonable rents can ever achieve. Just scaffolding and elevators alone break the bank. Adequate trades aren't even available, and future insurability is seriously in question. Financial efficiency occurs solely at the build stage. Whether it is STIR, Rental 100, or MERP, eventually the true maintenance costs will inflate the preset rental limits. Mr. Papajam admitted yesterday building expense affects their ability to deliver reasonable rents, so that applies ongoing too. Does it make sense to choose the most expensive land for affordable housing, which then derives excessive height? The Carriolis report to council was clear that's a bad choice. We can do better for all with modest, livable 4 to 6 stories spread more equitably with less impact. And last time I looked, the Broadway plan goes all the way to 16th, and further south is devoid of density at solely 2 floors. COVID is now a permanent game changer. Proximity to downtown is less critical, and corporations know this too. We can work elsewhere from home at cheaper rental rates in livable units within a community, and we actually need a bit more space for our office. Yaletown is experiencing crime and safety concerns. It's not the urban utopia they were promised. Why would we repeat that poor planning? The city needs to recalibrate and build the tower form residents find livable. 16 stories is not nothing, and MERF should not be a rubber stamp to skirt sound planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in, and there are no questions for you. Thanks so much. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have speaker number 48, Shannon Tolleson.
Speaker 48, Shannon Tolleson, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Shannon Tolleson, and I live in Vancouver. I am in support of the rezoning application at 2538 Birch Street. I've never participated in one of these meetings before, so please bear with me. As a renter in Vancouver, I'm acutely familiar with the shortage of affordable and market rate rental homes in the city, particularly for family-sized housing. The city's presentation last night showed that the average income required to afford the average newer West Side 2-bedroom rental home is over $122,000. The median household income in Vancouver is about $72,000. So this means that on average, a renter household would need to make about 68% more than the median household income to afford a 2-bedroom home. This tracks very closely with my own experience last year trying to find a 2-bedroom apartment in the city. I'm especially enthusiastic about this proposed building for 3 reasons. First and most importantly is the location. It's being built on the site of the old Denny's. As a result, this is a fantastic opportunity to make additional progress toward the city's rental housing goals without any displacement of residents or businesses, and to relieve pressure on the rental market. 258 new households will move into these new homes, freeing up their old places for others to move into, and so on. Second, this development includes 2- and 3-bedroom apartments, which are desperately needed, even if they are on the small side. The fact that an average 2-bedroom rental on the west side costs over $1,000 more per month than an average 1-bedroom rental is evidence of the supply shortage of family-sized housing. Never mind the cost differential between 1 and 3 bedroom apartments, which is nearly $2,000 difference. Third, I work in the office building directly across the street, so I spend a lot of time at this exact intersection, and I'm invested in the future of this neighborhood. I would absolutely love to be able to make room for more new neighbors here who will invest their lives and livelihoods in the street, in its businesses, and in our community. I would also like to quickly respond to a couple of the objections I've heard from other speakers. The first one is schools. The lack of schools, in my opinion, is not a reason to block more housing. It's a reason that we desperately need to build more schools as well as more housing. I just don't think it's a good reason to not build these badly needed homes. I also think that the presence of a new shadow isn't a good reason to block this project. In fact, this project will create 28 floors worth of units that are receiving sunlight on the south side, and some future residents may not have had access to that before. People who live on the north slope of a steep hill have already chosen to live somewhere that doesn't get much winter sunlight in the first place. When we needed a new home last year, I specifically searched for an apartment near my office in Fairview, but unfortunately could not find one that was available that worked for us. I wish this building had existed then. I am in strong support of this rezoning proposal because this neighborhood will win when we create more new homes and welcome more new neighbors. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to participate virtually, which has made it possible for me to join you this morning.
Thanks very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Hi there.
Thank you.
You stated that you work across the street. Do you work in the property development industry?
No, I don't.
Do you work in a related industry?
No, I work in the health industry, tangentially.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions. So thanks very much for calling in today, and thanks for participating for your first time. It's great to have new people in on these public hearings. Thank you. We have Linda Tierney.
Pardon the interruption, Mayor
Yes.
Stewart. I do see two councillors wishing to ask questions on the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had, they're pretty late, but I have Councillor, I'm not sure if the caller is still there. But
can you hear
I
me?
do have, you still here? Okay, I have Councillor Weave on the, go ahead, Councillor Weave, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, you talked a couple times about how this project could deliver more to the neighborhood. I'm just wondering if you think if we approve projects like this, we might be able to see the Midtown Greenway on 8th Avenue built and a grocery store and other amenities start to come to the neighborhood if we start to accept projects like this. Is that kind of the message you were trying to provide today?
I don't know if that's the exact message, but I certainly agree with that. I think the more people who live here, the street, my experience being on this Broadway in particular, not as much the side streets, but Broadway is a lot of businesses and not a lot of residences. And I think having more people living along the street will hopefully spur more development of public amenities.
Okay, thanks so much for coming today.
Thank you. Just going to check here, and that's it for questions. So thank you very much for calling in. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is, Linda Tierney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Linda Tierney. I live in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition of this amended proposal. I'm a renter, and I've lived on Alder Street for the past 5 years, just a few blocks from the proposed site. One of the benefits of the Fairview area, and a big reason why I love it here, is that it's quiet and not overcrowded. This really facilitates a sense of community, and I've really enjoyed getting to know the familiar faces of my neighborhood that I see every day. As another speaker noted yesterday, overdensification of a local community actually dissuades people from making these meaningful connections. I strongly disagree also that this area should be considered an extension of downtown or that should be something to strive for. I know that I would be deeply saddened if this area became an additional concrete jungle in that sense. While many people have accurately noted that that unaffordability is a big issue in Vancouver and suggested that this building will help mitigate that, I would argue that because this specific area comprises many older buildings that are actually less expensive to rent overall within the city, any new development of this magnitude is particularly those that imagine entire families of 3 or 4 people living within 750 square feet. It actually adds to this unaffordability problem in the long term, because although a fraction of the building will be subsidized, it's encouraging low rises in the future, many of which are currently reasonably affordable in the context of Vancouver, to be rezoned and sold to the highest bidder down the road. And this is, something that I personally worry about in the future, living in an affordable low-rise building here. And I see this as being the start of a domino effect. Although I've lived in Vancouver for 12 years now, I grew up in White Rock, and this is very similar to what happened in the Uptown area there. Despite a lot of public opposition, high-rise building was approved with the promise that it would not set a precedent going forward. And there are now, of course, many more. There are many more under construction there, and they're much higher than the initial 17-floor building that was built. And it's really completely changed the cozy small town aesthetic of that community. Traffic has become a huge issue, parking in particular, but really beyond that, it's just kind of negatively reimagined what that community, what it was all about. Its charm and its character was compromised in an effort to create density. And I see this building at Birch Street as the beginning of the same issue. The arguments in favor of this amendment ignore that emotional element that a lot of us really care about. We care about maintaining the sense of community, and it matters to us in a more real-world sense, living here and knowing our neighbors and being able to help each other out. A high-rise here makes sense for renters from a numbers standpoint, but if densifying the area comes at the cost of its innate qualities, then the strategy is flawed, and it actually doesn't make sense in the long term. The livability and character of Fairview will be compromised by a high-rise of this height. So we can all agree that Vancouver needs more affordable rental housing, but if we build it in a way that diminishes the appeal of the entire area itself, we're actually being very short-sighted. Densification is a good thing, but only when it is done thoughtfully. And I see this 28-floor building as not being representative of that. And that's all I have to say on that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in, and there are no questions for you, so I'll just thank you, and I'll move on to the next speaker. We have speaker number 50 is Tristan Dyke.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a renter in the Fairview area, and I oppose the 28-floor rezoning at this site. I think that the city should proceed with the approved 16-floor development. We do need the extra rental space, but I don't think that it should be at the expense of the neighborhood's character. The thing that makes Fairview desirable is its character. Through this hearing, there's been a lot of discussion from the developer about their feeling of social responsibility, and not a lot of discussion about the business case behind almost doubling the height of the building. And I think that everybody has to keep it in mind that this is, without a doubt, a business decision. It's great if there are some affordable units in this building. The vast majority of them are not affordable based on the average annual income of Vancouver residents. So this is not a charitable endeavor, it is a business case. I found it interesting to hear some of the small business owners that spoke that believe that they that their employees would benefit from this housing. Many of them outlined what their employees earn per year, and it became apparent that, any one of these businesses on their own would occupy from 30% to 100% of the below market value rental units in this building. So what we're talking about is a building that one or two small restaurants in the area would occupy all of the affordable housing. That doesn't really seem like a real solution to our problems. If you think about the fact that the argument is that you're on an economic corridor, a business corridor, the second largest one in BC. Think about all the businesses, think about all the employees. If one or two small restaurants could use up all the affordable housing, you haven't solved anything. And because of that, I don't think that there's not enough justification for such a large building if it really does not solve the problem. The city allows the construction of low-density luxury apartments and other developments in similarly positioned areas. There's the Chateau Laurier project at 23rd or 24th and Oak, and right in my neighborhood, a couple hundred meters away and only 450 meters from this proposed development, there's the Soda development, which is a 4-story, single apartment per floor luxury building. I question the drive to maximize the use of this property in such an extreme way if we gladly squander other valuable land. It seems like a more holistic approach to city planning should be taken. In summary, let's not try to solve the city's rental issues with this one ineffective building while ruining the character of our neighborhood. It seems to me that we should spread the love, maintain the desirable characteristics of neighborhoods, and work towards a more well-rounded housing solution. That's all for me. Thanks.
Thanks for calling in, and I don't see any councillors on the list to ask you questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is speaker number 51, Mark Pope. Just where we're getting Mr. Pope on the line, Council, just a reminder that we'll be breaking at noon for lunch and coming back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Pope.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Up to 5 minutes, please, whenever you get a chance.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just wanted to note briefly that, especially during the last speaker, some of the audio was a little strange on our end. If, I don't know,
sometimes
whoever is working tech wants to make sure that all the audio is equalized, I think that a lot of us listening would appreciate that.
Yeah, sometimes it's the caller's line, and there's sometimes it's the caller's line, and there's not really much we can do about that. So,
understand.
Thanks for bearing with us. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. So I live at 12th and Alder. It's just 3 blocks from the new development. And, well, as I've been listening to both the planners speak and then the developer speak and then all the people speak at the hearing, I've worked and reworked through what I want to say a number of times. And at first I really wanted to sort of impress a lot of the issues I've seen from the opposition. Sorry, I didn't clarify. I am strongly in support of this. A lot of the opposition, especially on a certain website called 28fours.com that was cited by another caller just a couple speakers ago, a lot of that has some rather racist, segregationist material in it. And I've noticed.
Just again, caller, caller, we're actually not talking about the people. We're talking about the project here. So just want to steer you in that direction. Yeah, that's okay. If we could talk about the kind of merits of the project, that would be great.
Absolutely. Point is, as I've heard this hearing progress, with the overwhelming support, especially last night from my fellow Fairview residents, I've felt those concerns subside. This building has innumerable and overwhelming benefits, as the planners, the experts in this, have detailed to both council and all of us. So there were just a couple points that I feel like maybe the planners they kind of skipped over or they thought would be understood by people, but judging by a lot of the concerns that I've heard raised, I think might still be present. So the foremost among these is the shadows. You've heard a number of people sort of portraying the shadow as like sort of this immutable block that would be cast over the neighborhood. But, I mean, if any of you have been in downtown before, you know that thanks to our heavily glass architecture and sort of the nature of the way that shadows work with diffraction and the way that ambient light casts around in the atmosphere, it's not like you're in a cave. There are plenty of parts of downtown that never receive direct sunlight, and they are plenty bright. So I feel like that being the largest concern is relatively baseless. Combine that with a couple of speakers ago who pointed out that the building would not cast a shadow over much of the district nearly to the extent that it was portrayed before, due to other buildings already casting shadows in the same place. And I think that is completely inconsequential. Similarly to this, I feel like a lot of the concern about this development here centers around neighborhood character. I am a Fairview resident. I love Fairview. And I think that the character of Fairview is one of, it is an adapting place, and it is a place that enjoys the sort of growth and change that comes from being so close to downtown. So even if this building is quite a stark departure from our history, I think that the very character of the neighborhood is what allows that to be so beneficial. That is our character. And then, again, I'm listing out a couple points here that I've noticed. There was a concern about children living in the neighborhood and the accessibility of housing or of schools to the new housing. Well, currently, no children live there, so it's not as though anybody is being displaced. I think that parents can make a decision about where they want their children to live and how they want them to be raised. All the concerns about children having play areas up high being unhealthy, that's completely unfounded and unscientific. So there was another point saying that we should just build more houses. I am not sure if those people were aware, but land is a little bit expensive in Vancouver. And even beyond that, we need to build our density in places where they can be best serviced by amenities and transit. You can't build a 28-story building in the middle of Shaughnessy. There's no way for people to get around. They'd have to have cars that would add to traffic. It would be terrible. So by building this in a perfect location, as the second to last speaker last night mentioned, truly, I think that was the retired planner last night, if council recalls. He was extraordinary, and if I could only throw my support behind him, I would.
Okay, thanks. And we're at the 5 minutes. So just wanted to thank you for. That's okay. Thanks for participating today. And we have no questions from council, so I am going to move on to the next speaker. But thanks very much for participating today. We have next speaker number 52, Anthony Cotter.
The city moderator has sent an email reminder. Anthony has not called in yet.
Okay, thanks very much for that.
Mayor Stewart, it's the clerk here as well. Yes. The city clerk's office received word that Mr. Cotter was withdrawing his registration.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move to the next speaker, Ian Poole. Speaker number 53, Ian Poole.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks very much. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ian Poole, and I've lived in Vancouver for 10 years. I oppose the rezoning proposal for this 28-story building, but I do support the approved 16-story rezoning and the 153 rental units that it will provide. I oppose the rezoning for 28 stories for the following reasons. My first concern is regarding the Broadway plan. Since the Broadway plan is currently in progress, the approval of the 28-story building at this time takes a cart before the horse approach. The Broadway plan timeline on the City of Vancouver website indicates that the form and refinement of the Broadway plan will not be completed until mid-2021. So the approval of this 28-story building at this time interferes with the research and public consultation that is currently being conducted. The potential approval of the rezoning for the 28-story building should only happen after the Broadway plan has been approved, because the choice to set a precedent with the 28-story building at this time would damage the Broadway planning process. Furthermore, if this rezoning were to be approved now, it would lead citizens like me to question why we had even been invited to be part of the public consultation process for the Broadway plan, since it is such a precedent-setting and controversial development. Simply, it would call into question the integrity of the city's public consultation process. My second point is that the 28-story development is out of character with the neighborhood. Citizens that live along the Broadway corridor in the neighborhoods close to 2538 Birch Street are opposed to the rezoning for the 28-story building, which I saw personally in the Broadway plan workshops and information meetings that I attended. The approval of this 28-story building would set a precedent for density and building height that are completely out of character with the existing density and building height. This would undoubtedly open the door for more skyscrapers to be built right in these exact neighborhoods where residents are voicing their opposition to such types of zoning. This 28-story building and the precedent it sets for more skyscrapers will forever change the neighborhood, making it more and more like a downtown neighborhood. Residents of the area did not choose to live in downtown or in a downtown type of neighborhood, but rather chose to live in the moderate density that it provides. While I do support increased density and the inclusion of rentals and affordable housing, these goals can be accomplished without ruining the character or livability of the neighborhood. In fact, the zoning of the 16-story building is a wonderful way to accomplish these goals. My third concern is regarding public schools in the area. As a public school educator in the VSB, I take time to pay attention to issues that relate to education in schools. My concern here is in regards to the lack of appropriate infrastructure in the neighborhood to support this development. Even though there is a school named L'École Bilingue Elementary in the neighborhood, which was referenced by city staff in their referral report, it is an appropriate school for many families because it is an immersion school. Instead, any families with children that move into this new development would see their children attending Emily Carr Elementary, which is the regular English language catchment school, and it happens to be 1.7 kilometers from the development. Now, 1.7 kilometers does not sound very far. However, on the City of Vancouver website, we can read a document entitled High Density Housing for Families with Children Guidelines, and it is used to guide site development and project planning for family housing development. And it specifies that such development should only be a maximum of 0.8 kilometers away from the school. So what we see here is that families in this new development would almost be 1 kilometer further beyond the maximum distance from their school, violating the city's own guidelines for such developments. So in summary, the approval of this rezoning application would undermine the Broadway plan process. It is not supported by residents in the surrounding neighborhoods, and it is not sufficiently supported by the neighborhood school infrastructure. For these reasons, I oppose this 28-story building. Please reject this zoning application. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in. You don't have any questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
And thank you. We have number 54, Janice Hamilton.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks very much. You have up to 5 minutes. Hi, you have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry, I don't mean to shout at you. I can hardly hear you. The speakers come through fine, but Mayor, your voice is very faint.
Okay.
I have some slides. Are they available, please? I have 2 slides.
Okay, I'm just checking. Whenever they're up, I'll start your timer.
They are coming up on the screen now, Mayor Stewart.
Great. I can see them, so I'm going to start your timer, speaker. Please go ahead.
Slide 1 can start. My name is Janice Hamilton. I live in South Granville as a renter at my current location for 21 years. Imagine that. I work with nonprofit organizations, and I am in favor of creating more affordable rental housing and thoughtfully planned density. I support actually improving the Broadway corridor. We can use that. I am fine with the approved rezoning at 2538 Birch for 16 stories and the 153 welcome units. It won't displace anybody, and that seems reasonable. But I firmly opposed the rezoning for 28 stories. It does not deliver enough. The possibility of 58 moderate income rental units should not be traded for the economic and social impact it'll have on the thousands who already live here. This is a picture of my library you're looking at. You'll see it's South Granville. There are trees, there are gardens and space, creating a sense of calm. People of all ages are connected, chatting on corners, walking, cycling, people with kids and families out, all create vibrancy. Even in winter, the light and the sunshine reach the street level thanks to the abundance of low and mid-rise buildings that this area is known for. We are a large neighborhood of renters who also have some condos in the mix. People move and stay here because of these qualities, and I don't want to live among downtown towers anywhere, and so I live here on purpose. Livability is important to me. Slide 2, please. Well, what can affect this, I wonder? Slide 2, a 28-story skyscraper being proposed in our midst, standing alone, shockingly, in the absence of a comprehensive community plan. I don't see my slide 2. There is something, are you there?
Yes, I am. Just
okay.
There's a little delay with the slides, so.
Oh, okay, that's great. It's the absence of the comprehensive community plan that really makes me feel something is amok. This application preempts the Broadway plan. It's a spot rezoning. It jumps ahead a thoughtful, consultative process that is supposed to inform the design, the look and feel, height, scale, density, and so on of our neighborhood. It will help manage growth, so I wonder, how can such a deviation for this area, there is, be considered at this time? You were supposed to have a plan first. It does not meet the MERP requirements as they built farms, must respect transitions to surroundings and homes. Vastly out of context for the area, it's simply too big. It would be the tallest on Broadway, sitting there all by itself. 28 floors at the top of Broadway's Fairview slopes will cast shadows over people and businesses all over Broadway, down the slopes, over to Science Road and Kitsilano. We'll have the height equivalent to 42, someone said earlier, 44-story building. That's a lot in the darkest months. Multiple neighborhoods will be impacted by this building. The Broadway plan is needed before imposing such long-term impact. Saying this won't set a precedent is simply not believable. Of course it'll open the way for higher towers. That's already out there. The Broadway corridor can use some lovely buildings, but it can be done without towers that disconnect people from their communities. The report neglects to mention the overwhelming community opposition to the development itself in the midst of the planning process. In participating in the Broadway plan workshops and surveys in the city's open house for this project, I consistently hear opposition from residents, not about affordable rental buildings. It's about towers in their neighborhoods and this tower height specifically. Surveys have told you that, as have the comments that have gone into for this hearing. The report cites parks and schools, but underestimates the distance to both, neither in keeping with the city's Greenest Action Plan and the high-density housing for families with children guidelines. Too far away, and the 2 elementary schools cited by the VSB are already full. Lastly, the question of affordability catches my attention. If this is built, 200 of the units, some with the best views, will be rented at premium prices, not exactly affordable. Then there is the cost to us of millions in lost revenues from waiving the fees and levies, money that could be used in the city's budget to enhance our already strained local infrastructure. Finally, the threat to the large existing stock and thousands of renters is real. If this rezoning passes, new heights will increase property values and taxes. Rental buildings will sell for redevelopment and gentrification proceeds. Existing renters and aging in place will become mere concepts. In the end, this is a plan that will result in a reduced social capital and reduced affordability. Right here, I can handle change, but displacement of renters does not support livability goals. I ask you to oppose this rezoning.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have Councillor Swanson with a question for you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you for coming.
Sorry, I can hardly hear you.
Is this any better?
There you go.
Yes,
That's better.
slightly. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not old. I just can't hear you. Yes,
well, I
go ahead.
am. So anyway, you talked about gentrification and displacement. So I'm wondering if you could expand on your fears around that.
Well, it's reality. I don't think it's fears. It's concerns, and it's part of the cycle of development that one sees in neighborhoods. One can read about, one can experience. I can see it already going on in a little bit, to some degree, around the city. And I have, the old rent eviction situation among friends and so on. So that is serious, and it also is serious is the aging in place issue, where landlords raise their rents when they get increased taxes and increased expenses. That's allowed. They have to. They can outprice those of us living here. They also can sell for redevelopment, which will likely, quite frankly, in my estimation anyway, become condos, not rentals. The money isn't made in rentals. And so we get more and more condos in our area, less and less building stock. Our rental building stock, as you know, in this area is very large. It's been existing for years. And the structures, as I say, are low and allow lots of light and all that jazz and space. But back to gentrification, people shouldn't have to move out of where they love because developer cycles have started. That's what I mean.
Do you have any idea what the average rents are in the rental units close to that Birch and Broadway proposal?
Well, I know what I pay. I'm just 3 blocks away. And in my building, the one bedrooms go for between sort of just under 2,000, 1,800 perhaps, and maybe not quite that much, maybe 16. 2 bedrooms are upwards of 2,400. I happen to be in a large, older building with good space, good windows. I don't know what the smaller, different units would be. I'm not an expert in real estate here.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking to us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to the next speaker. We have Margot Nicholas, speaker number 55, Margot Nicholas.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome, okay. My name is Margot Nicholas, and I am against this recommendation. I'm an owner who has lived at Fairview Slopes at 8th and Spruce for 15 years, and I love the feel of my neighborhood and the sense of community it has. The Broadway corridor is a community of mid-level high-rises. It is not downtown, and this building does not fit with the character of the neighborhood. It is too large and tall, sets a precedence for future buildings. There will be significant shadow cast, and at the elevation of the location, it will appear taller than many skyscrapers downtown. I do not see how the offering of commercial business space in this building is unique. It is possible to include space for amenities to benefit the entire neighborhood in mid-rise buildings. In fact, recent mid-size builds are already doing this. The small outdoor space and play area on top of this large building is not sufficient for its size and the number of residents it will house. And at the height of 28 stories, it will be windy and bitterly cold in the winter and blistering hot in the summer. And once again, this could be done at mid-rise height with much better conditions to enjoy the outdoors. I attended the City Lab for the Broadway plan with hope that the character of the neighborhood would be a major consideration. I was pleased to see the park board represented and wanting to include safe, family-friendly open spaces in the plan. This mayor and council were elected by the residents of Vancouver with the expectation there would be thoughtful plans for city development that honored the already existing neighborhoods. If you put this building up before the Broadway corridor plan is realized, you will eliminate the opportunity to explore all the possibilities for this neighborhood. before they have had a chance to be proposed. I was hopeful for some open areas with benches where you could stop and say hello to a neighbor, and increase sidewalk space to allow for restaurant patios. Those are the kinds of spaces that encourage its time outdoors, which naturally drives interaction with local businesses and creates a sense of community. If some spaced out moderate high-rises were needed and placed in a thoughtful way, I would not be against it. But 28 stories is too tall and not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I understand and support the need for increased density, and I want to see more moderate income housing. But this building is a short-term answer that sacrifices so many possibilities. One building with a small number of moderate housing is not the answer to a city housing crisis. Good city planning and development is. If you do this, it cannot be undone, and developers will be able to push through high-rises using the new rezoning law. We will end up with a wall of towers shadowing a once bright and airy neighborhood. Please give us a chance to create a neighborhood to be proud of, that other cities will look at as an example of how urban planning can be done well. I support the previous approved plan for a 16-story building. I strongly oppose the new proposal for a 28-story building.
Thank you very much for calling in. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And speaker number 56 is Sean Nardi.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi there.
You can hear me okay?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Actually, I have a slide, Mr. Mayor, if I can just make sure that that's up before I start.
Sure. Absolutely. Yes, it's up now.
Wonderful. Mr. Mayor, councillors, my name is Sean Nardi and I live in Vancouver. I oppose this 28-story rezoning and I support the approved 16-story rental building. I've analyzed hundreds of pages of city documents, several acquired through Freedom of Information requests. This analysis shows 3 serious flaws with this application. Number 1, staff initially rejected this application due to conflicts with the Broadway plan, then shortly after, accepted the application without having resolved these concerns. Number 2, the application failed to meet critical deadlines to comply with Policy 1 of the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. And number 3, Council referred this to public hearing based upon incorrect information that staff provided at the June 9th, 2020 Council meeting. These flaws have had the effect of prejudicing the outcome of the Broadway Plan, disqualifying this application from coming forward at this time, undermining Council, and eroding the public's faith in the integrity of city processes. Let's take a closer look at these flaws. Flaw number 1. The city's established practice is to limit new rezoning applications during a significant planning process so as not to upset the planning program with rezonings which seek to set new directions or preclude options. With this in mind, on March 19, 2018, staff told the applicant that its MERP application would not be considered. 1 month later, staff reported to Council that the MERP C3A proposals, including this one, quote, raise concerns around Broadway corridor planning and land speculation and request too much density and height, close quote. Despite these concerns, on June 12th, the applicant was invited into MERP based, according to staff, on progress made on the Broadway corridor planning, even though the initiative wasn't approved by Council until 8 days later. Moreover, a month and a half later, Holly Sobdi advised Lisa King that the Broadway plan wouldn't launch until January 2019. And almost a year and a half later, John Grottenberg reported to you that staff still weren't in a position to provide advice on density, height, and form of development for the Broadway plan. Many residents have shared concerns about this building preempting the Broadway plan. Why did staff, who clearly shared the same concerns, advance this project when these concerns had not been resolved and wouldn't be resolved until the Broadway plan was finished? These actions are contradictory and illogical. Flaw number 2. The applicant submitted its MERP application on February 16, 2018, and on March 19, staff advised that this application would not be considered based on concerns relating to the Broadway plan process. 2 months later, Dan Garrison wrote, quote, Graham drafted a letter based on the previous MERP response letter. If we send this letter, we would not have to amend the interim rezoning policy to enable this site to proceed during the Broadway corridor planning. We could go ahead because it has received a positive response to an inquiry, close quote. On June 20th, Council approved the Broadway planning program and interim rezoning policy, and 35 days later, the applicant submitted its rezoning inquiry. Staff claimed that this application is eligible to proceed during the Broadway plan under the interim rezoning policy, policy number 1. But according to the policy's language, that is patently false. The applicant's rezoning inquiry was received 35 days after the interim rezoning policy was passed. Staff also claimed that this application is allowed to proceed because it had been accepted into MERP before the interim rezoning policy was approved, and that MERP is included in the quote-unquote spirit of the policy. This was staff's interpretation of the policy, which is not disclosed to Council, and to date no unequivocal legal opinion has been provided to you or to the public, clearly stating that the Policy 1 exception includes MERP applications. MERP was passed by Council 7 months before the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. If staff and Council had intended Policy 1 exceptions to include MERP applications, then why didn't they include MERP in the language of Policy 1? Moreover, if MERP applications were a sufficient substitute for the rezoning inquiry requirement of Policy 1, then why did staff direct the applicant to do a rezoning inquiry afterward? There are multiple contradictions here that just simply don't make sense. Flaw number 3. At the June 9, 2020 Council meeting, Teresa O'Donnell stated, quote, Councillor Hardwick, to your question, this was an active zoning inquiry prior to the date, so it does meet that test, close quote. This was false, as Ms. O'Donnell's own correspondence clearly shows that the rezoning inquiry was received on July 25, 2018, 35 days after the interim rezoning policy was approved. Accordingly, there was no active rezoning policy, there was no active zoning inquiry at the time the interim rezoning policy was approved, and therefore the application does not qualify for an exception under Policy 1. This should have been made clear to Council at the June 9th meeting. In summary, there are 3 significant reasons why you should reject this rezoning application. Both staff and the public agree that it conflicts with the Broadway planning program. It does not qualify for an exception under Policy 1 of the interim rezoning policy, and unbeknownst to you, it was referred to public hearing based upon incorrect information from staff. The preceding information is not my opinion. These are irrefutable facts that come entirely from City and Council documents. They show that this is a deeply flawed application that has been mishandled. Based on this, I ask you to reject this rezoning application. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. And you have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Nardi. And since I'm cited in your commentary, I can also confirm that my review of the process has confirmed for me that it's flawed. And I guess since I'm agreeing with you that it's been a flawed process, I just want to confirm a couple of points with you. One is, are you okay with the existing rezoning on that property at 16 stories?
Yes, I do support the 16-story approved building. Okay.
And would you've stated that your recommendation is that we do not approve this, but we have several different approaches that we can take. In addition, one of those would be referring this back to the Broadway plan, or I think we have 3 different options that we can follow as a council. Between just rejecting outright and referring, do you have any opinion on various different options that council might take?
Yes, I mean, at a very minimum, I would recommend to council that this, at a minimum, be deferred until after the Broadway plan is completed. However, with all due respect to staff, from the research that I have done, I do have significant doubts about the integrity of the Broadway planning process now, because several of the documents that I received show correspondence between people staff that are involved in the Broadway planning program that were also involved in this development. And so I'm concerned that their influence on the Broadway plan may intermingle between the two. For instance, there's one quote in which Mr. Holly Sovdi is reported to have been strongly in favor of this building, and also have thought to have been said that they should have been asking for more height. And Mr. Sovdi is heavily involved in the Broadway planning program. So I'm very concerned that staff are not approaching the Broadway planning program, despite all of the workshops and interactions that have already occurred, that staff are not approaching it with complete impartiality.
I'm just going to step in there. I'm just going to step in there. We don't want to question the integrity of staff, especially with a process that has nothing to do with this building. We are dealing with this application. So thanks. I do respect your quoting documents, and that's fine. But we're just supposed to combine our comments to this particular project and not comment on anybody's motives or integrity. So thanks. Councillor Hardwick, do you have any
yes,
questions?
thank you. You referred to a legal opinion or a lack thereof. Could you elaborate? I just want to make sure I've got this right.
Sorry, and I'm just going to stop the timer here at Council because we are at 1:59, and I just need a motion to extend just to finish the speaker for about 2 minutes.
Motion to extend to finish the speaker.
Seconder?
Aye.
Thanks. And yeas and nays. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you. Okay, please continue, Councillor Hardwick. Just 2 minutes left.
Yeah, my question is about the legal opinion and elaborating on your knowledge there.
Yes, thank you for your question. We have received a quote-unquote legal opinion via Mr. Johnson. However, our concerns are that the legal opinion discussed council's power to refer, which is not in dispute. It also discussed that this policy is not binding on council. However, the issue here is not policy's influence on council nor council's interpretation of the policy. Rather, it is a specific liberty that staff took in relation to the policy without consulting council. The legal opinion also reported that the law department said that staff's conclusions were, quote, not unresponsible. But this is hardly a glowing review of the interpretation that was made by staff, nor a clear opinion on Policy 1. Finally, I mean, all of this falls short of providing a definitive legal opinion on whether or not Policy 1 includes MERP applications, which raises the obvious question, if staff's interpretation was in agreement with Policy 1, why are the opinions that we've seen so far from the Law Department and Mr. Johnson so vague and evasive? The answer is because Policy 1 does not contemplate MERP applications, and staff interpreted the policy very liberally without consulting council, which both undermines the policy and council's authority.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And that's it for questions from you. Thank you very much for calling in today. Council, we are now going to take a break until 1 o'clock. Just so you know, I won't be chairing after. I'll be away till 3 because I have TransLink business that I have to attend. I believe Councillor Fry is chairing. Is that correct, Clerk?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Okay, thanks. But I will be back at 3. Thanks so much, everyone, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock, where we will start with speaker number 59. Thanks very much, and see you at 3. But 1 o'clock back here for this with Councillor Fry's chair.
speaker number 59 withdrawn. Ben. I believe we ended with speaker 56, Sean Nardi.
Yes, that is correct, Chair Fry. And 57 has withdrawn, 58 has withdrawn, and we would call for 59 next. I'm not sure that the person is on the line.
Okay, so are we waiting on 59 or are we skipping to 60?
You would call for 59 first, yes.
Okay.
59 has not joined. The city moderator has sent a reminder, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay. And we have speaker number 60 on the line.
We do. One moment, please. Mike, your line is open. Caller 60, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm just doing a sound check before I get going. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Speaker number 60, Mike Ben.
Yes, that's me. Thank you. Well, I guess not. Thank you very much, Council, for taking my comments. I call in to voice my support for this 28-floor rezoning. I am a resident of Vancouver and have been for the past 18 years. This building will provide much-needed rental stock to the city. It is in an ideal location along the future Broadway subway line and an ideal spot for a dense, transit-oriented development. But beyond voicing my strong support, I must admit I find some of the debate and discussion in this hearing truly depressing. First off, density is not a dirty word. It should be encouraged by this mayor and this council. Density creates walkable, bikeable, vibrant, diverse, interesting, and environmental sustainable communities. Second, I'd like to remind council that this city is facing two crises, a local affordability crisis and two, a global climate crisis. Vancouver is constantly rated one of the most unaffordable, if not the most unaffordable city in the world. The planet is on fire due to a climate crisis. In fact, this very council voted in January 2019 declaring a climate emergency. It is time that this council act upon its own resolutions and act as such. Projects such as this one can do their very own small part to help mitigate both of these crises. The height and density envisioned by this project allows for a more environmental way of living and adds much needed rental stock, allowing more families into our community. But certain members of council are more concerned about supposed shadowing issues or the character of the neighborhood. I'd first like to address the character. Cities are not static museums. They have, throughout their history, consistently evolved to meet their residents, the economy, and future residents' needs. In fact, if character is truly of a concern, the true original character of this neighborhood is that of a coastal rainforest inhabited by our First Nation peoples. But yet, I hear nothing about returning Fairview or Vancouver to its traditional coastal rainforest habitat. It seems to me that preserving local character is nothing but dog whistle language to prevent more diverse communities. The lack of affordability in Vancouver is not a matter of pure chance or an uncontrollable circumstances. In fact, it is due to conscious policy choices made by all levels of government, which also includes artificially limiting the amount of housing supply and exclusionary zoning policies made by this and previous councils. It is not equitable, just, or moral to artificially limit the amount of homes we build in Vancouver. It is these type of policy choices that have resulted in the unaffordability of Vancouver, only allowing the most wealthy to own homes and live and enjoy the city. These conscious policy choices exclude minorities and limit vibrant and diverse communities open to all levels of income and cultures of life. I'd like to address shadowing. We are literally facing a climate crisis, but certain members of council seem to be obsessed with shadows. In fact, one council member expressed concern about the loss of solar power panel potential due to this project yesterday, when, in fact, BC has an abundance of clean, renewable, and carbon-free hydroelectricity. While facing a climate crisis, while facing a housing crisis, one city council member wastes valuable council and speaker time worrying about the loss of solar electric generation potential. I'd like to remind this council member that Vancouver has a coastal rainforest climate, in case this council member has forgotten. Perhaps this fact will alleviate this council member's concern about the loss of solar generation potential. In conclusion, I strongly support this project, and I strongly encourage council to focus on the real issues that face our city. that is adding density to build a more inclusive, affordable, and environmental-friendly city. Thank you very much, and I'll take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. And you do have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you so much for speaking with us. I am intrigued by your comment about solar PV and electric generation. I'm wondering if you are aware of the projections that BC Hydro has put forward that as we electrify our major transportation systems, especially cars, vehicles, etc., and turn from natural gas, for example, in our homes to electric heat pumps, that we could be short as much as 5 times the capacity of electric power that we'll need. And in fact, we will need more electric generation than distributed electrical generation, which is what Hydro has talked about, means putting solar power on roofs. Are you aware of that?
Actually, Councillor Carr, I'm quite aware. I actually work in the electricity industry. And if you're not aware, the Western Interconnect is a western grid that connects the west of North America, BC and Alberta. And there's much better locations for solar panels throughout the West. We can build solar panels in Nevada, in California, in Arizona, and the whole grid is entirely connected. Vancouver has some of the worst solar potential within the entire Western Interconnect. So yes, while distributed solar is part of the climate solution, we should not be limiting density because of limiting distributed solar generation in Vancouver. Vancouver is one of the worst spots to build distributed solar generation in the entire Western Interconnect. Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, with solar PV on my roof and solar hot water for 35 years, I beg to differ. But you are absolutely.
Councillor Carr, I'd like to respond to your comment. We are facing a climate emergency. You are part of the Green Party, Councillor Carr. A climate emergency means doing everything to address this issue. That includes dense neighborhoods along transit. The amount of carbon emissions by building dense communities next to transit that are walkable and sustainable far outweighs the local solar potential that would be potentially limited by this project in one of the worst geographic locations within the entire Western Interconnect.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ben.
And I appreciate your concerns as a member of the Green Party.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. Okay, and as a point of business, I should remind folks when they're coming on to speak to please give us their full name and whether or not they're a resident of Vancouver. Our next speaker is speaker 61, David Lowy. Do we have speaker 61 on the line?
Speaker 61, David Lowy, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Mr. Lowy, can you hear us? You may be on mute.
I can hear you. This is David Lowy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Lowy.
Hi, thank you. I've been a proud resident of Vancouver for 17 years, and I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. Several speakers before me have eloquently made many of the points that I plan to make. When you're 61, you can start crossing things off. But so I won't be repeating those, except to say that I too wish to thank the hospital workers who assisted us through the worst of COVID-19, and join those who point out that building, affordable housing near VGH is a good way to honor them. It's shocking when you hear that nurses and even some young doctors have to travel from far, sometimes even from outside the city that they serve, to provide us with their essential services. And so, an environmentally friendly walk to work would be nice for them. Now, I rode my bike around the area to imagine the proposed building and to make sure that I still thought that it would make a net positive impact on the city, and I absolutely think it will. It's unequivocally the right thing to do and the right time to do it. We've built so many condos over the past couple of decades, and when a condo is built, many of the units just get purchased by absentee investors, and the occasional one of those gets used as a pied-à-terre for an occasional wealthy visitor. But for the most part, we don't see the full impact, to the city of residents who buy things in stores and restaurants and stimulate the local economy and contribute to our social culture in important ways. And rental housing is always occupied by real people who work and play in the community, and we need this. It was mentioned before that some people can't afford these units, but I'd like to point out, an economic fact that increasing the supply of moderate-priced rental units also increases the availability of housing for lower-income renters, because it takes those people that might move into Birch Street, for example, out of the competition for the cheaper housing. So basically, increasing housing at any low to moderate level helps everyone within the whole range. So we've got to increase the supply, and I think this is an excellent way to do it. You can quibble over how many floors and stuff, but I've lived in big cities, including Vancouver, all my life, and when you're walking by a building, you don't really get a sense of how big it is. Between 17 floors and 30 floors, it's the same thing, and talk about solar panels and things like that is just, I think, a little bit of a distraction. And by the way, if people get in their cars, even if they're electric cars, they will use way more energy. They will use way more electricity transiting to the jobs from Surrey, if they have to go there to find affordable housing, than they will if they can just walk or hop on the transit to go to work. So anyway, in conclusion, I wholeheartedly support the amendment, and like to thank the council for their time.
And thank you, Mr. Lowy. You have no questions. Now, our next speaker number 62, Michael Jaworski.
The city moderator has sent a reminder, but he hasn't called in yet.
Okay. Thank you, operator. Then we'll move to speaker number 63. Speaker number 63 is Ray Townsend. And a reminder, please, to identify whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Hello, this is Ray Townsend. Can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Townsend. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I was born and raised and schooled in Vancouver, as were my parents and my grandparents. I can't afford to, and I also had an apartment on 14th and Hemlock for several years. I couldn't afford to buy in Vancouver, so I'm out in Ocean Park. That's where I live today, and I think that at some point in time, I'd like to make my way down into Vancouver and take advantage of everything I can remember and what it has to offer. Access to all the things that are around Broadway and this area that we're talking about. I think that, and I think that having a number of various housing types, rental in nature, is very important. I support this project. It's north of Broadway. I think the density is appropriate for the fact that it's on the Broadway corridor where there's going to be a transit system. It also offers affordable housing in perpetuity in terms of the 58 units. The project will offer new retail. It's close to employment centers, Vancouver Hospital, and other things in the vicinity. It's close to Granville Island. It's close to downtown. It's got great access to UBC, South Granville, Kerrisdale. It has, I know people have talked about parks and schools, but I think all of these are readily available. And I think the transit system and what transit is available, the biking that people have talked about, the foot traffic that's going to come from having that many people there. Vancouver is in dire need of new rental supply. And I think that this is going to, 258 units is going to go a long way to helping, I don't know a long way, but it's definitely going to help to to bring brand new units on to the market. There's a lot of older stock, and I think for a lot of people, they'd like to move, if they're going to move from a home in Ocean Park and move downtown, they'd like to have access to new product that's coming on stream. So I think the other side of things is going to be construction employment for, I would think, at least two and a half years. It's going to provide Vancouver with a tax base that is higher than what exists there today. And with its proximity to everything that's right there in the neighborhood, I think it's going to be a tremendous asset. So I encourage the city to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. And you do have a question from Councillor Hardwick.
Yes.
Councillor Hardwick, you may be on mute.
Sorry about that. Mr. Townsend, do you work in the real estate or property development industry?
Actually, I work in the real estate industry, and I work as a specialist in multifamily, and I have done for several years. So I fully understand the need for new rental apartments and how underserviced Vancouver is. Actually, I think several centers across the country, but Vancouver specifically just has, I don't think, done as much as it could to add new rental product to Vancouver.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to speaker number 64 is withdrawn, so we're moving directly to speaker number 65. And speaker number 65 is Jane Elizabeth Frost, and a reminder that speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and to please state whether they are in support or opposed to the project and if they are a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you,
speaker number 65. Yes, I can. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jane Frost. I am a fourth-generation Vancouverite and have lived here most of my life. I do support the 16-story building. I think that is plenty high enough for the Broadway corridor. But I am opposed to this spot rezoning for most of the reasons you have already heard. The principal reason for my opposition is I believe this rezoning will set a precedent for the development of other such buildings along Broadway. I believe this despite protestations and reassurances from city staff. Without these developments, how will the city finance the Broadway subway, especially in these uncertain economic times? I would like to ask each of you to take a walk with me along Broadway. Let's start at Broadway and Yukon. A high-rise could be built on any of these four corners. Now let's move to Cambie and Broadway. Can you see Wendy's? The northeast corner is a likely site. Now we are at Ash and Broadway. Any of those four corners would work. That would give the city approximately 90 stories of living space within one block to the Cambie SkyTrain station. Going west...
Excuse me, Ms. Frost, can I just interrupt you for one moment? And I'm getting a report that it sounds a little faint, and I'm wondering if you could speak up a little bit into the microphone.
Okay, thanks. Going west, we hit the Birch Building. Now we are at Granville and Broadway. The southeast corner would work. Fir and Broadway. Can you see Earls there? Either the north or southwest corners. Burrard and Broadway. Can you see the Essos gas station? Any of the three corners are possibilities, the north and southwest or the northeast. Then Arbutus and Broadway. Fletcher's Cleaners. Again, three possible locations, northwest and east, and the southeast corners. Within 10 years, we could see 6 to 8 high-rises, and by 2014, there could be as many as 20. 16 stories gives the city some much-needed housing without destroying a neighborhood. Broadway is a people street. It is its own community of small and medium businesses. Putting high-rises of this size will drive these businesses away as a result of higher taxes based on the highest and best use principle. It will turn Broadway into a sterile, concrete, and glass thoroughfare, reminiscent of the development at Cambie and Southwest Marine. Is that the legacy this council wants to leave to our city? I urge you to turn down this rezoning application. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Frost. You have no questions, so thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker, speaker number 66, Andrew Brown.
Reminder has been sent to Andrew Brown by the city moderator, but he hasn't joined yet.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to speaker number 67, Kathy Hochachka.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Ms. Hochachka. And just if you can identify if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are in support or opposed to the recommendations, please. You have 5 minutes.
Right. I have some slides. Is slide number 1 up, please?
I see it on my screen, yes.
Okay. And can you all hear me? Can you hear me then? Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So, councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Kathy Hochachka, and I am a longtime resident in this area in Vancouver, and I love the city. Although I've worked in the real estate and construction industry in my career, I do not currently, so I have no conflict of interest. I've been a renter here 2/3 of my life, and I support affordable housing, density, and good government decisions. So I support the 16-story rental building. Today, I want to focus on good data to make good decisions that get good outcomes. Data, as you know, is a hot topic. And data definitions were important to all of you because like last November, with the lead of 2 of the councillors that are here today, you changed the data definition of social housing and affordable housing. That was an important data moment. So since data is important to you, I want to show you that 3 data points draw 2 clear conclusions, which are Vancouver residents are opposed to this 28-floor building and the risks of losing current rental stock are too high. Next slide, please. Slide number 2. The top of this chart shows the tabulation of the June 2019 open house comments received up to February 2020. Results overwhelmingly show 3 conclusions in yellow, which are a resounding 57% of respondents oppose this rezoning. A whopping 10% of supporters were not even from Vancouver. And in fact, some of the postal codes came from as far away as Prince George. The final conclusion is of the people who were opposed, 79% of the respondents lived in and around the neighborhood. The bottom of the chart shows public hearing comments to the end of July 8th. And guess what? The data shows some similar patterns, which are that more supporters reside outside Vancouver than opposers. Now, something else about these comments. Upwards of approximately 45% of the support comments seem to be using a generated form letter from the website of www.abundanthousinvancouver.com. Some computer-generated phrases include, Fairview is a nice place and I would personally like to live here. Now, here's the thing. I actually really support the use of technology for computer engagement. I think it's great. And I applaud Abundant Housing Vancouver for doing this. However, the risk and questions you, as our representatives, have to ask yourself are, is this data authentic? And if it's not authentic, will you make the wrong decision and get a wrong outcome? Next slide, please. Slide number 3. Now, I've respected Mayor Kennedy and his firm desire to earn voters' trust and to listen to diverse people to find creative housing solutions. So this slide shows Mayor Kennedy's 2019 survey results from Vancouver Housing Solutions from Vancouver residents. The higher the yellow bar is, the more people dislike that particular building form. So what does this chart say? It says 2 things. That Vancouver residents do not want towers more than 20 stories of any kind, and that Vancouver residents clearly support duplexes, townhouses, 4- and 6-story buildings in their neighborhoods as they are more livable. Next slide, please. slide number 4. Every blue dot on this map in front of you is a current rental apartment in Fairview. City Council passed the Broadway interim rezoning policy to limit speculation. If this spot zoning for 28 floors is approved, then every blue dot on this map is at risk of future renovation or sale because gentrification and land lift valuations could replace low and mid-rise level buildings in this area. So you see these blue dots now. Are you willing to put up all these current rental units at risk? Is that the outcome you want? Next slide, please. Slide number 5. In conclusion, 3 data points draw 2 clear conclusions. Vancouver residents are opposed to this 28-floor building, and the risks of losing current rental stock are too high. So now that you have this, what decision will you make? What good outcome do you want? What kind of legacy and leadership do you want to be remembered for? Make the right decision, get the right outcome. Please vote to oppose this 28-story rezoning. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Hochachka. And you do have questions from Councillor DiGenova first.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much. I was just wondering if you might, yes, and thanks for waiting another day. I know that we weren't sure that we'd get through all the speakers yesterday. So I'm wondering, regarding the data, you had mentioned authentic, and just in my notes here, I was hoping you don't have to answer my question, but you could elaborate on what it is about that data that you think that we as councillors may want to look into or question as to whether or not it's authentic.
Okay, so thank you for your question. The time that I said the data authenticity was with respect to the comments that I had seen to the end of July 8th that came up on your current website for this public hearing. So I had downloaded the comments, and on the support comments, there are many support comments that seem to use the similar kinds of phrases. And on my slide number 2, I identify 3 different computer-generated phrases, and I give you a web link that you can go to actually see if that's the letter generator. There are other phrases that were generated, but I only wanted to show at least a couple. And again, I like the use of computer engagement. I mean, the city uses that. But I question whether or not the comments are authentic because you don't know if the person, first of all, is actually a Vancouver resident. Secondly, you don't know if it's the same person regenerating the same phrase over and over and over again. So I think what this has done is this has brought up a really important question about future engagement to ensure that everybody who is involved is actually who they say they are and authentic. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering, though, the numbers. It's not data specifically regarding numbers. Is that correct? Do you have an issue with?
No, the authentication.
Okay.
So yeah, the numbers that I'm showing you.
No worries. It's the data. Then the data. I just want to make sure I understand. The data collected. You feel that if a letter or something like that, it should be considered as one? Like if it's the same letter or has the same language? Is that what you'd like to see? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, there are a couple issues. Yes, I would like to ensure that the data and the letters in all the comments, both support and oppose, are truly authentic. So I actually think you need to verify or validate that the comments aren't copy-pasted, and secondly, that the person is authentic. I think that's actually very important for both sides.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your I appreciate your comments. I know we have a number of speakers, but appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. And Councillor DiGenova, your reception is quite staticky. Maybe it's possible to work on that a bit. It was hard to hear you.
Thank you so much. I'll try and work on my technical issues here.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Hardwick for 5 minutes.
Great. It'd be great if Councillor DeGenova could mute so we don't have that static. Can you hold on starting my time until that ends?
Yeah. Councillor DeGenova, is it possible to mute, please? I'm not sure that
doesn't seem to be going away, but I guess I'll try and talk over it. So I take your point about authentication of data. This is an area of interest that I've been pursuing for a number of years, and it's predicated on the understanding that it's our job as elected officials to reflect the views of our constituents. What we've heard here today, and I'd be interested in your perspectives, because by looking at this, you've been pointing out that a lot of the support has been coming from outside the area. But we've heard a lot of people said that it doesn't matter, that we shouldn't be necessarily listening to the people that live in the neighborhood or in the area, or Vancouver for that matter, already. Do you think it's important in looking at this as a resident? And again, to me, it plays into the importance of our democracy, but I'd really be interested to understand why you focused on this particular aspect of the data, because the data is feedback data designed to influence the decision of council.
Right. So are you talking about just about my chart, slide number 2 for all that data? Both the top and the bottom chart, or is that what you're asking about?
Well, I think the case is, and thanks for putting those back up, Clerk. I think the issue is across the board similar, whatever form we're getting feedback from the public.
Okay.
In each case, the question is whether we should be weighing our residents' support or opposition differently than people outside.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I understand your question. Thank you for answering. So I do believe that it's important so first of all, you're put into these positions as mayor and councillor who are there to represent, you're planning for today, but you're also planning for the future. So I acknowledge the thought that you're planning for the future. But I also want to state that as councillors here, and Mayor Kennedy, when he has attended in the earlier part of the meeting, first, you work for and are representatives of the City of Vancouver. Second, the municipal electoral boundaries are set at Vancouver's borders. We don't necessarily go and vote in North Vancouver's, Burnaby's, or Coquitlam's elections. And similarly, we would not necessarily want to have them voting in ours, unless you want to go to like a model like Metro Vancouver. So again, the electoral boundaries are set by Vancouver. Thirdly, because of those 2 points, that you're the representatives for the City of Vancouver, the electoral boundaries are set at Vancouver boundaries. Therefore, to me, in my own opinion, you are responsible and accountable to Vancouver residents first. I do think you can take into consideration future residents who are not here, but I think your first and foremost priority, in my personal opinion, is to Vancouver residents first.
Great.
Does that
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I think the reason that you've looked at the veracity of the feedback data that we've been receiving is because you believe that it's important to prioritize our residents.
Yes, and yes, I did. And to be clear, I have nothing against Prince George. I have friends and family up there too, but yeah.
Understood. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And Ms. Hochachka, you still have more questions. And I would remind councillors, please, if you're not speaking, please mute, because we are getting some feedback on the line and some static. But Ms. Hochachka, your next speaker question is Councillor Dominato.
Great, thank you.
Hi there, and thanks for calling in today. I just, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I don't know if our clerks could bring up that last slide that they had up. I did want to ask you a question. I'm hearing very clearly from you, as reflected by Councillor Hardwick, the importance of prioritizing feedback from residents.
Right.
In one of your last slides, you referenced online generated letters. And I'm curious, do you see those as not having validity, even if they are signed, people sign their names to them and they are Vancouver residents. And I bring it up in the context of petitions. Petitions are circulated. Usually with a petition, it has a statement of a cause, something you support, and then you name and you sign. The online version of that seems to be these generated letters, and usually people, at least the ones I'm seeing, indicate where they're from, that they live in the Vancouver, they give a postal code. But from your perspective, is that valid input still?
I agree. And so that's a great question. And I think, as I said earlier, a couple minutes ago, I think that when the city gets information from either side, support and oppose, I do think you need to have some sort of process to be able to validate that whatever response come in is authentic. And you're right. Petitions could show that, and the petitions could come because, especially if something's online, they could come from anywhere around the world. And so I think it's a challenge in the fact that we're using technology and more, and the pandemic has shown that, and I mean, we're doing this virtually. I think the process that the city uses to authenticate data for all kinds of responses needs to be reviewed to ensure you get good data. Because with good data, then you know what you can get the good decisions and the good outcomes. So I think it's an actual response for any side of the question.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I'm not hearing opposition to, generated form letters or petitions. It's just the authentication of that data in terms of those individuals being residents here in the city, providing their input.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't oppose the letters and I don't oppose the petitions. I just want to make sure everybody that it's authentic.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Ms. Hochachka, and that is it for questions. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for your time. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker is speaker number 68, Roizen Baird, and a reminder to please, you have 5 minutes to make your comments, and please let us know whether or not you are in support or opposed to the recommendations, and if you are a resident of Vancouver. Roizen Baird.
The city moderator has sent a reminder. He hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 69, Vic Khanna. Do we have Vic Khanna on the line?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Khanna. You have 5 minutes. Please let us know if you're in support or opposed to the recommendations, and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Great. My name is Vic Khanna. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver. I went to Sir Guy Carleton Elementary and then Windermere High School. And I have 3 kids, and 2 of them graduated from Emily Carr Elementary and currently go to Eric Hamber. And 1 of them is still at Emily Carr Elementary. And I'd like to speak about 2 things. So I've marked down other, so I'm not in favor or against this right now. I'd like to speak to 2 things. And one, I guess from my introduction, you can kind of tell I'm a little passionate about schools. So one is the concept of a school score. So we've all heard about a walk score. So we need a school score for every development. So whether this becomes a 16 or a 28, it's immaterial to the fact that we have a great policy of purpose-built rentals. We also have a great policy of providing family-centric housing. So what does that mean for a school score? So that means a young family is going to look at Google Maps and say, wow, there's 3 schools really, really close. What does that mean? Well, that means one of them is 10 minutes away, and it's Le Cobilang, and it's a French immersion school. So it's basically a draw. A draw is a nice term for a lottery. You'll have to put your name in, and maybe another 120 parents will put their name in for their child for 40 spots. So your chances of getting in are low. Then there's another school 11 minutes away, and that's Falls Creek Elementary. And Falls Creek Elementary this year had 76 kids register for 40 spots. So 36 were turned away. So again, another draw, another lottery to get those 40 spots. And these 40 spots, it also includes something they call sibling priority. So if your older child goes to elementary school, you're guaranteed in. So it's not necessarily 40 spots. It could be only 20 spots out of the 40 spots available for those 76 applications. The next school is 16 minutes away, 16-minute walk, and it's another French immersion school, Lower Tennyson. 40 spots. One parent said there's 160 kids apply for those 40 spots. So again, draw, chances of getting in are low. Then we have Emily Carr Elementary, where my one kid goes to and my two kids went to. I live in the area, and I live, fortunately, 2 blocks away. Beautiful setup. Now, this school is the catchment school. So the people who live in the future Birch and Broadway development, this is their catchment school. They have a right to kind of attend the school. This school has 60 kindergarten spots. This year, 61 registered. So 1 was turned away. And if you look at the existing 0 to 4 kids in the neighborhood, and you look at the existing density and development in the neighborhood, by the time Broadway and Birch is built, there is very low chance of them getting into their catchment school. Then 28 minutes away, and by the way, Emily Carr is a 23-minute walk away. 28 minutes walk away is Edith Cavell. And Edith Cavell had 66 kids register for 40 kindergarten spots. So same issue. And you can't apply to a school that is full. So even though we have choice legislation, you're not allowed to apply if the school is already going to be full. Hudson Elementary is also about a 25-minute walk away. And Hudson Elementary had 98 kids register for 60 kindergarten spots. So that's another problem there. Then we look at Simon Fraser. Simon Fraser Elementary is 30 minutes away, and it had a whopping 115 kids apply for 40 spots. So tons were turned away. And part of that is because Simon Fraser is the catchment for Olympic Village, which everyone knows about. There is no school at Olympic Village. So there's tremendous pressure there. Fortunately, 30 minutes away is Shaughnessy Elementary. And Shaughnessy Elementary had only 37 kids apply for 60 spots. So that's where a lot of kids in the future Broadway and Birch development will end up. So 30-minute walk away is not necessarily 30 minutes for a 5-year-old entering kindergarten. You could probably add another 5-10 minutes to that. Uphill, so maybe a bit longer, but then again, on the way return, it's downhill, so maybe a little faster. It's not necessarily
I'm sorry, Mr. Canna, but your time's up. If you could just wrap it up, and you do have a question from Councillor DiGenova.
Sure. Okay, so that's one point. The second point, concluding is on the second point, which is on the MERP program in particular. There's an opportunity squandered, which is, I believe, to use that rental housing in the form of a rental society that can govern transparency of who gets it, with perhaps some priority to the future demo evicted and maybe single parents. So today...
Thanks, Mr. Canna. Now, you do have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Sure.
Councillor DiGenova, you may be on mute. Councillor DiGenova.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Hello?
Faint.
Okay,
we can hear you.
I just heard some beeping. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure my line was okay. I've tried to reconnect twice. My first question is, you had mentioned the school issue that we hear often at council, and we're considering this specific application right now. But where would you instead, and you don't have to answer my questions, but as you're speaking, I'm trying to think about where these kids should go to school. If there's not room for them already, but where do you, I just don't see people not having families.
It's a responsibility.
My consideration is, I know the provincial government, is responsible for schools in many ways. The city collects the tax for them. But I'm just wondering if you might have any ideas that you'd like to elaborate on for that, or what you think would be different without this application. Thank you.
I think there's lots of ideas, but there's a certain responsibility that the city has. So the first responsibility is whether you approve or do not approve this particular development, everything that the city does should have a school score, like you have a walk score. So what is the chances of the family getting into the neighborhood school? What are the next available schools? Which school has available space? In this case, it's going to be a 30-minute walk away uphill going to Shaughnessy Elementary, which has space. So is that the expectation that the city wants to say to families that are going to move in? They should know up front. They should not be surprised, as they are in Olympic Village, that they move in hoping that a school will be there, and it's not. Now, I understand that it's not the city's job to build schools. However, I don't see the city saying, here is the school score for these areas. I don't see the city sending out any kind of, correspondence to the Ministry of Education saying, we have a problem here. And I just pointed out that several contiguous area schools around this development are full today. So what is the city
I only
doing
have a
about
certain
that?
amount of time, but so are you aware that City Council has, in fact, and we carried a motion that asked the mayor to move forward with writing a letter to the province. Specifically, it dealt with the school that you had referenced that is non-existent in the Olympic Village, but your concern is until we deal with that, you think we have to perhaps, I just want to make sure that I'm noting this correctly, and I will ask our staff about the school scores because I think that that's a really good question. Certainly for me to be able to ask our staff after all of this. So thank you.
Whether you hold up or not hold up this development, it's immaterial to me. What I want is every future parent to know that what their chances of when they move into a neighborhood. I don't want looking at Google Maps and saying, you know what, this is a fantastic neighborhood because there's 3 schools right here. And you know what, getting surprised later on saying, I can't get into those schools. And that's what's happening today. And it's a travesty.
And especially if they come to the open houses, that's a concern of yours? That if they come to the open houses, there should be, for instance, open houses that are, required for an application of this type to be held prior to it coming to this point, to council for decision. So you'd like to have that information not only made available but on display in that situation. I'm not sure that's more of a policy question, but I'm going to ask also.
I think that would be great. I think that would be awesome.
And what we can do about that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I do appreciate that information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeGenova, and thank you, Mr. Kana.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to speaker number 70, Rebecca Hartley. Do we have Rebecca Hartley on the line?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Hartley. You have 5 minutes to make comments. Please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and whether or not you support or oppose the recommendations we're discussing.
Great. So afternoon, Councillor Fry, Mr. Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Rebecca Hartley. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here today to voice my support for 2538 Birch Street. I've actually been a resident and homeowner in this neighborhood since 2011. And while I enjoyed a few late-night breakfasts at this former Denny's, I was actually really excited when this building was first proposed. And when the taller version was put forward, I was even happier. I feel this way because it means more of my friends and colleagues will get to enjoy a walk to work like me, instead of a stress-inducing or mind-numbing drive. It means more people will get to spend time with their families and friends instead of commuting. Not only will it help those who are already working in this or the surrounding neighborhoods, but the ones who will be here in the future. A short distance away, right now, near where I work myself, a massive amount of office space is being built in the Mount Pleasant industrial area at 8th and Canby. There's also 500 jobs being proposed right at Broadway in Ontario, as well as the ones even closer to this proposal at Broadway and Granville. Even once this proposal could be built, there will already be more new job spaces available than there are homes here. Given that we all want to plan for the future and make the city and our region a better place, I strongly believe you should approve this building. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have no questions. So we will move on to speaker number 71 has withdrawn. So we're moving on to speaker number 72, Colette Rustad. We have Colette Rustad on the line.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you quite fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and City Councillors, for the time to speak and for listening. It's a very important decision for South Granville's Fairview community, and I appreciate you hearing and considering my comments. I will preface my comments by saying I will have a similar vein in some of the things that I have to say, but I will attempt to be brief. I am a resident of Vancouver, Kerrisdale, and I lived and rented in Vancouver, South Granville for 6 years before I purchased my home. And my 81-year-old mother lives in the West End in a rental unit and has seen many new tall tower proposals and builds in her area. I have 2 adult teenagers that will be looking for rental housing at some point soon. So I can completely empathize with the urgent need for us to develop and continue to offer affordable rental housing. I was in agreement with the previously approved 16th floor development at 2538 Birch. However, I oppose the approval of the proposed 28th floor development. And there have been lots of valid comments on the need for affordable housing, and I am supportive of these initiatives. I am not sure, however, why affordable rentals haven't been incorporated into the current Zone 16 floor development, and it's also not clear to me why project economics and financials are not readily available to the public comparing the 2 alternatives presented. There is an incremental cost-benefit analysis for the City of Vancouver with both social and financial implications for consideration, as well as for the developer. And my question is this available for viewing? Additionally, local businesses indicate it's expensive for them in the city, and it does affect their ability to pay living wages when property taxes now incorporate rates which reflect high-rise type levies, which affects the viability of many businesses. So this high-rise development is increasing the property tax base and impacting businesses in the neighborhoods. I think the key impacts I wanted to talk about were related to the blocking of sunlight and shadowing, the lack of the context for the structure of the neighbors, and the lack of amenities that have been referenced in terms of schools and parks with a density of 10.5, which is far in excess of the current 3 and the approved 7. So my view is that this application compromises sound planning principles at a high livability and financial cost to the citizens of Vancouver. And financial analysis is the financial analysis is difficult given the available information. So this application also, if approved, will set unhealthy neighborhood precedents, allowing out-of-context development such as this in other areas of the city. So, in summary, the cost to the citizens of Vancouver outweighs the benefits of increasing to 28 floors for a moderate increase in affordable rental units. And my view is that the application does not necessarily meet the requirements of the MERP program, which states that it must respect the transition to surrounding areas and homes. And I guess the last thing is been also referenced that the applicant will receive millions in development levy and community concessions from the city and provide only a marginally affordable number of units. And so overall, I think the development gets far too much for what it actually gives back to the city. I do respectfully request council to hear the residents' concerns and not approve this rezoning application and encourage the development of a 16-floor building that also includes some sort of affordable housing. And thank you for listening. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, you're welcome, and thanks for joining us, Ms. Rustad. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. Well communicated. I'm gathering from your comments that you have a finance background. Is that
yes,
accurate?
Yes, that's right. I am a CPA, and I've worked in the resource sector in the city for the last 20 years.
That makes sense. Did you hear any of the people speaking earlier today? There was one speaker that had slides where he'd constructed a spreadsheet of table showing the breakdown of the financial pro forma from his research.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. You know, I've been on and off. I missed a few speakers this morning. I've been on for the majority of them, as I was last night, but I did actually miss a couple of them, so I didn't actually see those particular slides this morning.
Okay.
I'd love to see them if I could.
Yeah, I guess that's a question back to the clerk, if there's an ability for the presentations that have come from speakers today to be shared with the public.
Chair Fry, did you wish me to jump in at this point?
Sure, please.
So any presentations that we receive through the public hearing email correspondence, we make sure that is shared with all of council, and it is published on the website.
Oh, that's great news. So I would encourage you to have a look, again, trying to understand the business deal here. Appreciate your comments. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Apologies, folks. One of the challenges of working at home is the dog is now barking and I can't make him stop. Thanks, Ms. Rustad. No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone.
You're very welcome. Now, speaker number 73, Vilma Robles. Do we have Vilma Robles on the line?
The city moderator has sent an email reminder to Vilma Robles. She hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 74 then, Matthew Kokan.
Same thing for Matthew Kokan.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to speaker number 75, Mira Orrick.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Can you hear me?
Ms. Orrick, we can hear you just fine, thank you. And you have 5 minutes to make your comments. Please let us know if you are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in favor of the project. As I said when I spoke to council a couple of weeks back on another MERP project, I find it hard to imagine justifying not supporting MERP projects given the state of our city, the need for rental housing, and most importantly, the need for affordable rental housing. I believe as a council, your job is to provide solutions to intractable and challenging problems facing the city, and this proposal does just that. We know housing is top on the list of major concerns in the city, and so to not approve this project, to me, puts into question whether or not we're actually seeking to meet the goals that you as a council have set out. No project is perfect, but this one comes pretty close to addressing all needs: a playground, public art, transit on the transit corridor, affordable rental housing, and lots of density. I say bring it on. It also creates life on a dark part of West Broadway, something that is often overlooked and desperately needed. I know Vancouver Fairview very well. I've worked across the street in the constituency office, campaigned down the street, knocked on doors throughout the neighborhood. And one of the things that I find remarkable about Fairview is the mix of housing that exists there: rental, strata, houses, high-rises. It's a neighborhood that, as long as I've known it, has been changing to allow people to live in the area. I hope that this proposal is taken in that light and continues to see the neighborhood evolve. Neighborhoods and cities are meant to change, and they're meant to evolve. They're not meant to be stuck in time. And this proposal would allow just that: new people to live in the neighborhood, to populate our city, particularly people who are already providing critical services to us. It's for that reason that I urge Council to support this proposal to allow our city to continue to evolve, to create space for people who otherwise couldn't live here, and to be willing to take bold positions to meet your own stated goals. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Orrick. You have no questions. Our next speaker, speaker number 76, Maureen Charon.
Yes.
Do we have Maureen Charon on the line?
Am I on?
Yes, you are. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Oh, good afternoon. I do not envy the job of you councillors sitting through these kind of meetings, but it's much, much appreciated. So, Maureen Charon, resident of South Granville, the eastern end of Kitsilano for 44 years, and I'm opposed to this proposal. I'm not going to repeat all the comments made by many of the speakers that were in opposition. They were articulate, particularly around the shadowing aspects, the distance and the capacity of the schools, and park space. I must say that I'm quite disturbed to hear the speaker that referenced and had freedom of information materials and whatever, and suggested that the process might not have been as transparent as possible, and that disturbs me very much. I don't know the veracity of what he said, but he certainly had a lot of documentation. I absolutely support the need for more affordable housing. I just would like us to find better ways to increase the density, and in the process not to destroy the quality of life that people have come to understand and live in the city of Vancouver. Now, I do have extreme concerns that we have a robust planning process, and as the other person suggested, perhaps that this proposal might not have followed all the rules to that. But there is a trust built up between the city planners and the city council and the residents and all the people that participate in these open houses that we're having an open and transparent process. And it's very disturbing to me that we create these other things and we say, okay, we've stopped all rezoning in the Broadway corridor, which I believed, and apparently we have not. That's very disturbing to me because we're breaking the trust that we're hopefully building between all of us to make this city better. Now, I do want to make a very interesting point because I know there was a lot of comment about people living in the neighborhood and working in the neighborhood. And it's actually very counterintuitive because I believe people choose a place to live because they like the place to live, and then they hope that where they're working is close by. And particularly the two factors about this is, A, you build up a relationship with your neighbors and your friends and the things you do and the community centers and the businesses you support. And even if your job location changes, you're not necessarily going to hop off and move, and particularly nobody's going to do that in a tight rental market. So after a few years, the people that are living in those buildings probably aren't going to be working in the surrounding area. I rented 3 blocks away from there on 12th and Birch for 17 years, and I was shocked when I went back this morning to understand that, yes, I came there to work at BC Hydro, which is a short hop across the bridge, but then guess what? I commuted to Victoria as a consultant for 6 months, still living there. Then I consulted at ICBC for another year, still living where. And then I got a permanent job at BC Tel. And yet I still stayed in the neighborhood, but not working close to where I lived. So I think it's a fallacy to kind of think just because people that get a job in the neighborhood are going to be there, they might not always be there. And I think that's a very important point. Even my nurse friends didn't all stay working at Vancouver General. They ended up in Richmond and in North Vancouver and in other places. So my last comment is going to be that we absolutely need more rental housing. I just don't think that we can afford as a city to give up this much and give up so much in the development cost levies and get such tiny small apartments. I really ask you to oppose this. and let us come back to the table in the Broadway planning document. And if we come up with this, I can accept it. I can't accept it when it comes in from left field like this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. And you have no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is speaker number 77, Paula Ford. Speaker number 77, Paula Ford. Do we have Paula Ford on the line?
The city moderator has sent an email reminder, but Paula Ford has not joined.
Okay. Then next is speaker number 78, Virginia Richards. Do we have Virginia Richards on the line?
Yes, you do. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Ms. Richards. You have 5 minutes, and please let us know if you are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you, Councillor Fry, and to all you other councillors for having me today. I have lived in Vancouver for 45 years. Prior to that, I grew up in New Zealand, I lived in New York, and then I moved to Boston, came to Vancouver. Watch the changes as they come along. I am opposed to this rezoning. I'm very concerned that we are in the midst of a Broadway plan, that it is being kicked around, to put it quietly, and ignored at this stage. I think we should be very careful. This building will influence the long-term plan, and I think it will influence Broadway plan, and I don't think it should be tinkered around the edges with. Hence the reason I think the city should allow that plan to come to fruition before approving this kind of project, and certainly shouldn't be approved before citizens have had their say and are confident that what they have to say will be considered. I live in the West End at the moment, and I've been through a spot rezoning process, as many people will know, that's gone on in the West End. We're one of the first ones. It broke the trust between residents and City Hall, and it was a real disappointment and a eyes wide open moment for me and for many others, as we were innocent victims, we felt. This rezoning sets a precedent. I think it has to stop. This kind of, let's have the Broadway plan first. And I question, and I'm nervous when I hear other speakers have mentioned this, when I hear that the timing of this application is questionable. And I hope that you all pursue this, because this is the kind of thing that keeps happening, and we cannot have it in our city. We've got to have trust between all of us. We can't have planners on one side and residents on another. And it really shocks me to think that this is continuing and we're not sharing a same level of integrity between the whole lot of us. So another concern I have about these kinds of buildings, the MERBs or the STIR or the Rent 100, whatever you want to call them, is I question, can we continue to grow our city by giving developers benefits while transferring the costs of the infrastructure, etc., to taxpayers who in these days of pandemic are very financially pressed and stressed. I understand the desperation of the City of Vancouver. I mean, the mayor has told us that we could be in bankruptcy and our taxes will take a huge, steep rise. But should the City of Vancouver, the government, forgive payment of DCLs and CACs to developers while raising the taxes that a lot of people don't realize that increases the rents, the rentals, as well as the property taxes for homeowners. So both people suffer, the renters and the property owners. But I do support affordable housing, but not this way. When there's too much pressure on residents all the way around, I really think we need to rethink the process, and I hope that you will give it consideration. I oppose this rezoning, and thank you for hearing me.
You're welcome, and thank you for joining us, Ms. Richards. You have no questions.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, speaker number 79, Dennis Donahue. We have Dennis Donahue on the line.
Chair Fry, this is the clerk in the chamber, and Speaker 79 had informed us that they were withdrawing.
Oh, and I'm sorry, you did send me a text about that. My apologies. Thank you, clerk. Then we'll move on to speaker number 80, Sarah Trofe. We have Sarah Trofe on the line.
We do not. She was sent a reminder by the city moderator, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 81 then. Speaker number 81 is Carol Appleby. Do we have Carol Appleby on the line?
Hi, yes you do.
Hi, Ms. Appleby. So you'll have 5 minutes to make your comments, and please limit them to the merits of this particular application, and let us know whether or not you're in support or opposition of the recommendations, and if you are a resident of Vancouver. Thanks.
Great, thank you for your time. My name is Carol Appleby. I've been an owner and resident living in Fairview Slopes for over 20 years, and I was a renter in Vancouver for many years before then. I am in opposition to the rezoning application to 28 stories. And I am afraid I may repeat some of the most recent comments, but I'm hoping that this will at least reinforce how strongly we feel. I've attended the open houses on the Broadway plan hosted by the city. I have taken the city's online surveys, and I'm taking the time to speak today. As a resident of this neighborhood for over 20 years, I'm grateful to be able to provide feedback into how our neighborhood can grow, but also thrive, particularly with the Broadway plan. I'm not opposed to growth and density, nor to rental housing. Of course, we need both. I'm excited about the changes and the diversity and the opportunity that the Broadway corridor will see and how it will enhance this area of the city. However, what really excited me was that this mayor and council seemed genuinely invested in planning this region as a whole, not piece by piece, nor at the guidance just of developers. This felt exciting and refreshing, actually. And I was, and I still am, hopeful that the Broadway plan and this neighborhood will become an example of how growth and change can be positive, that other neighborhoods will see smart, diverse planning for the good of businesses and residents. Approving this rezoning application now makes me think that the work you have done on the Broadway plan so far, that we've all done, just doesn't matter, that the fulsome process is now in jeopardy. We have a great opportunity here. The Broadway corridor is going to change. So let's make sure we do it well. One of the wonderful aspects of Vancouver is that we have distinctive neighborhoods. My husband and I love to take walks in our neighborhood just to explore the area and enjoy its unique character. And when people ask me about living in Fairview, I tell them I love it because you're in the city, but it really has a neighborhood and a community feel. You have access to local businesses, its residents, and the sense of community. A 28-story building does not reflect nor respect the character of this neighborhood. 16 stories along West Broadway is much more in line with increasing density and size without negatively impacting what makes this neighborhood attractive to businesses and to residents. Without incorporating this building into the overall Broadway plan, addressing amenities and services and the overall aesthetic of this stretch, it will be out of place and will result in having to make future decisions that are less than ideal because we will have set a precedence for the future. We can't reverse it. We'll be backed into a corner due to this rezoning decision before the Broadway plan is even complete. The 16-story building was approved and I support that. Let's get that built and let's get those rental units out there for the public. The retail features that the developers have discussed, the grocery, medical clinic, etc., they can still be accommodated in the 16-story proposal. The artwork can still be incorporated. It's not one or the other. Putting the tallest building by far on the highest rise along Broadway exasperates the issue. I urge Mayor and Council to stick to their commitment to plan this region thoughtfully, respectfully, and creatively. There is a huge opportunity for the city to leave a lasting legacy here, not just with one 28-story building or more, but with planned community expansion that incorporates density and complements the character of the neighborhood. This is not the downtown core. This rezoning decision needs to be made with the unique features of the neighborhood in mind, just as I hope would be done for all of Vancouver's neighborhoods. This building alone will not solve our rental crisis. A planned, creative, forward-thinking plan all along West Broadway will certainly do a better job. Pushing this 28-story building through at this time feels short-sighted and with one goal in mind, to meet quick rental unit quotas. It will limit what we are able to do and plan in the future because this precedent will be set without holistic neighborhood planning. There's a better way to do this, and we can still achieve our rental unit goals. Of course, below market value rentals can and should be part of this neighborhood's planning, but this development is just too tall for this stretch and will greatly affect the creative, intelligent, and forward-thinking decisions you, as city leaders and planners, will be able to make in the future if this is approved now. This is not the way to kick off the Broadway plan, after so much effort has been made on your part to manage this process proactively or in a way a city like Vancouver wants to be known for. I strongly oppose the rezoning application to 28 stories. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Appleby. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick?
Okay. I have two questions. Thank you.
Sure.
First is, what prompted you? You said you've been attending the open houses and taking the online surveys. What has prompted you to get involved in, as a member of the public in the Broadway plan process?
I actually I take all the surveys that come in from the city and City Talk, because I think as a whole, I think we need to be a part of the future of the city, and it's something that I think is new that we've been able to put our feedback in. Because I've lived here for 20 years, I don't want to go anywhere else. I love living here, and I want to be a part of the future of it. And I was talking to my husband. I mean, I'm 50 now. By the time the new transit's through, I mean, I'm going to be looking at how do I want to live in my senior years here. And so I just felt it was important to be involved and help shape it and be a part of the community. And I don't want to just complain if I haven't been a part of the feedback.
Well, that's great. That's exactly what we want to encourage from our residents. I think what we're hearing, though, so you're fine with the 16 stories, and you can see that as part of the Broadway plan, across the expanse of Broadway as a repeated form. But what we're being told is that the numbers don't work, that the business deal is not there, and that's the rationale for going from 16 to 28 stories, to make the numbers work for the developer to be able to provide that 53, I think is the number of affordable in the $30,000 to $80,000 salary range. How do you respond to that if the numbers don't work for the business deal for the developer?
Well, I have to question why they applied for the building in the first place. They seem to think something would work at 16 stories before, and now they don't. And I'm no developer or expert in this by any means, but I have to question why it was okay at 16, and then they're like, oh wait, actually no, we need to go to 28. And I think with the Broadway plan, what we've been talking about is that this is not the only building that's going to go up over this whole process. That we are looking at this in a much grander scale, and we maybe need to look at doing this a little more creatively. Does it have to be height? And if they're saying this is the only model that works, so are they saying that everyone who's going to be applying for a new building zoning has to go to this height, or it's not financially viable for them?
Under the MERP program. Under the MERP program, which is targeting this salary range of 30 to 80,000, and the prior development, as I understand it, was rental, but just market rental without any affordable rental component to it.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know. I don't know the numbers as strongly as I guess I would like to. I just think that if density is density, the only way to achieve density is by going higher, or is there a way of planning the properties differently so that you can still get the number of units that you need in there? I wish I had a better answer. I don't. I just feel that I do question that. You're saying that they changed from wanting to be into the MERP program, and that's what changed their proposal. Is that what happened?
Yes. Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a developer. I do question, though, that if this is the only way to do that, then we're going to be in for a lot of very tall buildings down this whole corridor, if that's the only.
Well, across the city, I think the pilot program contemplates 20, and we have had 9 so far, according to staff. But that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
And thank you both. Our next speaker, speaker number 82, Robin Fan. We have Robin Fan on the line.
Yes. Hello. Am I coming across?
Yep, you sound great. Thank you.
Okay.
And you have 5 minutes, and please let us know if you're in support or opposition of the recommendations, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hello, my name is Robin. Thanks for allowing me to participate. I am a Vancouver resident, and I support this project. I felt compelled to speak because I think that I would regret not doing my part as a Vancouverite to help in the success of this project and the overall effort and process in providing sensible rental housing in the city. I am of the 20 to 30 demographic, and I've yet to come across anyone in my cohort who does not support increased rental housing options, even though many are busy at work right now and unable to call in. Indeed, for most young professionals, housing is one of their main concerns about living, working, and starting a family in Vancouver. Now, much has been said about the height of this building, and I say, so what if years down the road, this becomes the tallest building on the block? Are we determined to force those who rent into older, unnoticeable buildings? Or are we finally ready to enable the market to provide much-needed housing? Much-needed housing that will alleviate upward pressure on rents in all segments of the market, including for existing tenants in the area. Indeed, not creating enough new rental housing is what forces young professionals to compete with seniors for the more affordable housing stock, driving up rents on the lower end. It's not every day that an important rental project comes to council. Indeed, simply planning for rental housing doesn't mean it happens. Land needs to be available for sale. A developer with funds and experience intending to build rental needs to outbid everyone else. Then they need to plan and consult over many years, all the while subject to the fluctuations of the housing market and the capital markets. So simply saying that this project scores 98 out of 100 doesn't mean that 100 out of 100 project will ever come. Now, this project alone, 250 units delivered over perhaps 8 years of planning and construction, while immensely beneficial for the neighborhood, won't solve our city's housing shortage, as many have said. But denying it could certainly send a signal to the wide demographic who took time to send in comments of support that rental projects are not actually very welcome in Vancouver. Denying it could certainly cast a long shadow on the green shoots of rental development in this city, and a shadow on the hopes of many Vancouverites for a sensible way to address unaffordability. So, what makes Vancouver great? Some have said it's the views of the mountains. Yes, I went hiking in the mountains recently, and, after many hours of hiking, there was a peak where there was an amazing view of all of the valley and Vancouver. And it was an awe-inspiring view. And I could feel that what awed me was the sense of the millions of people's lives happening and the infinite interactions and possibilities of all these people. So I say that more so than just the mountains, it's the people that make Vancouver great. And I urge Council to approve this project and to make some room for the people to live. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Fan. You have no questions. Our next speaker number 83, is Barbara May. Do we have Barbara May on the line?
I'm here.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Can hear you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. My name is Barbara May. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I'm opposed to the amended 28-story proposal, but I am certainly in full support of the site's current zoning for 16 stories, which will be the highest in the area and has already been approved. This is already 3 stories higher than the current zoning allows. This building will provide 150 units of needed market rental under the secure housing proposal. Under the current zone 16 stories, the developer can obtain incentives for 31 MRFs. He is now asking for zoning for an additional 12 stories in exchange for a mere 27 MRFs. If this amended proposal of 12 additional stories is approved, this would provide a Jameson Development Corp. with an additional 47 units of market rental in addition to the 58 MRFs he will provide. The company would gain financially as it could then charge top dollar for the views on the upper floors of this complex while blocking the views of local residents. A building of such height and density would raise surrounding land values exponentially. It is my understanding that Jameson Developed Court is not providing anything extra in terms of contributing amenities to this area, but will receive millions in DCL and CAC concessions from the city. These concessions will ultimately be borne by the taxpayer, who are already facing large increases in their property taxes. A building this size could preclude or impact further planning directions for Broadway corridor planning, as well as contributing to the cost of infrastructure for these large projects. The 58 units proposed under the proposed moderate income housing pilot provides 9 studio apartments that could be as small as 320 square feet, which would limit this accommodation to one person per unit. 27 one-bedroom rental units, which would provide space for a couple. 16 two-bedrooms, which could provide space for a double-income family and 1 or 2 children, and a 6 three-bedroom, which could accommodate a larger family but would be very expensive for someone with a moderate income. The MIR fact sheet states proposed developments projects must consider context and transition to surrounding areas. Areas which this proposal doesn't. It's completely out of sync with the surrounding area. I am in full support of the 16 rental building going ahead, but any vote on the amended proposal of 28 stories that will increase the height and density well beyond any other building in this area is not acceptable until the planning to the Broadway corridor is complete. In his letter to Jameson Developed Court from the City of Vancouver dated March 19, 2018, I'm quoting him directly here, Dan Garrison, Assistant Director, Housing Policy Planner, writes, for C3A sites that would be included in this study, MRF proposals will not be considered at this time, as these individual proposals could preclude or impact future planning directions for Broadway corridor planning. In paragraph 4, Mr. Garrison writes, staff notes that if you decide to proceed with the approved secure rental application, consideration for structural reinforcement should be given to facilitate additional height in future. If this is pursued, additional consideration may have been given for below-grade programming, including parking, etc. My understanding is planning for the Broadway corridor is not as yet complete, and if this project is slipped through, it just leaves the citizens of Vancouver with a very bad taste in their mouth, and unfortunately it makes us think the worst of politicians who are voted to represent all the citizens of Vancouver. I certainly think we need affordable renting, but I don't know if the MRF project is the best way to go, considering the huge concessions developers get, and they're building buildings out of scale with what's surrounding it. So thank you very much.
And thank you. You do not have any questions, but thanks very much for joining us this afternoon.
Okay, great. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye. Our next speaker is speaker number 84, Maura Brown. Do we have Maura Brown on the line?
Sound check. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can hear you great.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for opening the floor to speakers. My name is Maura Brown. I'm a resident of Vancouver. While I oppose the new rezoning request to allow 28 floors, I am in support of the existing allowance for a 16-story building. I don't live in the immediate area. However, I work close by at BC Cancer at 600 West 10th. I have direct experience with the price of housing contributing to difficulty in attracting and retaining staff, and I do support new housing in reasonable density. I have a couple of questions, though, about the current proposal. The existing zoning allows for 16 floors and 153 units of market rental. I wonder why the developer would not be able to allocate 20% of those, which would be 31 units. I know these numbers were just, I didn't realize the person before me was going to have the same information, but it's a question. And this would still give them 122 market rental units. If they increase to 28 floors with 248 units, of which 53 are moderate income, that means that instead of 122 market rental units, which would be 153 minus 31, they now have 195 market rental units, which is an additional 73 or 42, depending. It's still a lot more market rental units. Currently, or certainly the top floors are going to be stunning views. There's nothing anywhere near the height of this building in the surrounding area. These are going to be marketed at top dollar, high price, with a lot of profit. The added developer profit is in addition to the concessions the city provides via the MERP program. It seems to me the city only gains 22 additional moderate income housing units with the added height and density at an enormous cost to taxpayers who fund the program. It feels like we're going really too fast. The developers are trying to push this through before the Broadway plan is complete and considered as a whole. One wonders why. Perhaps they know it would be so out of place that it would not be approved if they wait until the plan is in place. Perhaps it would be better to have two buildings that are each 14 stories rather than a massive 28-story mega tower. We won't know this until we finish the Broadway plan. And if this height and density truly is the right thing to do, how can it hurt to finish the assessment in 2021 and then proceed? In addition, we can't base these big decisions on out-of-date data. Recently, across Vancouver, vacancy rates are rising a bit and prices are falling. This is not accounted for in the 2017-2027 Vancouver housing strategy, which I understand is currently undergoing reassessment. Things do change, and we need to base our decisions on current, up-to-date information, not outdated data. Another change that must be considered is the large-scale transition to working from home, which has occurred lately. Although this is during COVID, it may persist post-COVID, and although it's not all jobs, it does apply to a significant number of people working. I've read of other international cities finding increasing residential vacancy as people move out of the cities to work remotely. This has led to decreased occupancy of downtown office space. Have we considered repurposing office space for housing, as was the old BC Hydro building, which is now the Electra building? These towers are already built with plumbing and power on each floor. It would seem retrofitting some of this space for housing might be more cost-effective than building new. This really should be assessed before we permit these massive new environmentally dangerous buildings. My kids are the fifth generation of our family in Vancouver. I love this city with all of my heart. We have much to be proud of in the way that it has changed and evolved over the years. This is a beautiful, welcoming city with green space and oceans and mountains. And our neighborhoods and our beauty is what attracts people to this city. We need to consider this as we plan for the future. Solving our housing issues will involve all of us putting our heads together, being creative, and thinking outside the box. It doesn't mean knee-jerk reactions to building massive towers that profit developers at enormous social, environmental, and economic cost to our city. Mayor and Council, we are counting on you to vote no to this proposal for 28 floors and allow only the already approved 16 floors. We need you to take the time to evaluate all the variables, to allow the Broadway plan to be completed, and to assess the needs of each neighborhood along the long Broadway corridor and how best to distribute size, density, and concessions for moderate income housing. Please do not approve this rezoning request. Thank you.
And thank you. Very well timed. Ms. Brown, you do have a question from Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you for your comments. One of the things that you touched on was the changes that have come about as a result of COVID. I'm very interested in seeing the data about, we keep referring to rental availability and vacancy rates that are clearly no longer the case. Combination of the collapse of Airbnb, the exodus of foreign students would be two big impacts on that. Do you have any insight into any other data that because I'd love to get my hands on more, but it's obviously an area that's of concern.
I received some of my information from a blog called live.rent, a Vancouver rental report, which is Greater Vancouver, but there is some reference to Vancouver. I also have two university-age children who provide me anecdotal information about themselves and their friends looking for places to rent, and it's easier for people to find rental places now. And again, that's anecdotal, but it's something that really needs to have some research put into so that a proper analysis is done of what we actually need in the city before we jump to these big things and approving big, huge towers and overbuilding. It's expensive and wasteful to do that.
Well, I agree that we need up-to-date data and we need to recalibrate our numbers. That's something I've been pushing for. So thank you for drawing attention to that.
Thank you.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, moving on to speaker number 85, Jehangir Ali Mohammed. Do we have Jehangir Ali Mohammed on the line?
The city moderator has sent an email reminder, but he hasn't joined.
Okay. Then we'll move to speaker number 86, Arsen Krečević. Do we have Arsen Krečević on the line?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there. Hello.
Hello, you're on the line with the City Council. I'm wondering if you could speak up a little bit. You'll have 5 minutes to let us know if you're in support or in opposition to the recommendations, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Sure, thank you. Arsen Krečević here. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am in support of the development. I live at 1477 West 15th Avenue on the corner of West 15th and Granville Street with my wife, my young son of 2 years, and my dog. And I consider this development to be in my neighborhood. Now, I'm a believer in the vision espoused by Vancouver. You know, the basic vision being that the city should be a place where neighborhoods are full of families and where young people can afford to buy a home, and where people of all incomes and backgrounds can participate in their communities. I'm a big believer in that. I'm a lawyer who has an office downtown that employs a number of people, and I have to say myself and only one other lawyer who work in this office live in Vancouver. We've got a lawyer that lives in North Vancouver. I've got paralegal staff that lives in North Vancouver, staff that lives in Surrey, and staff that lives in Langley. Those people can't afford to live with their families in Greater Vancouver. Now, some of them live outside of Greater Vancouver by choice, and other people live outside of Greater Vancouver because of the financial realities that we face. You know, it's being said that, you know, with COVID and with people working remotely and things of that nature, maybe, just maybe, we don't need all of this development. Maybe we don't need all of these units. You know, I'm sitting here in my office downtown. I'm looking outside at Robson and Thurlow, and I'm looking at the Aritzia, the Starbucks, the Earls. I'm looking at the Banana Republic. The people that work in those businesses, they're not going to work remotely. They're the people that say hello, thank you, sell you your clothing and sell you your coffee. Those are people that still need to come down here. Those are people that do not make over $80,000. They need these units. I live in that neighborhood, and I live in a condo building. There's 36 units. I'm the strata president. 4 of those units have children under the age of 5, including myself. 2 of those units have children under the age of 5. One of those units, it's a 2-bedroom unit, has 3 children and 2 adults. This is the reality of the city that we live in. This is not a city where people can just go out and buy a 4-bedroom house on the Vancouver West Side or West Vancouver or even around Main Street. People live in apartments. The new reality, the reality faced by young people, is that you're going to be living in 1,000 square feet, whether you have 1 child or 2. I'm planning on having 2 children. And let me tell you, when I have 2 children, they're going to be sharing a room. Okay? I come from Port Hardy, small town, North Island. Big house. I don't want to live in Port Hardy. I want to make my life here. I want to make my life in Vancouver. And I'm not going to be able to afford the house that I could afford in Port Hardy. And that's okay, because I have decided that I want to live in a bustling metropolis that has restaurants, that has movie theaters, that has people from all across the world living here. Some people who came here for a brighter economic future, some people who were running away from terrible things in their own countries. And they just wanted a safe place to live. And this is what we're doing. We're affording them a safe place to live. I've yet to hear one of the presenters who's against this who's talking about the safety of children and park space have children of their own. You know, we're talking about, how it's dangerous to make it to Douglas Park, how it's dangerous to make it to Charleston because you have to walk there. I walk with my 2-year-old all over my neighborhood, and I teach my 2-year-old what it is to look both ways before crossing a street. You know, I'll walk half an hour. My wife will walk half an hour to take my 2-year-old son to Douglas Park so that he can play in the park. Believe me, there are very few people of my age with children who would say, look, if I have to walk 20 minutes to get to a park, I don't want affordable housing. I'd be flabbergasted if you could point out that person to me. And in terms of the shadowing, I'm not an expert. There's been dozens and dozens of presentations on shadowing. I'll tell you something. The people that want to live in this building and want the opportunity to live in this building, you know what? They're going to put up with a bit of shadowing. And yes, there are some other people within this great city of ours. They may have to put up with a bit more shadowing. But here's the thing. People live in
sorry,
Vancouver.
Mr. Kratovich, you're just running out of time. If you could wrap it up. Thanks.
I will. If you choose to live in a beautiful big city, you have to take with the good with the bad. And I'm sorry if there's a bit of shadowing that gets in your way. I think really livability is more than whether we get 10 hours of sunlight a day. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Have a great day. All right. Now our next speaker number 87, is John Henderson. Do we have John Henderson on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. You'll have 5 minutes to let us know if you're in support or opposition of the recommendations, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Council. My name is John Henderson, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I would like to speak in support of this project. There are many reasons to support this project. The centrality of the area from an employment standpoint, the secured rental housing, in particular the moderate income housing, the avoidance of any displacement of existing tenants, the excellent transit, which will be getting even better with the subway, the very livable, walkable area. I currently walk to work, which has a strong positive impact on my quality of life. By allowing many people to live nearer to where they work, it will make the area even more livable. Commuting takes a toll on folks. I think that the building is tall, but I also think that this is entirely reasonable in the context of MERP. In my view, the MERP buildings ought to push the envelope somewhat so that they can inform future development and planning work. To conclude, I will share my personal experience. I worked for a year at Hemlock and Broadway, which is a block away from the site of the rezoning. I love browsing South Granville shops, enjoying Granville Island, and jogging around the seawall. I have also experienced some of the challenge that one can have trying to find a place to rent in Vancouver. Given all this, I believe that our city would be well served by this building, enabling more folks to live and work in this area. Please seize this opportunity and support this project. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you. You have no questions. Our next speaker, speaker number 89, is Anna Holton. We have Anna Holton on the line.
Caller number 89, Anna Holton, your line is open. Please go ahead.
I'm here. I'm having difficulty connecting. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, thanks. Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. No, good, good.
Have
My name is British Anna Holton. I'm a Fairview resident. I was born in Vancouver and lived in a single-family home in Dunbar for 20 years. After that, I rented for 40 years, mostly living in low-rises in Kerrisdale, Victoria, the West End, and 20 years in Kitsilano. 7 years ago, I became an owner-resident in a mid-rise strata in Fairview near Birch and Broadway. I am opposed to this amendment, which would allow a 28-story tower. However, I fully support the already approved 16-story project. I am distressed at this attempt to add 12 extra stories for the waiver of DCLs and CACs adds to my distress. Other speakers have more eloquently discussed the financial implications of this. I have sent a letter to you which appears in your materials, and in it I cover things that I'm not going to talk about here. I talk about humans' need for physical and psychological space. I talk about the planning process, the Broadway walk shops, and how people's faith in the process has been it's damaging the trust in the city by causing people to believe that council and the planners are not acting in good faith and in citizens' best interest. I also discuss the natural beauty of the city. One of the shared joys of living in Vancouver is its beautiful views of the mountains, and these are being continually eroded by overly high developments in Vancouver. The Vancouver House Tower, in line with Alder Street when seen from Fairview, is a singular example of overheight construction, and it increasingly obliterates, along with the others, the natural beauty of Vancouver, and that is what Vancouver has always been. So if this 28-story overheight project is approved, it would set a significant precedent for the proposals put forward for the future development of the Broadway corridor. And it would contravene the intent of the interim rezoning process, which states, generally, rezonings will not be considered in the Broadway Plan study area while the Broadway Plan process is underway, in order to not preempt or divert the planning process with rezonings which set new directions or preclude options that could emerge during the process. When MERP proposals for overheight buildings are made, the context of the neighborhood must be considered. Many others have spoken to this. What I want to now talk about is the opportunity that we are ignoring. The opportunity is the convergence of the Broadway plan, which is still in process, plus the major change that will be happening with the SkyTrain being built along Broadway, and the perspectives that we've all gained through going through this recent pandemic. These three things are at a convergence. There was a recent article by Francis Bula published in the Globe and Mail on July 4th called "Could Ugly Broadway Become a Great Street?" It's in your materials as Appendix 3 in one of the days in the distribution materials. But it describes a great opportunity to convert Broadway, which has always been a traffic arterial, into a pedestrian-focused thoroughfare. And it could become Vancouverites' High Line, the way New York people appreciate their open area. This Broadway could become a better area with open patios, garden spaces, low-rise buildings. This is what people said they wanted during the walk shops that I attended. We've arrived at this public hearing in the midst of a pandemic, despite several stages where it could be stopped. We're looking at a contentious matter, public hearing on this precedent-setting contentious development, but here we are. The pandemic has shifted our perspectives. People are coping as best they can in the spaces in which they live. We've all discovered we need larger and greener spaces, especially public ones. We also need light, not long shadows in winter, exacerbated by overheight buildings constructed on a ridge. We need to re-envision. The Broadway plan will help us do so. With many others opposed to this amendment, I attended those walk shops, and that was what I heard from people. Things have shifted. We do not have the finances. The mayor has already talked about how how the city of Vancouver could go into bankruptcy and taxes could be raised. Little money. The city has little money going forward, and similarly, the province and federal government are cash-strapped. We're at a crossroads, and we should stop and look and see how things have changed. We cannot pick up as if things were normal. Even the fact we're having this hearing as a largely telephone one, shows how non-normal this is. Yet City Council is considering a precedent-setting project at 3 times the FSR of the C3A zoning in the middle of the pandemic, and this adverse effect on the city's finances. And for what? In exchange for waiving the DCLs and CAC funding normally required of developers to help pay for shared amenities of parks and schools, etc.
Okay, we're over 5 minutes now. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to. We'll have to wrap this one up.
Okay, are there any questions?
I don't see anybody on the list, actually. So.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Please, I would like to ask that you vote in opposition to this amendment. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now, I hope everybody's hanging in there okay. Our next speaker is speaker number 90, Jennifer Ling. Do we have speaker 90, Jennifer Ling, on the line?
The city moderator has sent an email to remind her, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to speaker number 91, Brian Gessner, on behalf of President of Marabella. Do we have Brian Gessner on the line?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yep.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Gessner.
Okay.
You'll have 5 minutes to speak and let us know if you're in support or opposition to the recommendations, and if you're a resident of Vancouver. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Brian Gessner. I'm a resident of Vancouver. We've lived in Fairview Slopes for about 35 years. First as a renter, and then an owner, and then a landlord. So we own several places all through South Granville and Fairview Slopes. And I kind of know the area. It's okay, Lisa, I'm there. And I know the area really well. And I'm not president. I'm sorry. I guess my wife did that. My wife is president of the Strata Council of Marbella. But I guess we know the area very well. We know the people very well. And I know a lot of my tenants I've had over the years always came to Fairview Slopes because they didn't like it downtown, the high-rise. There were too many high-rises. It was too noisy. It was too busy. So they came into this beautiful neighborhood that's quiet and calm and like a real community, they felt. And I feel a lot of the people that I know in Fairview Slopes feel the same way. I'm in opposition to the 28 floors, but I'm totally in favor of the 16 floors. I also feel I'm also in support of affordable housing as well as density, and I'm not going to repeat too much what a lot of people say, but it just doesn't fit the character. 28 floors does not fit the character of the community. It's sort of out of whack a little bit, but what's really concerning is this official community plan, the OCP, on what's going to happen on the Broadway corridor. And what we're all somewhat concerned about is are we going to convert the Broadway corridor to downtown Vancouver, and before we know it, we're going to have high-rises all the way down there. And I really don't think that's the intent of the corridor. I think you can have a beautiful corridor and keeping the height down to the 12 floors to 16 floors in that area, like all of Broadway is. And I don't see why it's all of a sudden being changed to 28 floors. I've seen this happen with a number of developers because I've had to deal with them over the years. I'm a financier of doing a fair amount of financing of high rises in Vancouver. I work for a major bank, and I was in the corporate real estate division, and I know how it kind of works a little bit. And I just really feel that 28 floors is maybe a reflection of just trying to make more profit, and I kind of get concerned a little bit about the comment meaning that it's not economical to do 16 floors, but I have a hard time understanding that because, as we know, Denny's was sold not to sell to another restaurant, but it was sold for redevelopment purposes. That redevelopment purposes actually kind of lays out what the market price could be, and that price was based on 16 stories. However, they get another extra 12 more stories out of it. That's all free. That's free space that they didn't have to pay for. when you look at something like the White Spot, which is similar to Denny's and the size and everything, that sold for $240 million because they're putting two 60-story buildings up there. That's why they sold for such a high price. I believe Denny's was sold for $25 million. So I really have a problem that this thing is not economic for the developer. I think they're going to make lots of money, even though there's subsidized rent and everything like that. I still think the profit is going to be good on the deal. I think there's a lot of other alternatives rather than building 28 floors. One gentleman suggested two buildings of 11 stories or 12 stories. Also, I know for a fact that we're worried about density, we're worried about space and building buildings. There is so much space on the Broadway corridor. If you walk down the Broadway corridor, there's a lot of opportunity for developments and getting the housing in place, building the condos, having market rents out there, not market rents, but subsidized rents, affordable rents. There's a lot of space on the Broadway corridor to do all that stuff. So we're not in a jam where we can't build and we can't do things and we can't improve our affordable rent. There's a lot of room on the Broadway corridor. You go down to Hemlock one block away and you got Jimmy Patterson Toyota there. That's going to be torn down. There's going to be housing putting in there. There's something happening on Pine Street. You've got up here on Birch. There's a lot of spots on Broadway where you can put a lot of affordable housing, a lot of affordable rent all along the corridor. I don't see why we have to put 28 stories at this point in time. And also
Thanks,
the fact...
Thanks, Mr. Gessner. Mr.
Okay.
Gessner, your time's up, I'm afraid. I've given you a little bit extra, actually.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and our next speaker, speaker number 92, Clifford Murray.
And Councillor Fry, I just let you know I'm back now from my meeting.
Oh,
so,
welcome back, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll just let you chair this and we'll hand off on the next one.
Okay, sir. Speaker number 92, Clifford Murray.
The city council, moderator has sent an email reminder, but he hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you, then. At this point, I will hand the chair back to Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. I am hearing a bit of static there, Clerk, but thanks, Councillor Fry, for chairing. And our next caller is Larry. I'm always trying to get this right. My staff say Mercedes-Benz, so it's Larry Benj from the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods.
He was also sent an email reminder and has not joined yet.
And
okay, thank you.
Mayor Stewart, pardon the interruption. This is the clerk in the chamber.
Yep.
Speaker 93, Larry Benj, was intended to be an in-person speaker, but I do not see him here at the chamber.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move to Speaker 94, Leslie Stewart.
Speaker 94, Leslie Stewart, your line is open. You may go ahead. Your phone might be on mute.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us today. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Pardon?
You have up to 5 minutes.
I'm not on yet, am I?
You are.
Listening. Oh, because I'm listening. Is there a lag in what's on the website and what's here?
I think if you have your audio on from the meeting, there's going to be a bit of an echo, so you should turn off your...
I've been trying to figure out how to do this. I'm not too savvy. I'll just move this away because I keep losing it. And in fact, do you have? Can people hear me already?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're live.
Oh, okay. I hope this isn't my time because I've been trying to figure out the technicalness.
That's okay. I was just going to say, I'll start your clock when you're ready. And if you just let us know if you're resident.
I've been trying to get the details of the cost of the 2 and 3 bedroom units.
Okay, so this part of the public hearing is for you to it's not really
I
for.
know, but I've been trying to get to that information, and then every time I go to get it, then I'm off in hearing what people are doing, so it's just ridiculous. Anyway, I'll just put this on the side because I keep losing it, and then I'll just give me a second, okay? So because I don't want this to play in the background.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Hello, I can still hear it a bit in the background, but please go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'll move it further.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hello?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Hi. Whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes.
You can't hear that anymore. Okay, great.
That's right.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank
Sorry about the lag here. I'm not too great on the technology. I hardly ever turn my Wi-Fi on because it just drives me crazy all the time. Anyway, my name is Leslie Stern, and I'm a resident on 7th Avenue in Hemlock, and I'm also the longtime coordinator and policy consultant and founder of the Lower Mainland Network for Affordable Housing, which has not been active lately. It'd be great if we got it going again because it was a wonderful consulting tool where we had the city and the province and housing providers all meeting and developers all meeting together and talking about policy. And anyway, I was also the founder, fundraiser, and development consultant for Entre Nous Femmes Housing Society, the first housing that was ever developed by single parents for single parents. And I was a development consultant for Wishes, Women in Search of Housing Society, which I think built the last 3 level of funding project in Port Moody for mature women. And that was we finished it in about 2003 or 5, and we haven't really built anything like it. In that, we were able to achieve a homeless at risk project for women with 1 bedroom, which were 600 square feet, and it was great for women who had children visiting. We had lots of amenity space where they made community meals, and it was just still in existence, but Wishes is no longer managing it. Anyway, what concerns me is what is our definition of affordable housing, and is this suitable at the current sizes and prices? And do we actually need the MRF? Because this neighborhood has already got that. We've got a lot of condos, low-rise condos, but lots of them are occupied by renters. In fact, this area was the first emerged, the first multiple rental project in the 70s that has had a lot of tax write-offs by professionals if they were going to provide rental housing for 10 years, and then most of them after 10 years converted to stratus, but there's still a very high percentage that are being rented out because they were bought at reasonable prices. And this project actually, the 28-story with however many market units, which I guess is over 200, threatens the cost of everything else. In fact, it could increase all the rentals all over. And I think there needs to be more data collected and research done on the existing rental. And I lived for 25 years in the original part of False Creek, which we had a third, and a third, and that worked beautifully. That's all been threatened with lease negotiations and redevelopment. What
We're
used
just
to be an island.
if we could just get you to focus on this project, and you have about 1 minute remaining.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very concerned about that the effect on the neighborhood increases and threatens existing rental housing and small businesses because of its precedent setting and its ability to increase the tax on our current definition of highest and best use, which is the most money, and we don't even know where it goes. And with the station that's going to be coming in, there'll be many more people all over the city, from all over the city coming, and they can all enjoy the beautiful walkway and bikeway and pet walking that's all along 7th Avenue, which has Chocolate Park, many pocket parks, and this would be really great to expand this as a total city access. Then there'll be more people here, more people just coming in and using the station could revitalize existing businesses.
And I just sorry to interrupt you.
The density won't do that. That's my basic points.
Okay, thanks very much. And there's no questions from councillors, so just wanted to thank you for calling in today. And we're going to move on to.
And also, the last thing I would like to say
no,
is
I'm sorry. We're at our.
The feedback has been
sorry.
to wait till the planning process is done before we start to implement. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to Ike Hamill, please. Speaker number 95.
It's the clerk here, Mayor Stewart, and Ike Hamill, speaker number 95, was also scheduled to be an in-person speaker.
Okay.
Though I do not see him anywhere in view.
Okay, thanks. We'll move on to speaker number 96, Elizabeth Murphy.
The city moderator has sent Elizabeth an email reminder, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Sean Cassidy next.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks very much. Whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes. And could you let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver?
I'm a resident. I'm born and raised in Vancouver. I have lived in Vancouver and other cities like Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, New York, San Francisco. And I am opposed to this proposal for multiple reasons. Can you hear me right now? I want to know.
Yes, I can. Yep. Please. Yep, you're
okay.
Good. Please keep going.
So I'm speaking to the other council members as well. First of
You're
all, the first consideration
yes.
Right. Okay. The first consideration to take into this whole factor is the current situation the economy is in right now. We're in a recession. We're probably going to be going into a deep recession. We're at the very beginning. We have an economy that's pretty much propped by the federal government right now. So the needs and changes in real estate affordability is going to be a huge factor in Vancouver, as is the value of the land. Based on this project and looking at this project, you've got a two-case scenario. The analysis being done on this project, in my opinion, by the real estate department and the planning department is not very good. By way of my background, I worked in Toronto at J.J. Barnaky as a real estate analyst. I worked at CIBC and head office in Toronto in the real estate division. I worked at RBC Dominion Securities in the corporate bond and real estate development department. I worked as the deputy treasurer and as a senior debt manager and acting deputy treasurer and treasurer at CMHC in Ottawa, Canada Mortgage and Housing. And I worked for a developer in Vancouver, looked after several properties and rental properties. The numbers being shown on this project just don't make sense. It's too big from a architectural standpoint, from a planning perspective. It's too big for the site. It's a spot zoning, number one. It's basically going to trigger land valuation increases along the Broadway corridor. So from that perspective alone, it shouldn't be allowed. It's counterintuitive to what you're trying to achieve in terms of social housing, affordable housing. The merits of affordable housing being offered here do not warrant the density being increased. That's fundamental, okay? So the analysis that we're looking at here in terms of the longer-term planning of Vancouver and affordable housing, this is not what you want to do to increase housing along the corridor, the cost of housing, all right? And you don't know the factors that are going to be falling through, coming on the pipe based on a recession. We don't know what's going to happen to real estate. We don't know what's going to happen to commercial real estate, the Broadway line, et cetera, extension out to UBC. We do not know what's going to happen with that. So there's so many unknown fundamentals here. The basic analysis, the fundamental economic analysis, is extremely weak. You're not getting the value out of this project for the density increase you're offering, the developer. I think you're actually having a loss of DCL. The CAC number on this project I'm not totally familiar with, but it would have to be substantial to merit approval. So overall, in summation of this, what I'm saying here is the numbers don't represent what the value you should be getting out of this project for the density increase. And the trade-off in loss of sunlight, the density, it's a Trojan horse to something that we don't know it's going to be happening. There's too much of a land lift happening here. What are you capturing out of that land lift? It's political optics for no particular reason. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thanks very much. You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Given your background, have you had a chance to look at the pro formas or contemplate the pro formas associated with this proposed amendment?
I'm going to be honest here. I mean, I've spoken on a number. We all know each other. I've spoken on a number of projects in the past, one being 105 Kiefer. There's a fundamental analysis that's lacking within the real estate department, and it's just the basics. First of all, I've talked to the real estate department in the past. They're understaffed. They don't have the economic capabilities to deliver on this sort of stuff. The developers do. And what you're getting today is a very slick operation between the Urban Land Institute, the UDI, who have a lot of speakers coming out. You have they're putting their numbers forward, and versus what the reality of the situation is.
I just remind the speaker that we should be. Just remind the speaker that we shouldn't be impugning. Yes, but we shouldn't be impugning the reputations of other folks that are speaking. Just if you can, contain your questions to the actual project, that would be great. Thanks.
That's what I'm attempting to do.
So
okay.
Don't need
so
to
the
argue
economics.
here.
Okay. Right. So let me just give you some economics here. Okay. So you are looking at this proposal versus the previous proposal. There appears to be some discrepancy between the number of units in the rezoning report and staff report. The FSR is 10.52, which equates to around 197,000 square feet. Okay, the commercial area is reduced to around 27,500 square feet. The resulting residential area is 169,821 square feet. 22% is reported to be nonprofit, which equates to 37,360 square feet. This equates to a non-market FSR of 1.99. In other words, there is a 3.45 FSR increase from 7.07 to 10.52 in order to achieve 1.99 FSR of non-market housing. Important, before the developer was paying approximately 2 million DCLs to fund community amenities. Now the company is seeking forgiveness of 4.8 million in DCLs. Value under new proposed zoning. So the property would be worth, if it's rezoned at the new FSR, assume the land for the non-market housing has no value. The remaining 132,460 square feet is worth 200 per square foot, or 26.5 million. Add in 27,500 square foot of commercial area at approximately 400 per square foot, and that is an additional 11 million for a total value of 37.5 million. In other words, by including the non-market units to justify a rezoning to 10.52, the site value increases from 33.5 million to 37.5 million, and the developer, most importantly, avoids paying any DCLs. I mean, that alone, says this project makes no sense. Basically what you're doing is you're basically on a spot zoning. You're basically giving a Trojan horse density lift that will trigger based on what's in real estate analysis, you do something called comparative value analysis of the region, the area. So if some other building is worth this, another building is worth that, based on density lifts, then my land value is lifted up as well. So if you're trying to basically input affordable housing down that Broadway corridor, this is self-defeating. Do you understand?
I do understand, and I've been questioning the business deal.
Yeah. So if Bob down the street, just to put the fundamentals down to basically to reduce it down a bit, if Bob down the street's house goes up in value because the city allows him to put on an extra story and a half or another duplex or whatever downstairs, then your value of your house goes up because now based upon that zoning that's done, it's a spot zoning, but you're going to go for the same kind of zoning, you will get that land lift as well. So if you're trying to, I spent 4 years in affordable housing. Okay, I raised probably $10 billion in the 90s.
Just 30 seconds.
This is not what you want to be doing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Mr. Cassidy.
So just to leave, that this makes no sense. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. And I don't see any other councillors with questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Actually, just before we do that, we are getting near the end of our recorded speakers list, our registered speakers list, so I just want to know if there are any other speakers who wish to speak to this item, please call toll-free 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 92529 hashtag to get on the list. And now we're going to go to our next speaker, who is Bar Saunders.
Sound check.
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you. Thanks very much for calling in today, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I am a Vancouver resident and have been resident in Fairview Slopes for many decades now, and I oppose this proposal. I maintain that the integrity of the consultation process for the Broadway plan should be completed first so that the overall expectations, especially zoning requirements, are clearly understood by all Vancouverites. This extraordinary exception application in front of us at the moment on the Birch proposal should not leapfrog the Broadway plan. We are told by planning staff that this enormous height will not create precedents, but this is simply not believable. It's my feeling that this development does not comport with my understanding of city guidelines to access green space and schools. I don't know of anyone who's against affordable housing and the density that would come along with the 16 stories, but 28 stories is simply not in keeping with the livability and character of this neighborhood. And as I say, I've been in this neighborhood for many decades, and I can attest to the fact that the residents in this neighborhood are a community and that they have exhibited great adaptability simply by looking out at what's happening with the development around Vancouver itself at the moment. I can see, just looking at the downtown core, massive changes that the residents of Fairview have gone along with. And I'll have to say, generally speaking, without complaint. Well, I know of many people, and their strategic reason for being in this area was that they had lovely views of the mountains, for example. And these mountains now, for most, particularly in the lower Fairview slopes, these views have been expunged. You go down onto the seawall, and there are a few view corridors that have been particularly marked, which is a standing joke in the community, to show a view corridor, a tiny view corridor of the mountains, those mountain views that many have lost. The density, I believe, is not something that people are complaining about. Witness the okay with the 16-story building. The livability factor with that was what people would go along with. What is incensing most in this area is the fact that 28 stories is being shoehorned into an area that, in all likelihood, can't accept it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, and I don't see anybody on the queue to ask you questions, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Before we do that, though, Council, we did at the very beginning of the meeting, when we were taking roll call, we called Councillor Kirby-Young's name, and Councillor Bly pointed out that that wasn't probably shouldn't have been done, and shouldn't have been done because Councillor Kirby-Young had an approved leave of absence, and I just wanted to confirm that was the case, and so just wanted that noted, so Councillor Kirby-Young does have an approved leave of absence that we voted on, and that's why she's not here today. The councillor's not here today. However, as with our process, these are all recorded for us and minuted, so we had the opportunity to review these hearings if we're not present for them at the time they're taking place, so we can take place in the decision. Thanks very much, and we'll go on to Tony Hui.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. So I'm a resident of on Broadway, the 1355, the building, and I've been living over there 30 years. I enjoy the environment in the Fairview area, and I strongly oppose they're going to let them allow to build a 28-story. And another thing is the sun exposed is definitely gone. And my mountain view, I've been looking for 30 years, also gone. But I don't mind. Original the plan, the city approved is a 16-story. And then they asked for 23-story, and now they're asking for 28. I think this is ridiculous for the whole Broadway area. So I'm strongly opposed.
Okay. Thank you very much
That's
for calling in.
Say.
Okay, thank you. You have no questions, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, bye-bye.
Registered speaker 100 is Natanya Caverhill.
The city moderator has sent an email reminder, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to speaker 101, which is David Gardner. Sorry, Garnder. I have here. Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Gardner. I am opposed to the development. I live in Vancouver, by the way. You forgot to ask that. I'm opposed to the development simply because of simple accounting modeling on the rental revenue stream and the cost per square foot analysis. There is an attachment that I've sent, but I don't know that you're going to have it, but you may find it later, depending on what your rules are. That attachment, by the way, they said, oh, you're too late, but they only told me that after the fact. Okay, the analysis shows that 2538 Birch has 3 streams of revenue. The commercial leases on 2 floors, the rents from limited parking, and the rent from the residential units. The rents from the residential units are given by the city files, and the cost of construction was taken from a survey by Century 21, which has references in the attachments. Okay, the study shows that even paying for the Century 21 value of cost per square foot shows that these valuation includes the DCL and the CCA, and also includes the parking. So that's built into the costs of my calculations. And it shows that the project makes a profit from the income stream only from the residential rents, and that income stream is in many millions of dollars. The project would also make many millions of dollars if the project was restricted to 16 floors. The expectation was that the income stream would be minuscule because the planners and developers claim the need for developer welfare to justify the residential rental construction. The project would go ahead with just rental zoning only, with a requirement for 20% affordable housing without corporate warfare. They would still build to 16 floors. And you really should be deferring this project until you have pro forma income statements, which would add more details than I have, and a proper pro forma construction cost, including with and without the various things that you've allowed the developer to opt out of. Now, I'm just going to go to another part of this. Okay.
Just have about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so the estimated rental income for if it was a 16-floor rental, property with both market rents and the subsidized rents would be about $3.6 million. And I'm going to just go track down the other one. The other one is like about, just 1 minute, where did it go? It's here, I think. The income for the other thing, if it was the full 28 floors, would be, I can't find it now. Okay, but anyways, it would be much higher. It would be like about 5 or 6 million, and about 6% of the cost of construction based on the first premise with the Century 21 estimate of what the market construction costs would be.
And you just have about 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I'll just finish with this. The market construction costs that Century 21 offered for 1 year ago was $13.45 per square foot.
Okay. Thanks so much. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick, though. Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Sir, I'm wondering what your background is that you are able to share this level of detailed analysis with us.
Sorry, I got it all mixed up, but I have an MBA in finance.
Okay, so that's why you're coming at it this way. And the core point that you have is that the numbers don't add up, or that the numbers don't make sense. If you could characterize it.
Okay, the issue here for me is that when you figure out what the income stream would be just from the residential rental units, there's a very high profit that looks like it exists. Now, that profit would have to be broken down with the various expenses of operating. But still, one would have expected there be no profit whatsoever, not really much of a margin, because the so-called requirement for the development costs, the relaxations of development cost levies and capital amenity costs, and the reduced parking. But in actual fact, the 1345 that Century 21 calculates includes all that stuff. So it still shows a profit, and quite a substantial one. So really what you need to do is get pro forma income statements that properly explain what the expected costs of operations are and the pro forma capital cost before you make your decision. I wouldn't be making that decision without those informations, because here you are handing out corporate welfare to a party that may not even need it.
Do you see a difference between the 16-story and the 28 stories in terms of the amount of profit that would accrue to the developer?
The profit would be less, of course, at 16 stories, and it would go up at 28 stories. And there will be some fixed costs, regardless of whether it's 16 or 28 stories, such as land, for example, but also the foundation. It's not going to change that much. So you'd have to separate the fixed costs out from the variable costs. And, of course, the more floors they get, the bigger the profit will be. So my question is, why are we giving such a large profit? The idea was that they needed this help to justify building these rental units and affordable rental units. And reality is, all you need to do is put zoning in that says rental-only zoning, and put in a requirement that has 20% affordable housing. They'll still build.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your insight and expertise on the matter.
Thanks very much. And, okay, Council, we're moving on to, let's see here.
You're moving on to my wife, and she's here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yvonne Gromula?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. I just want to let everybody know, and good afternoon to everybody, and finally a sunny day, that I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am totally opposed to this development, and I'm going to hand the phone back to David. Oh, no, you don't want to? Okay, anyways, I think David has spoken, and I concur with a lot of what a lot of the other people have said, and that's it. You can move on to the next speaker, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for participating. We're going to move to speaker number 103 now. This is Helsa Nothoff.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. You have up to 5 minutes. Please, whenever you're ready to go.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sorry you're going to hear a bit of noise in the background. I am at a work site right now, so I do apologize for that. My name is Helsa Nothoff. I'm a professional, I'm a consultant in Vancouver, and I lived in Vancouver for 36 years. I am not opposed to the 16-story development, but I am opposed to adding the amendment to make it 28. What I'm concerned with is the fact that it is outside of the Broadway development plan or the Broadway community plan, and that we're not really looking at the infrastructure required to add density to our communities. Just in the Canby corridor area, the Hillcrest Community Center is already overwhelmed and over capacity just from that development. And within our neighborhood, we don't have the community services, including, community centers and supporting infrastructure with firefighters and police, grocery stores, et cetera, to support a larger development of this kind. So I just wanted to ask Council to oppose the 28 stories and just move ahead with the developer with the original 16. And being in the Kitsilano community, I'm also concerned with the development along the corridor, that if this one building is allowed, that it will set a dangerous precedent. And as you get further west, the building heights are considerably lower, most around 6 or 7 stories, and that is something that we want to keep within our neighborhoods as part of this Broadway community plan. But again, I'm a little worried that that this particular developer is looking for an exception or an amendment at this time when the full Broadway community plan has not been completed yet, or had enough input from the communities all the way down the corridor. So that's all I wanted to say, and just ask that Council oppose the additional stories in this amendment. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. And you don't have any questions from Council, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Before I do that, though, just wanted to say if there are any other speakers for this item and wish to speak to Council, please call toll-free 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 92529 #, and all that information's on the available on the web stream and on Twitter as well. So we're going to go back to the list. We have Jan Pierce, who is speaker number 104.
Thank you. Yes, it's Jan Pierce, and I am a resident of Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I am opposed to this rezoning application. So by now, after all these speakers, I'm sure Council has heard from enough that you appreciate quite a few points that have been repeated often. The height, which is twice as high as anything else in the surrounding area. The overshadowing that is going to occur on the Fairview area to the north. The scale, which is massive at over 10 FSR on a large site. The lack of nearby schools and park space with, and the level of profit for the developer, which is actually shockingly high, because I was reading Michael Geller's blog on the numbers, and another speaker also has gone over them. And that level of profit is occurring even as the city is subsidizing the project by foregoing millions in much-needed development cost levies. It's clear to me, at least, that this is a very bad deal for the city, and I am surprised that it's coming forward. And one problem with having that level of profit is that the potential for the land values to then increase all around the area and spill over into the nearby affordable apartment zones, putting existing affordable rentals and the renters who live in them at risk of displacement. But I also want to just emphasize, as the previous speaker just did, the precedent this will set for the Broadway corridor. And as you know, there is an ongoing Broadway planning process. And the city's website indicates just the huge amount of effort that has already gone into this planning process. There have been over 10,300 different interactions with residents, including things like their very innovative walk shops. And so this represents a lot of city resources that have gone into this plan. And these are resources that have been approved by council to support a really innovative, consultative planning process. And it also represents innumerable hours invested by residents who in good faith have participated on a volunteer basis, giving their time, thought, and energy to shape the future of this part of the city. Now, only the first phase of this process has been completed, but there were 9 principles that were established as part of phase 1 after listening to residents. And while they do, of course, include things like affordable housing, they also include one that says encourage contextual design. And another one says recognize and enhance the area's distinctive neighborhoods and places. So these, as would be expected, principles can be in conflict, but it really requires the rest of the process to be completed to reconcile how the weight to be put on each of these different goals and to come up with a balance that residents in the area will support for the future. If this building is approved, residents will be justified in concluding that the goals relating to contextual design and recognition of distinctive neighborhoods will have little or no weight, and the planning process from here on in will be deeply flawed, and all the resources, or some of those resources that have been put into that and that council has been supporting, really will not result in a very good planning process. So I just think it's so important that this process be allowed to continue and be completed and approved by council in terms of how they want to see the area develop before setting precedents such as a 28-story building. And there are many, many issues, such as the infrastructure issues, the lack of adequate park space, spaces in schools that still need to be solved as part of that planning process. So, and people want to have faith and trust in the city, and the city needs to rebuild that trust, which has been lost over the last decade. And they will be likely to question the value of any further participation if this building is approved. And I'm also very concerned about the wider impacts that approving this building will have on the citywide planning process
10 seconds
underway
left.
right now. Okay, so there are going to be wider impacts. People are going to look at this and say, well, what is the point of thinking about the citywide plan if this kind of thing just is going to go ahead and take over, set a precedent? So please don't jump ahead of that process, and please vote against the rezoning. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Pierce, I may have missed it. Did you support the original rezoning at 16 stories at this location?
Well, I'm listening to people who live along the Broadway corridor. I live just outside it in Kitsilano, and I'm hearing that pretty well everyone does support that, and it seems to me like it is at a scale and height that would be appropriate for that area, and it does provide market rentals, which is also valuable. So, yes, I would support it at 16.
We've been hearing from a number of speakers. They've been characterizing this as an either-or situation where either we have 28 stories or nothing, suggesting that there would be no rental created or again, it's market rental. But do you understand? I mean, I'm just concerned that this is understood broadly in the public, that this is not an either-or. There is going to be rental housing created. The question is really one largely of height here. Have you got the impression that there was some idea out there that there would be no rental housing developed at this site?
Well, I am aware that there would be rental housing at the site. I'm not sure of how the average, the person who doesn't follow these things closely, I think some of the media coverage has sort of been saying, okay, we need rental housing. This is the only option. We have to just go ahead with whatever the developer comes in with. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the 16 stories, it was less than 2 years ago, where the developer was hoping for that and was given that. And I think, and then the city also then is going to get some funding back, because it sounds to me like the Broadway corridor really does have a problem in terms of the services that are going to be required to handle the increased density of housing. So this is where the planners, need to go to work and find out what is needed, and then we're going to need those development cost levies from the new development to pay. So I really, in this location, the idea of just giving away those and not collecting that money, it concerns me.
What would you say, if this were delayed to be consistent with the timeline on the Broadway plan, and staff came back and said, based on all of our public consultation and everything, that in fact this 28 stories is acceptable coming out of the Broadway planning process? What would you say then? Would you be on with it, or would you still object to it?
Well, so far in the first phase of the process, it's been pretty clear, I think, from what I read on the city's own website, that people are saying they do want contextual design, and they don't want overshadowing of, other areas, and they do want to try to create distinctive neighborhoods with good services. So I guess if the planners suddenly, after 6 months of hearing that message, which they've already reported on, turned around and said, well, now we disagree with all of that, and we think this is still the best idea, then I guess residents would have to come to council again, and in the end, it's council's decision as to whether that is what the most people in the neighborhood want or is not, and whether the benefits to the city outweigh the costs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, these are the things that we're trying to balance on whole. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much for calling in. Just going to read out the number again, Council, because we're very close to the end of the list, although we do have some people that are signed up to speak. If there are any other speakers for this item wish to speak to Council, please call toll-free 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 92529 #, and that will get you on the list. And that's also on the Twitter and on the web stream. We now have Carolyn Haynes. Moderator?
The city moderator has sent an email reminder, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to our last registered speaker, who is speaker number 106, David Wilson.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, yes, please. Up to 5 minutes.
Great. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'm a resident of South Vancouver. I work for the federal government. I'm active in coaching youth sports, youth wrestling, and I'm on several nonprofit boards, including my housing co-op, Ashley Meyer Co-op. I'm calling to state my support of this project. Hardworking Vancouverites deserve high-quality, safe, and secure affordable housing. This project is unique in that it addresses some of that need and will positively impact the community. Living in a co-op, it's quite affordable here compared to market rent. What that allows me to do is volunteer in the community, outside of work. If I had to pay market rent, it would be I wouldn't be able to do what I do in volunteering as a youth wrestling coach, helping young athletes, working on boards, including my co-op board. It'd be very challenging because I'd be working all the time to pay that, to pay the market rent. We need a place for people that are active and engaged in their community that don't have the income to pay that market rent. People like police, nurses, teachers, civil servants, young entrepreneurs. That affordable housing is the gift that allows them to get engaged and involved in the community. If they don't have that, a lot of people in our city are working, an inordinate amount of hours, as you probably know and have probably seen and know people. What that does also is people that want community, that want to be active and involved in their community, they're leaving, right? Because they can't have that. They can't have that in Vancouver. So we have fewer volunteer hours. Youth don't have those opportunities to take part in non-revenue generating sports like wrestling is very affordable to take part in, but it's very hard for even the youth I work for to pay that and get involved. So anyway, I just wanted to close with that. I'm in support of this because there is a positive impact on affordable housing, and it's high quality, affordable and secure housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. And so that's it for our speakers list. You do not have any questions, sir. So I just want to thank you for participating.
Pleasure, privilege.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I recognize you've all been sitting here for a long time. I'm wondering if you would entertain a 5-minute health break.
Absolutely.
For everyone.
Okay, so let's come back at, say, can we do, would 10 minutes be okay? 10 minutes to 10 after?
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Let's say 5 after 4. Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We'll see everybody at 5 after 4. This is my first call for speakers, and if there are any other speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-855-353-9183 and followed by participant code 92529 hashtag, and that is also on the web stream and on Twitter. We have about 17 speakers that would like to speak to this item, and it starts with I believe we have, I think it's Larry Benj. Who's in person in council chambers.
Yes, this is the clerk here, Mayor Stewart.
Yes.
And it is Larry Benj, and
okay.
He's just getting himself set up to be ready to speak.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. And whenever he's ready, I can start his timer.
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk, and the speaker is ready.
Great. Please go ahead.
My name is Larry Benj. I co-chair the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods. I'm here in person to experience the great spaces of the council chambers. We have sent letters, including a electronic petition, which included about 1,500 signatures in opposition to this project. We've heard from, I guess, about 100 and some odd speakers before me all about the issues involved with this project, which include height and massing and the issues of affordability and things. I would just like to agree with a lot of the previous presentations. The height is excessive for this neighborhood, doesn't match the context. The surrounding buildings are mostly 13 to 15, 16 stories. The massing is, if you've seen Stephen Bohus's perspectives of them, is amazing. It's amazingly large. When you are going down Broadway and looking at it, it quite sticks out. The affordability factor, 80% of this building is market rentals, which have been found over the years to not be affordable. So I guess one of the things is, also I'll say that this building will most likely, if built, increase the land values in the surrounding areas, which will probably lead to loss of more existing affordable rental units that are in the neighborhood all around this site. The walking tours that were part of the public consultation, they're called something, I can't remember what they're called, but they're walking tours. The people that have written in email letters and things have expressed the fact that most of the people in these walking tours expressed a preference for mid-height, mid-rise buildings or smaller that would fit into the scale and context of the community. This just is the wrong building for the wrong site. I don't think the issue is whether it's beautiful or anything like that, the proportions. It's really the massing and the height and the fact that it will have a deleterious effect on the surrounding neighborhood. Also, do I have 5 minutes? Yes. It'll be setting a precedent for the area, certainly for Broadway. It will have an influence on the Broadway plan, and also how does it fit into the Vancouver plan? As previous speakers have said, the Broadway plan is under process right now. They have instituted a freeze on any rezonings through the time period of its process, and this seemed to squeak through, and it shouldn't be allowed, or at least it should be held back and considered under the engagement and consultation processes of the Broadway plan. It's also important to note that the previous 16-story permitted building was acceptable to the majority of the neighborhood, so it's not a question of limiting us to 4 or 5 or 6 stories. What else? Affordability I've covered. I guess the big question on this one is about good urban design. This building doesn't follow the principles of good urban design that have been developed over the centuries throughout cities across the world. And I guess it's urban design balanced against affordable units, the 22% of units on this in this building. They could be accommodated, I think, and it's a problem with the MERP program in general, all across the city, if it could be spread out. This public hearing also shows the shortcomings of the current process. It's problematic. Issues, this one sentence could be settled outside of council with proper neighborhood-based planning processes. There would be less need for multi-day public hearings like this, or public hearings at all, if we followed good, if we used good neighborhood-based planning. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Just councillors, we do have a number of people on the line, and before we move to Councillor Hardwick's question, I probably need a motion to extend past 5 p.m. at some point, so to finish the speakers list today. And over now to Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benge. Must be kind of strange being in council chambers by yourself.
It is.
So
yes.
What I'm hearing is the usual of what we've been hearing. It's too high, the massing's too much. It should be considered in the Broadway plan. A question that I put to an earlier speaker was, what if this were put back to the Broadway plan, for example, and the Broadway plan then determined that the height massing was acceptable? How would you respond to that?
If the consultation with the neighborhood that's directly affected by this, and possibly with some further consultation with the outlying areas, was properly conducted, and there are various ways that you can measure these kinds of things, and the neighborhood and the public, the citizens of Vancouver, decided that 28-story building would possibly be all right here, maybe it would be acceptable. I mean, I find it difficult to believe that if they went through a good and engagement process, that something like this would be acceptable. This building would be acceptable possibly in different locations, on a different size site, in a different neighborhood, sort of those kinds of things.
Okay. Concerns about the timing then. One of the speakers earlier spoke about the fact that we're going into a deepening recession based on everything that we're hearing at a macroeconomic level. I've been trying to step back and look at changes in the housing market, changes in rental availability, which I still don't think have been properly addressed. But does the timing of this in the context of the pandemic and looking out over the period of time, we've got 2 years left roughly on our terms here in council. Do you have any concerns or comments about the timing in the context of where we are and how you think this should be proceeding from a neighborhood perspective?
Well, Again, as in your earlier motion about hard data on projected need for units in the City of Vancouver, we don't have any hard data right at the moment. For instance, about the number of Airbnb units that have been turned into rentals, the number of empty houses that are being turned into rentals. So I'm not sure that we have a good handle on the actual level or vacancy rate currently in the City of Vancouver. So I'm wondering about that. That would be very helpful information to have when you're considering something like this. We also have, I think, again, and this is part of the data that's supposed to be produced by the end of July, I believe, by the Planning Department. We have a lack of information on, for instance, the projects that are already in the pipeline and how much rental accommodation they're providing, you know, some of these bigger ones. And then we have all sorts coming up. There's still more coming along, like Jericho and different places like that. Also, my contention is that some of this rental could be absorbed into, as many people have drawn the attention to, 75% of the land base in Vancouver is underutilized because it's, let's call it quote-unquote single-family residence, because I use the quotes because of secondary suites and laneway houses and infill houses. And that could be a, you know, again, if you had neighborhood-based planning processes where you were looking at each neighborhood, massaging the existing zoning within that neighborhood, looked for places to accommodate, and certainly there are, to accommodate additional rental units and possibly more affordable types of units, and also more toward family-oriented units. There's a lot of opportunity there, and so...
And we're just closing in the 5 minutes.
To try to solve the problem with each individual building through all of these spot rezonings that keep going on, we're not, again, we're getting back to an overall plan. We don't have an overall plan. We're not allowing for the Vancouver plan to give us directions.
Thanks so much. We're at the 5 minutes, and just a reminder to councillors and speakers that we are in a public hearing, quasi-judicial, and so we should speak directly to this project and not hypotheticals or future scenarios. Thanks very much. I'm going to go back now. I don't think we have anybody else in council chambers, so we're going to go onto the phone, and I just ask folks that are on the WebEx to make sure your phone is muted. And over to the moderator now for speakers.
So the next speaker is Celine McCrae-Handy. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Celine McCrae-Handy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks so much. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hi, I was born after Expo '86. I didn't move to Vancouver until after the Olympics, but I've been a renter in Vancouver since before the World Cup. I'm calling in today because the city not only do I support the rezoning application for the Birch Broadway property, but I believe the city council must approve the rezoning. I say this because just yesterday, Councillors Hardwick, Dominato, Kirby Young, and DiGenova voted that the city finances are so dire at this time that we can't even afford to pay for a new fire chief. And I do not doubt their analysis or this crisis that we find ourselves in, but if we cannot afford a fire chief, we certainly cannot afford to pay for even a single unit of below market housing, let alone 55. And if we cannot pay for public below market rental housing, the only alternative is to have private developers with private money and private action build below market rental. The land in Vancouver is so expensive that in order for a private builder to make below market units, a greater height is necessary to make the finances work in order to put enough units on the same parcel of land. I looked for 55 units of housing at the MERHIP rate, keeping in mind that this is a search in a pandemic. There are no studios, and this is an area between False Creek, Queen Elizabeth Park, Arbutus, and Knight Street. I looked for 55 units. There are no studios for $950 or less, but there is a parking spot for $230. There are no one-bedroom units for $1,200. There is a single two-bedroom unit for $1,600, but it's a 600 square foot unit in a windowless basement. And I was incredibly surprised to find that there actually was one 3-bedroom unit for $2,000 to rent, a single one in a basement. There is no affordable housing in the area. Or if you want to be technical, there are 3 units in a pandemic. And we had 4 city councilors vote just yesterday that the city's finances are so dire that we cannot expect the public finances to provide below market housing. So we only can look to the private sector to provide it. I've heard that other people are saying that market housing isn't affordable, but this is no surprise to me or anyone in my generation. Of course the market is unaffordable. That's what the housing crisis is. We need 55 below market units is a drop in the bucket, but without it, the bucket would be empty. Yeah, we are left that we either, and I appreciate that this is not an either or decision, but the fact is, it actually is today. It's a rezoning for either market housing units or market housing plus 55 below market units. And I don't know when the last time any of you had to look for housing, but I have to spend me and my roommates have to spend 2 months of every year searching for housing. And I can tell you it is not for the rates shown here. It is much more. I pay $10,000. I live with 2 other people, and I personally pay $10,000 in rent for 400 square feet in this area. I am lucky. I'm one of the lucky few that has space to live. But we need to, what about the people who are coming after me or who aren't as lucky? Why is a mountain view a necessity for a homeowner, but sunlight is a luxury for a renter? Why is neighborhood feel so important in an area that only 100 years ago was a forest as dense as Stanley Park and that had to be ethnically cleansed and the land stolen under a literal act of genocide? When we say that it doesn't have the right neighborhood feel, who decides what it feels like? Who is welcome? Who comes in? When people call this a Trojan horse, they are talking about below people of moderate income, not an invading army. They are talking about the people that deliver your food and change your bedpan. My generation is looking for a place to live, and the people who have already established themselves can't even fathom that they wouldn't be able to see the sun and the mountain in the same room. I really don't know how, any other way, how to impress upon you just how urgent our renters' need for housing in the neighborhood is. And I can't tell you how dire the finances of the city are because you've already told us. The vote yesterday, if the city's finances are so dire, we can't stand in the way of the only provider here who is trying to provide this neighborhood with 55 secured below market housing. And I didn't even get into the point that none of the units, when I brought up those 3 units, I wouldn't be eligible for any of them because in none of them would I be allowed to bring my dog. So all of a sudden, if I wanted to have affordable housing in this neighborhood, I'd have to give up my best friend and companion. I don't know how else to say this, but please understand how dire this is when you don't have secure housing in this community. Please understand that for us born after Expo 86, we didn't have the opportunities to establish ourselves before property became astronomical. Please approve this rezoning.
Thanks very much. And you're just at your 5 minutes. Appreciate you calling in. Thank you. And we don't have any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next caller. Moderator.
The next caller is Paula Ford. Paula, your line is on.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I live in Vancouver, near Broadway and Birch, and I rented in Vancouver for 24 years and am fortunate enough to have owned and lived in Fairview for the last 20 years. I support the original 16-story proposal, but I am opposed to the 28-story rezoning application. And I'm certainly in support of affordable housing, as the last speaker so passionately expressed. I wonder if it's possible to include affordable housing within the original approved 16-story building. I've wondered that for a long time. I'm not going to go into all the points that I was going to make because so many of the other opposing speakers have given really eloquent reasons, and I agree with them. I'm concerned about the height. I'm concerned about the precedent and the Broadway plan and all that stuff. I appreciate the livability of this neighborhood because it's not like downtown, and I don't want to live among skyscrapers. And rightly or wrongly, I do appreciate the view of the mountains, and I don't want to have it obscured by a bunch of really high buildings. Patrick Condon of UBC, who's a well-known urban designer, warns of the Broadway corridor becoming like LA's Wilshire Boulevard, which is an ugly strip of high-rises stretching for miles. And I don't think this fits with Vancouver's desire to be green. Quite a lot was said about the shadowing from the 28 stories, and yesterday the city planner spoke about how minimal the shading would be for 6 months of the year, allowing, I think he said, slivers of light to fall on the north side of Broadway during the spring and the fall. But what about the darkest months of the year? This is when the shading would be at its worst, and we know how precious sunlight is when it comes in winter. I believe that the C3A zoning along Broadway was created to protect Fairview Slopes and False Creek from excessive shading, and it should be respected. I participated in the Broadway Plan workshops, and during that time, a majority of Fairview residents expressed opposition to the development of skyscrapers in our area, and specifically to the project at Broadway and Birch. I'd like to point out something which I found while I was looking at the submissions on the city website from both the support and the opposition. Most of the support is from outside Fairview. Most supporters who wrote in don't live here, and some who are listed don't even live in Vancouver. By contrast, almost all of those opposed live in Fairview and all live in Vancouver. So I have to ask myself, what is the interest by those in support since they don't live here? And we've heard from some of them, and we can understand some of that. I'm concerned that our neighborhood's future could be dictated by people for whom Fairview is not their home. We are the ones who live here and will have to live with this if it's approved. I also believe that city staff have not provided complete information in their report regarding the input and wishes of Fairview residents and owners, as well as a number of other points which the opposition speakers have mentioned. Councillor Hardwick has said, in referring to the citywide plan, the intent is to examine the needs and nuances of each neighborhood to ensure that zoning is applied with respect to those communities and how they have developed over time. The whole idea is that people are able to determine what kind of city they want to live in, reflecting the needs of their individual communities. So doesn't that apply in this case? I'm heartened by this intention, and I hope that Council will adhere to these principles and respect this community's wishes. I sincerely hope that you, as our elected representatives, will listen to those of us who live here and that you will reject this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's just 5 minutes, and there's no one on the queue to ask you questions. So thank you very much for your participating today. Council, the clerk informs me I think we have 6 people on the line to speak. So Just again, there might be an opportunity to slightly extend this meeting and to close the speakers list, but I'll leave that with you to, and I'll just keep you informed as we go along where we are in terms of speakers. Moderator, if we could go to the next speaker, that would be great.
Yes, the next speaker is James. James, your line is on. You can go ahead.
Hello.
Hi there. We can hear you. Thanks for calling in. We could just let us know your last name and
unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable giving my last name out.
Okay, I believe it is a requirement.
Okay, I'm just going to say my last name is Dick or Don.
Okay, and are you a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
So, hello, Council. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I actually was born in Vancouver Hospital. I grew up on West Broadway in Granville. My parents grew up here too. My dad ate a lot of KFC. I went to the Denny's that's been knocked down. I want to speak in support of the project. It's honestly, as a renter, it's really helpful to have rentals that I can afford. My first rental was, I believe, $630 a month. Until recently, I was living in Marple at $900 a month. I did not live in a nice building. It was a low-rise. There was a lot of incidents. I had people screaming, threatening to murder each other. It was not nice living there, but that was what I could afford. I cannot afford to live on West Broadway. As has been stated before, the rents here are like $1,800 or more. I do work on West Broadway, but I cannot afford to live here, so I do service a lot of the residents around here. Most of my coworkers live in Surrey, and actually I know my staff. I know my office has a hard time employing people because they all move to Surrey to work there. They can't afford to live here. I'm strongly in support of this because it gives me housing I can afford, and I see two options here. Either you make some housing that I still can't afford, or you make a lot of housing that I can afford. And I would really love to live near where I work. It's awful having to bus 40 minutes to get to work every day. I understand a lot of people don't want more people to live beside them. When I was younger, because I'm a mixed ethnicity, I actually got attacked by some of the residents here because they didn't like that I was moving here. I've been to the Broadway meetings, and I know at the Broadway meetings, I've been to all the Broadway meetings, so I know that when people speak out for density, like there's actually a group of people that attack them, and people have been forced to leave the meetings because there's just so many people screaming at them. It's honestly just awful how much hate there has been at these meetings against people moving into the area. I would love to, honestly, I love downtown. I don't think towers take away from things. There's a lot of sunlight downtown. There's not many shadows. You can actually, it's not like a tower is bad. You have sunlight, people can live there, everything's affordable. It honestly seems nice to me, and I don't comprehend why it's such a big sacrifice to have a tower somewhere. To me, it's like my sacrifice is I have to take a 40-minute bus ride to work. I would much prefer no sunlight and living beside work than a shadow. I'm sorry, I don't have anything more to add. I just would really love to see this tower, and it would just really help me if you have this. I know there's something being built at West 7th, too, but I know all these spaces are going to be so limited, and I would love to have one of these spaces.
Okay. Thank you very much for calling in. There's no questions for you from Council, so we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. On to the moderator.
Yes, the next caller is Stuart Smith. You can go ahead.
Hi there.
Hello. We can hear you. Please go ahead. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stuart Smith. I'm with Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support. At the moment, I live in Vancouver just a few blocks away from 2538 Birch, as I have for about 25 years, most of that time in the same building with the same landlord. While I'm grateful that my residence in Vancouver appears to grant me standing on this matter, I'm concerned because like most landless people in Vancouver, my housing and thus my continued participation in council is not secure. Asking speakers where they live suggests that people with no home, people with insecure homes, and people who have been forced out have less interest and less standing than people who own land. At no other level of government do we put a price on the right to participate politically, but when municipal governments control land use and limit participation to those who own land, we do just that. So yes, I live in Vancouver, but that's not what's important. What's important is to ask what allowed a 21-year-old version of me to show up in Vancouver so many years ago and build a life, why that isn't possible today, what we can do about it, and what role 2538 Birch and other buildings like it might play. When I look back on why it was possible for me to find a cheap place in 1994, the answer is not hard to find. Nobody wanted to live near downtown. Anyone who was anyone wanted a big house as far away as possible. 1994 landlords in Fairview knew they had few options except gangly 21-year-old me, and so they took a chance. Today, of course, the landowners of Fairview and Shaughnessy and Dunbar and every other part of the region have many more options. When today's 21-year-old turns up for a basement suite showing there are 10 other Canadians there competing for the same space, older Canadians, Canadians with established careers, Canadians downsizing in retirement. The landlord no longer has to take a chance on the 21-year-old. They can take a doctor or a lawyer instead. Every month when the first rolls around, what determines market rent is not the age of the building, not its design, not what's been built nearby. It's how many tenants are looking for space and how many spaces are on offer. It's a giant game of musical chairs where City Council controls the number of chairs. The private chair owners pocket as much rent as they can get. There are many complexities to housing and many ways forward, but one thing is clear. There will never be a solution to housing if there is not enough of it. Even in a fully public housing system where every inch of Metro Vancouver was government-owned, if there is not enough public housing, you will have waitlists and key money, just as when it's privately owned, we get rising rents and illegal evictions. 2538 Birch, of course, will not fix all of this, but it creates a couple of hundred more chairs. A few hundred fewer people will fall on the floor each month, and for that alone, it's worthy of your support. That said, I'd like to touch on just a couple of specifics. This building will add over 100 below-market parking stalls to Fairview, encouraging more drivers to locate here. At these hearings, we often hear the hyperbolic phrase, destroy the neighborhood. I can assure you that this building and the people who live in it do not destroy neighborhoods and will not destroy Fairview. But cars and drivers most certainly do destroy neighborhoods. There's nothing more destructive to Fairview than Broadway, Oak, Granville, and Cambie. There is not a neighborhood in Vancouver that would benefit from more drivers, but every neighborhood benefits from having more pedestrians. I would urge you to limit the number of parking spaces to disabled parking only. If street parking is contentious, it means we are selling public land for parking too cheaply, a strange thing to do when city finances are stretched. Increase curb parking to its real value, $200 a month. This will improve city finances and discourage drivers from invading the area. On the topic of finances, I'd also like to remind that the best way to continue to subsidize the property taxes of detached homeowners is to build a lot more housing like this. I don't have a figure in front of me of what the total tax bill for this building will be, but I grant it will be a lot bigger than it would be at 16 stories and a lot bigger than it would be at 4 or 2. So if we want to give taxpayers a break, the best way to do that is to have more taxpayers. Finally, there's been a number of comments about trust in planning and context and fit. And these all sound like they should be valid concerns, but they all have a hidden assumption, and that assumption is that the plan is just and equitable and always was. And all of the history of land use says that this is just not true, that planning and land use has always been about keeping people out and about exclusion. And so adhering to those plans is not honorable, it's not just, and it's not equitable. Making spot exceptions like this is certainly not ideal, but it's far from the terrible thing that it's made out to be. So yes, let's build 2538 Birch, and yes, let's reform land use in Vancouver so we don't have to have hearings like this, and let's make sure that everyone who wants a place in the city can get one. So please approve this project, and thank you very much for letting me participate.
Thanks very much, and that's the 5 minutes, and I don't see any councillors on the list to ask questions. So, Council, I am now going to call a second time for speakers. If there are any other speakers for this item wish to speak to Council, please call toll-free 1-855-353-9183, followed by participant code 92529 hashtag to get on the list. Council, I've been told there's 4 speakers remaining. I know our time is tight, so I'm going to move on to the moderator and ask for the next speaker.
Sure. The next speaker is Elizabeth Murphy. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Thank you. I have a presentation that you should have ready to queue up.
It is queued up. So whenever you're ready,
anything.
There's a little
Pardon
delay for you. There would be a little delay for you.
Well, if you could just wait for my timer until it's actually up, I'd appreciate that. I don't see it yet.
Clerks, can you confirm it's on the public site?
Oh, here.
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk here, and yes, it is projecting and streaming.
I see it now too.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. We'll start your timer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mayor Stewart. So good afternoon. I strongly support more rentals and for the rezoned 16 stories of rental to proceed. However, I am speaking in opposition to the proposed amendment. First, I would like to say there are many ways and forms to create rentals. However, the form is important because every building that is larger than existing zoning does create a precedent and inflates land values. Staff originally rejected this project as part of MERP because of the upcoming Broadway plan, but FOI emails confirm that the previous Vision Council pressured this project to go forward. As a new council, you have a mandate to reconsider this. The Birch and Broadway proposal will set an enormous precedent for the Broadway corridor and the city more broadly. The issue is the scale of height and density, and this is shown through the modeling done by Stephen Bohes, a Bachelor of Landscape Architecture. This slide shows how this tower would be so high that it would set a scale along Broadway that would block the mountain views from south of Broadway. Next slide, please, number 2. This is from the staff presentation, which should be up in a moment. I don't see it quite yet. That shows how the city compares a proposed building to the current context. Clerk, are you advancing that to number 2?
Yeah,
Hello?
yes, there's a slight delay. There's a slight delay of about 20 seconds, but if you could just going to keep talking because your timer is running.
Okay, oh dear, okay. Here we are. So this is from the staff presentation, and it shows how the city compares a proposed building to the current context. And if you note, it prioritizes the height of the existing buildings that surround it, and regardless of whether they are rentals, condos, or density bonus for heritage or rental or other benefits, it's just the scale. And this is the form of development and size, and especially height that sets the precedent for future buildings. So if this 28-story tower is approved, it is then the new height to meet or beat. And next slide, please. Number 3. So again, once it comes up, this again is one of the staff presentation slides that shows the height of the existing rezoned 16 stories and the proposed 28-story amendment, both overlaid with the outright C3A zoning in red. Hopefully that'll come up soon. The excessive height is what creates the envelope, and that is what supports the FSR. I still don't, oh, there it is. So again, what you're looking at here, so you have the elevations of both proposals, the existing one on the left for the 16 stories and the 28 stories on the right with the existing C3A zoning outline in red. So you can see how much is being bonused. Now, what it shows is how much density bonusing is being given to create only a very few affordable units under MERP that are actually the lower end of market, only made more affordable because they are smaller. I would suggest that the city is giving away too much for too little, that is creating a scale that is unsupportable. This is also being expressed by former Director of Planning Ray Spaxman, planners Frank Dakota, and Scott Hine, and developer Michael Geller. And I would encourage Council to look at Michael Geller's blog post for July 6th and 10th that go into detail on the financial implications, because it really is quite revealing. Anyways, slide number 4, please.
Just 30 seconds left.
30 seconds? Oh,
yep.
How did that happen?
It flies fast.
Okay. Okay. Well, the slide number 4 is not up yet.
We see the shadow slide.
Mayor, could you please give me just a little bit of time for this time lag that's happening?
You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. I have been keeping quite strict time for all speakers, just because of the number.
Please leave this slide up, because I'd like to refer to it if there's a question about it. Thank you.
Okay, great. We have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. My questions were broader ones, but I take your point about the height initially, and it's about 100 feet taller than anything else, the highest one in comparison in the area, and the argument that we're giving too much away, which I want is something that I have more questions for staff around, certainly based on what we've been hearing in this hearing.
We have a question here, Councillor?
Yeah. I was going to ask about those, but since we're on this question of the slide of the shadow impact, can you share your insights on this?
Thank you. Yes, one of the points that I wanted to make on this slide is that the actual shadowing from the building is shown in pink, so you can't really see it very clearly. But it does go all the way down to the waterfront and right to Falls Creek. And I think that it's really important to note, and I think that the previous speaker yesterday, who did all the additional shadow studies, really pointed out how this would look as if this is a precedent that is multiplied across Broadway. He only used examples of where there's 5 similar buildings across. And it effectively showed that the shadowing would go right across the water to the downtown core. So this has a huge impact, and especially because of the slope. And I also just wanted to point out that the Central Broadway Design Guidelines for C3A is to avoid higher buildings along the Broadway Ridge in this particular area because of the impact of shadowing, since the steep slope expands the impact of shadows. And how important that all of this is in terms of, what our city is going to look like in the long term, and the impacts, not just in the Broadway corridor, but in the city more broadly, both south and north of Broadway. So, that was my main point about the shadows. Thank you.
In the last time that I have, I've been trying to reconcile a couple of competing interests here, and one is understanding, I'll ask you a question I've asked several other people. If we were to refer this to the Broadway plan, and the Broadway plan goes through its whole exercise with the neighbors, community planning, all of that, and the people come back and say, well, yes, we're going to allow this kind of height, would you be okay with that?
If it was genuine, that's what the local community would support, then I think that would be one thing. But I think that the main thing is that we need a proper planning process first that does consider all of the elements of planning and how rental housing can be accommodated within the corridor that is in fact affordable. And I am hoping that there would in fact be other options in terms of form that could create a lot more affordability without having to resort to towers of this scale.
you have any comment on the land lift and further on the precedent-setting nature and what that would do to affordability overall? I'm sorry,
Yes, I know, but a lot of your questions are straying into hypotheticals and away from the project, so we're just commenting on this project.
No, I'm asking about
Actually, this is
project.
totally relevant.
I'm asking about the project, and we're down to 45 seconds. So can you please answer the question?
Yes, it is my decision as chair as to what's allowed, and I would just ask the councillor and the respondent to just keep to this specific project. Thank you.
Yes, well, the land value obviously is affected by the scale of whatever is there, and I'd just like to quote that in increasing the market, the non-market units, to allow for the 10.52 FSR, which is enormous.
We're just at 10 seconds.
You're increasing the land value from 33.5 million to 37.5 million.
Thanks so much.
And they are waiving the DCLs. So
we're just at the 5 minutes. So
given away, and we're not getting much for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we are at 9 minutes to 5, so if somebody is going to move a motion to hear from the remaining speakers, I believe there are 2.
So moved, Councillor Dominato.
Second, Councillor Weeb.
Councillor Genova.
Okay, so all those in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thank you, Council. We're extended now to finish with the speakers. And we'll turn it to the moderator for the next speaker, please.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Do we need to simultaneously also deal with what happens after the speakers, or can we do that at the end of the speakers?
Yes, once the list is closed, we can. That would be the thing, is that we would get to the end of the speakers list. I'm going to make my third call right now.
Okay.
And then we can close the list.
So we could do a motion at that time to set what will happen next.
Absolutely, we'll have to actually. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I'm just going to make my third call. If there are any other speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-855-353-9183, participant code 92529, hashtag, and that will get you on the list before the close of the speakers list. And that number is on the webcast as well as on Twitter. So now I'll go to the moderator, and for the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Touraj. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Touraj Machadi, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. Everybody can hear me, right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yep. Okay. I'm just calling in to strongly support the 28-story rezoning for the development. Just a bit about me. I'm in the age group of 25, 30 years old, currently rent a unit in downtown Vancouver. I'm additionally a real estate professional heavily involved in housing, commercial real estate development and acquisitions. I was not actually planning to speak today and just joined in about like an hour and a half ago to listen in, but after hearing some of the comments, I thought I should speak. To start, I wanted to say the argument shouldn't be about the profits the developers make, and this comment was made by a few people. In this case, specifically, this would not be a big giveaway for the developer that purchased the site in 2016 for $1,400 per land square foot, or $140 per buildable square foot on a 10 FSR, which seems very reasonable considering they're providing 22% affordable housing. Furthermore, something that should be also understood by some of the commenters is that profit by itself is meaningless for a developer. It's the IRR, or the annual return over the project lifetime, that matters. If the project takes very long, not enough units are built to allow for a cushion and potential profit, the developer's returns are potentially killed, and the full deal is potentially put aside because there's no incentive for the developer to actually build the multifamily housing units anyways. What if that happens? Is that something that we've considered or not? Pretty much one of the reasons why most of the developers in Vancouver are unable to build more multifamily is because the cushions are so low and because they cannot build enough to make enough profit to actually do so. Housing is also something that affects the society as a whole. The city of Vancouver is currently in a crisis with the demand and supply, and by not allowing more units in the city, we're saying that we don't really care about the young generations that live here. Myself, I'm a renter in Vancouver. I own investment properties in Coquitlam, but I can't buy property here because it's so expensive. So even being a renter here, the place that I have right now, I was looking at it, and 10 other people were looking at the same time. I had to bid $100 a month over the asking rental price to be able to get the unit. For me, unfortunately, I make okay money, but there's people in the city that are making average money and are unable to do that. So what if I want to move to another unit, and do I have to do the same thing? Do I have to keep bidding more and more and more? By what point will I not be able to live in the city anymore because I can't afford to pay the rent anymore? Furthermore, by allowing the 28-story development, the city will be setting a precedent. The city of Vancouver welcomes talent, welcomes growth, and moving us forward. At the end of the day, housing is a building block of any city. If city continues to become more affordable, younger generation will continue to push out to other municipalities, leaving Vancouver as a ghost town with hyper-priced real estate, offices, and basically no soul. Thank you so much for listening to my comments. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no questions from council, but just want to thank you for calling in this evening, and we'll go back to the moderator for the next caller.
The next caller is Oliver South. You can go ahead. Your line is open.
Hello?
Hi there. Thanks for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I was the person who had my line cut out due to bad reception.
Okay.
So, hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a UBC student. I'm speaking in support of this development. This proposal will bring over 250 homes to a neighborhood and city that is desperately in need of new housing, with over 50 of them secured at below market rates. We are in the midst of an extremely severe housing crisis. As a student renter, looking on Craigslist is truly a surreal experience. We are often forced into poorly maintained basement suites or forced to live in overcrowded houses to scrounge up enough money for rent. One group of my friends were forced to live in a house with rat infestations. Another in a house where the landlord refused to replace a broken washer and dryer for months. And the list goes on. The lack of rental construction has real, deep consequences for renters, especially young people and young families. I was extremely disappointed to see councillors try to argue there is no urgency on this or other projects that are aimed at increasing the rental vacancy rate. I couldn't disagree more. There has never been more urgency than now. Overcrowded housing is quite literally killing people in other parts of the world, and it could very easily happen in Vancouver too. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown just how important it is to have housing. It is so difficult to self-quarantine when you are forced to share a rundown bungalow with 5 other people. It's even more difficult to work from home when the only workspace you have is a dining room shared with 5 others. This is a situation that I know many young people found them in during this pandemic. Upon listening to this hearing and others, I've seen a lot of opposition to projects from people who will feel it will hurt their neighborhood character. Over time, the character of a neighborhood will change, no doubt. But that's kind of the point. We can't expect neighborhoods to keep these suburb-level densities in the heart of our cities under surging growth. Downtown used to be single-family houses. Yaletown used to be a rail yard. The West End used to be mansions. If we'd listened to opposition, then we wouldn't have those neighborhoods that are treasured by many today. It seems that almost everyone who opposed this rezoning is actually supported the original 16 stories. However, if you look back at the original rezoning, there was one speaker at the public hearing. And I think this highlights a crucially important point. The fact of the matter is, for the vast majority of people, you support a new development. You don't think much of it and move on with your life. Nobody organizes protests to congratulate the people in power for doing a great job. They only protest when they're upset. Additionally, I think it's crucially important for council to realize that they cannot stop movement into Greater Vancouver simply by limiting the supply of housing. There are 35,000 people coming into Greater Vancouver each year, and if Vancouver won't house them, other suburbs will. I find it quite confusing how Green councillors can oppose walkable, transit-accessible housing, because the alternative is quite literally clear-cutting forests to build car-dependent single-family neighborhoods, like Coquitlam and Surrey. By building dense housing next to the city core, we can tackle 2 of the biggest sources of emissions simultaneously, using district energy or electric heating for heat, and walking or taking transit to reduce carbon emissions from driving. Because of the lack of new housing being approved, we are also seeing overwhelming demand spill out into weird places. 6,000 units are being built in a tiny plot of land by the Squamish Nation, not next to any rapid transit line. Thousands of market rental units and strata units at UBC, again not yet next to any rapid transit line, for about a decade. An untold number of units in the suburbs. Again, Vancouver simply cannot stop people from immigrating to the city. The housing will be built elsewhere, but not to the same affordability standards, not to the same climate standards, and with nowhere near the walkability or transit accessibility. Concerns like shadows pale in comparison to these much bigger issues. By rejecting this proposal, Council would send a clear signal that affordable housing is not wanted. We would effectively be saying to 53 households, sorry, but you're not wanted here. Better luck elsewhere. I'm urging Council to approve this rezoning. Although it may not be visible, there are a lot of people living in precarious circumstances. Every one of these developments mean another few hundred people saved from spending half their income or more on housing. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in. You don't have any questions today, so just wanted to thank you so much. And now I'm going to go to the moderator. Moderator, do we have any other speakers?
We have one more speaker. The speaker is Owen Brady. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Brady.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm Owen Brady. I'm a renter in Vancouver, and I strongly support this proposal. I do think this building could be taller to include even more affordable rental homes. The tower is slightly shorter and less than half as wide as the Jim Pattison Pavilion a few blocks away, which completed 17 years ago. We also need to consider the broader context. This is in the urban core of Metro Vancouver. 28 stories is much shorter than what Vancouver's suburbs have approved near SkyTrain. But I suppose this proposal strikes a conciliatory balance. As another speaker demonstrated so well, the impact of the extra 11 stories is extremely limited, especially at the street level. This proposal is on the south side of a broad east-west arterial close to SkyTrain. These homes will not set a precedent for the Broadway plan because you are in control of that. However, there is a precedent here that matters. Council has already approved moderate-income towers in East Vancouver. Relative to Vancouver as a whole, Fairview is a high-income neighborhood. Approving these 95 homes will help create a more mixed-income community, allowing healthcare workers and many others to walk to work. It would not be equitable nor optimal to allow wealthy West Side neighborhoods to opt out of their fair share of affordable housing. Furthermore, rents in old apartment buildings nearby are already higher than MRF rates. Near my home, there's a walking school bus of elementary students that passes by when school is in session. I don't know where they start, but they walk at least 1.5 kilometers, crossing Hastings every morning, and they look happy doing it. Now over at Birch Street, I think it's worth mentioning that an infant that moves into a brand new home in this building will not be going to kindergarten for about a decade from now. We should not deny parents the choice to live in Vancouver because of a political impasse, condemning them to drive their kids to school in the suburbs before beginning their own long commute. Let's build schools in Vancouver instead. Lastly, staff has shown time and again that they understand the trade-off between land lift and securing rental quite well. We have not seen any rental incentives outpace condo development in this city. If anything, staff have erred on the side of not giving away land lift to the detriment of creating more rental housing. But on the question of capturing public value from a rezoning, they deserve your confidence. Over half of these additional homes will be kept at the MRF rates for at least 60 years, likely longer. I ask you to imagine all of the deserving people over the decades who will not get evicted from a condo or basement because of your decision today. That's the real question before you today, whether welcoming 95 households and their pets, most of them local workers, 53 of moderate income, is more important than arbitrary aesthetic concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in, and we don't have any questions on the queue for you, so that's it. And now I'm going to go to the moderator and ask if there is anybody else on the line.
Yes, me.
Go ahead. Oh, they
Hello?
just dropped up. They just hung up. Yeah.
Okay.
That was
Thank
the
you.
last one.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to go to the clerk now and ask, clerk, is there anybody in person there?
Mayor Stewart, I'm just looking at security. No, there is no one here for speaking.
Okay, thank you very much, Council. Let's see. Seeing there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 8:30 a.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions to staff or make a decision. However, we could also entertain a motion to
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Dejanova?
I'm on the queue. I just wanted to let you know.
I didn't see you there.
My apologies.
Go right ahead. Councillor
Thanks so much. Mr. Mayor, I have a number of notes jotted down here, and I just need some time to type those out, but I was thinking to be more efficient, is it all right if we were to send our questions into staff and then they provide responses to all council members that are transparent, just as we have done in the past? And could we refer debate and decision to, I believe we have a reserve on July the 14th at 1 p.m.?
Okay, I will, on your first question, yes, we have closed the receipt of information, so I'd have to check with the clerk. I don't think we can post the questions anymore. Clerk, is that
true?
No,
I'm talking about council questions to staff, just so they have them in advance.
Oh, okay, sure. In advance of asking the questions the next round. Oh, okay, sure. That's fine. And in terms of the motion, yes, that would. I believe from the clerk that you said July 14th at 1 p.m. is would we reconvene to hear from the applicant and then have debate and decision and questions for staff. Not in that order, of course. So I guess we need a seconder for that.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you very much. And we can do yays and nays. I just want to check with the clerk to make sure I haven't missed anything, because you want to make sure. Clerk, are we okay now? Is that we covered all the bases?
This is the clerk here, Mayor Stewart. Yep. And yes, I believe you have covered all the bases. We will be reconvening on Tuesday, July 14th. Yeah. And
I'll just call the vote on that first. And
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato.
Yes, Councillor Dominato.
Just a point of information really quickly is that on Tuesday we'll still be able to ask verbal questions of staff.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. And you could email them in ahead of time and they could prepare. They would answer based on the questions you ask verbally, so those are still available. So
great. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. So I'm going to call for the vote then. All in favor of referring this to July 14th at 1 p.m. say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed say nay. Thank you very much. And now we'll need a motion to recess, I believe.
Motion to recess, please.
Hardwick. Okay. I heard Councillor Hardwick there. He's most enthusiastic. Councillor Weeb and
second.
all in. Okay. Thank you very much. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, great.
And pardon the interruption, Mayor Stewart, right. But just a reminder to council that it is still important for them not to engage in discussion or receive any further correspondence at this point, because we still have to go forward to debate and decision.
I always forget that part, so thank you very much for reminding me. And council, have a good weekend. You've had a long week, and we'll see you on probably early next week. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Nice weekend, everyone. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.